Hi, Jeremy.
Anyway, all right. Anyway, God damn it. I hate that, like, Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute average now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour for so many years. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon. Kill myself. Something seems off with you. You doing okay? Yes, I'm doing fantastic. I feel great. Anyway, Potuch. So, but the real reason as to why I ended the broadcast early was not because I wanted to take some time to myself. The real reason why I ended the broadcast early is because I had a massive call. March came over. We had a call with the Unlimited IRL folks. I bought a new backpack, as you guys know, the Primo one. It's even better than NMP's backpack, from what I understand. Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's a little bit better. Who knows? Nobody knows. Okay. And the reason for why I did that with the international broadband, we got 6 routers on there, 6 modems in that bad boy. Kid Fury, thank you for the 10 gift of subs. 6 modems rather than the 4 that I had in the previous backpack. The previous backpack was fantastic, really worked well, and I still have it in my possession. I will continue to use it from time to time. Having said that, we're moving on to 6 modems. 6 modems instead. And with an additional option to put up to 13 if need be, including but not limited to maybe Starlink. Who knows? Especially when it comes to international travel, when we are going to be around areas that ISPs don't have a lot of reach to. We might even use some crazy stuff. Now, listen. Had a big convo about that. It's pretty seamless. Going to figure out how heavy is the backpack. It's not. Why were you bleeding on your IG? What does SK mean? I'll get to that in a second. Okay. Socialism is when 13 modems. Yes. I dropped buckets on that, by the way. I dropped a lot of money on that. But I'm very excited for it. And also, it's so that I can elevate my content. And it's something that I want to do. I want to do more of. So, had that convo, had the Fear and the Fear and podcast was incredible. Okay. I gotta know, have you watched Fear and Beyond Journey's End? No. There was not a guest on the pod, and Will wasn't on either because he's not here, but we had a really banger episode. Elevate my content is the most LA sounding sentence on earth. Dude, this is my job, man. When are we gonna be normal about that? I know it sounds silly and it sounds out of touch, but like it also kind of is my freaking job, you know? Anyway, it's funny also because like people work water cooler jobs and then they turn around and they're like, why don't streamer work in factory instead? And it's like, bro, you don't work in factory. What do you mean? You work Excel job. You know work factory job. To the factory worker Excel job seem like to the Excel job what I seem like to you. You know? All right. So yeah, most cop man in history. Exactly. QT is coming to Japan, right? Yeah, no, she's not coming to Japan. Let's be real. Get real, folks. That's not happening. But in any case, listen. That's neither here nor there. We did Fearan. Podcast was great. I went to bed. Didn't really have time to do anything. Couldn't even do my regular nightly special. Ate a lot of banana bread that my mom made. It was pretty good. It's also featured in the Fearan podcast episode as well. Woke up early. Why did I wake up early? That's because this was my first day back in the gym. During the holiday season, my trainers took some time off. I obviously didn't take time off, but I did take time off from lifting. I didn't take time off from training. I played basketball pretty much every single day. Having said that, however, I had taken some time off from lifting. But we're back, baby. And this is what the chatter was asking, like, why was your legs bleeding? It's because I was putting up big doinks.
Yep.
Look at that. Stop and go. Stop and go. Not a moment wasted. Stop and go deadlifts, baby.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, fine. Give me an extra rep or two.
Yeah. Your shins are fragile. My shins are fragile. Dude, I'm putting up 385 pounds with ease. I can still do I can do 405 still. I'm gonna build back up to it since I haven't in a while. Barely any leg movement, lol. Dude, this is a solid deadlift. Please stop.
Yep. Ooh, baby. Yep. Yeah.
Wearing a hat to hide the balding head, receding hairline. Yeah, I know. My balding head and my receding hairline is devastating. I have to wear a hat to hide it. Anyway, isn't the mixed grip a killer for your back? No, mixed grip is not a killer for my back. I forgot that I am supposed to start doing I forgot I'm gonna do strap. I'm gonna start using straps. But the reason why my shins bleed is because of the bar path. The bar path is supposed to go right against your shins, and with my leg positioning, and my bar path, normally I wear pants when I deadlift. Didn't realize we were deadlifting today. How much weight is that? It's not crazy. It's just 385. It's just 385. It's not like the end of the world. So, what does this say about guys that are 6'4"? Oh, I know what this is. I mean, this is an old tweet. He resurfaced this, I think. It just means we're gay as hell. Brother, I'm 5'11" and 210, and I can only deadlift 150. No, 385 is not that good for me, weight-wise. For deadlifting, 385 at my size, I'm 225 to 230 pounds. Struggle 4, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. What's your PR? I've never really done a PR. I don't really do 1-rep PRs. But how much do you deadlift correlate with height? Deadlift is the one lift where your height doesn't matter, or could be a benefit, I guess, since you can put on more muscle mass and more weight. Every other lift has diminishing returns with your height, and can be a negative with your height. For example, bench press. The shorter you are, the smaller the bar path is. With squatting, the shorter you are, the shorter the bar path is. The distance traveled is shorter. Just get straps when you go above 75%. Also, height is actually typically a negative because of bar path. Yeah. But I guess with deadlifts, it just doesn't, I don't know. It's supposed to be a negative as well. Maybe I am personally better at my deadlifts than anything else. And that's the reason why I don't mind it. Straps equals bad grip. I never use straps. I do use weight belts at the at my top set. It's not bar path, it's range of motion, fellas. Yes, you're right. Sorry. It's range of motion. Longer range of motion when you're taller. All right. You also have more mass to lift and pull-ups. That's true. So, where was I? We're setting up stuff for Japan ahead of time as well. We've hired a fixer on the ground, a friend of ours. Shane Gillis follows you on IG. No, I followed him back on IG. We found that out on the Fear End episode last night. Why are you just saying that just now? Anyway, hit him up because I wanna link up and build. But anyway, those shins are in no danger, really, right? Can relate. Been skating? Yeah, no, shins are fine. Like, yeah, shins can eat a lot of damage. I mean, isn't that like what half of Muay Thai is just busting out your shins? But that's neither here nor there.
So
folks, that's it. This is Fit Pick. Obviously, you already know we're putting out the Fit Picks on the timeline as well. And we are going to move into our broadcast to the actual news. But before I do that, let me blast off. Lot to talk about today. Lots to talk about today. Okay. Lots to talk about. A lot going on in the world. Obviously, we'll do some updates from NOLA. NOLA attacker. Background. Reveal. House votes for speaker. People yell at Bernie over H-1B visa take. Cybertruck explosion veteran was also a divorced was also a victim of family court. We'll finally do predictions and goals for 2025 today. Get in now. Rivals now, rivals later, or is it a wait and see? It's a wait and see style situation. I do like that there are people when I stop playing Rivals that go, hey, can you start playing Rivals again, please? Yeah, I will also tune in for a little bit to the Connor post as well. Connor talking to not Elon, but Adrian Dittman, who is not Elon. Did the Macias send a playlist or no? Oh, he did. Okay. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Okay. Try out Rocket Raccoon. He's the most accessible support. How's Kaya doing with her healing? She's doing fine. Today was the last day of her antibiotics. Today was the last day for Kaya's antibiotics, so I think like I'm probably gonna start letting her out a little bit more. I'm still a little fearful. Still a little worried. I hope I make you upset one day and you look at my chat logs and see how many times I said I love you. I love you, Hasan. Aw, chatter. There you go. You didn't have to make me upset for me to read your chat. I read all chats. I'll read all chats at all times. I never stop. Do you think there are fans who only watch you play games? Man, can you please shut the fuck up about this political shit and pick up the damn controller? No, because I don't play video games enough. If I did, I would build an audience for it, certainly. And I would like to. Chatters in here will just straight up lie and say they want that right now, but gaming frogs are liars and you can't trust them. Gaming watchers are liars for the most part, or chatters are liars for the most part. They lie about being invested in the in gaming, and then they don't actually invest themselves in gaming. They don't ever watch. Gaming viewers comprise, I would say, like 10 to 20K, depending on which game I'm playing, of this community, of this audience. But they make up 100% of the complaints that I am simply not gaming and I'm avoiding gaming and all this stuff, right? Anyway, here, I wanted to show you guys this. This is this is one of these freaking weirdos. Pericles Periabasi, Democrat when they see a kid, conservative men when they see a trans woman. He's dunking on Kyle Kalinske here, right? Saying Democrats are pedophiles. And then here he is. Hey, Kendrick, before you call Drake a pedophile, why don't you do some basic research and look up the age of consent in Canada? This is probably a joke, but this guy happens to also look like a pedophile. Like, that's his whole shtick. Did you see the Dittman 4chan post that exposes Dittman as Musk salt? I'm pretty sure that's doctored, and I'm pretty sure I'm right that that's doctored. And The Verge actually went in, did a deeper dive, and found out that it is, as a matter of fact, doctored. But let's get started. Breaking news: Michael Penis has won his re-election as House Speaker.
And we will work with anyone of any party to get that done. We will work with anyone to secure our borders, and we will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a comprehensive and bipartisan
That's
manner.
right. Border control. We want it. I'm a Democrat, by the way.
Same period of time,
This ain't your father's Democratic Party. This is your grandfather's Democratic Party from the South, a Dixiecratic Party. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We don't like Mexicans. Okay? That's right. This is not your father's Democratic Party. This is not your Democratic Party. This is your grandpappy's Democratic Party from the South, specifically a Dixiecratic Party. We are now fully in the bosom. We are now firmly invested in being the Diet Republican Party, baby. Let's go.
earned those benefits, worked hard for those benefits, and deserve those benefits. So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever. No means never.
Hey, everyone.
There's a CIA masterclass. That's crazy.
Our position is that it is not acceptable to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, cut veterans' benefits, or cut nutritional assistance from children and families in order to pay for massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations. House Democrats will fight hard to protect working class Americans and the things that matter to them, not the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Keep your hands off Social Security and
Wait,
Medicare.
he didn't win. Hakeem Jeffries didn't win. He's just delivering a speech. Mike Johnson, Michael Penis, won his re-election as House Speaker.
4 years, it's been a great honor for us to work alongside President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, whose administration rescued the economy from a once-in-a-century pandemic, delivered historic infrastructure investments, created more than 15 million good-paying jobs, enacted common-sense gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years, provided life-sustaining health insurance to veterans suffering from toxic exposure, championed the largest investment in combating the climate crisis in the history of the world, which we will defend, and brought down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. Thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for your powerful principled, and purposeful public service. Thank you. Two months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you for that very generous applause. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You see, one should love America. One should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country. America is bigger than any one campaign, any one election, or any one individual.
I really like shooting guns.
America, the land of the free.
Oh, this is a
and the
funny
home of
video.
the brave.
Yeah.
Let us never forget that our country is free, not simply.
Dude, I don't know who they do this for, honestly. Like, who is the target audience for this? Because if I'm a corporate investor, okay, if I am an oligarch, I don't care because I bought both parties. So I'm not tuning in. If I'm a partisan, I don't really care that the Democrat is just sitting up there being like, we are going to do bipartisanship. If I'm a Democrat, I don't fully understand why Hakeem Jeffries is kind of glazing the limited accomplishments of the Biden administration and also simultaneously talking about bipartisanship, even though, you know, the Democrats lost. A resounding defeat, a resounding victory for the Republican Party. So none of that really matters. So who are they keeping up these appearances for is a question I always have. Like, who is this for? Who tunes into this and goes, man, what a brilliant speech by Hakeem Jeffries. This is the new leadership of the Democratic Party. And it's actually very exciting. This excites me. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's some grandmothers out there that tune into MSNBC that are still watching and haven't had their brains fried from the devastating defeat that the Democratic Party withstood in this election cycle. I just always feel like they stand up here and clap for one another because they just, you know, kind of have to keep up these appearances, but for the sake of themselves and nobody else really, just for themselves. It's the same exact attitude of like giving Liz Cheney a medal, an award for her brilliant accomplishments, right? Joe Biden did that yesterday, and she received a standing ovation. Thunderous applause. Everyone was excited. They were like, oh man, so incredible that Liz Cheney she was deserving of this medal, this honor. So I guess I'm left wondering, like, who is that for? What is that for? Who is the target audience for this? Maybe they just have too much free time. They just have too much free time on their hands. There's plenty of daylight. There's plenty of time to just do like silly stuff, such as that. And it is it's a steady maintenance of an institution that is genuinely falling apart every single day, day in, day out. It's just it's crippled at every step of the way, and Republicans truly take advantage of that. they take advantage of that and seek to undermine it further for their own agendas, deregulation, tax cuts, things of that nature. You know? But here's another moment of like theatrics that I thought was odd. Here.
Stand right there. That is not your nature to just stand where you're told to stand. Give it a try.
Stand right there. That is not your nature to stand where you're told to stand, but give it a try.
Okay, how you doing? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation?
Bernie gets so bullied and I'm sick of it. Yeah. Stop bullying the old man, okay? Now, everyone, speaking of Bernie, he's in a little bit of trouble because he had a critique on the H-1B visa program. And I don't disagree with Bernie Sanders' critique, even though I haven't read the entirety of what he was saying. So maybe there's some stuff in there that's actually crazy and like nativist or whatever. But the H-1B visa program absolutely is utilized in a way to create further expendable and more exploitable labor. I don't know why people consider that to be racist and unacceptable to openly say. I have been saying it nonstop. I haven't stopped saying that as well. So I don't know why people would get mad at Bernie Sanders also saying it, because that is the object of, I mean, that is the purpose of this program. Of course, once again, anything that the government does is going to be packaged in a way that makes sense. So the H-1B visa program is going to be packaged as though this is a way to offer citizenship to the best and brightest all around the globe. And there is certainly some truth to that as well, right? That is true. But that's just spin at the end of the day. The reality of the matter is we destroy the global south, and then we take advantage of all of the highest achievers globally by creating an immigration structure where we take educated workers in an effort to displace the American workforce, because those guys will, due to the currency exchange rate, especially if they're sending money back home, which there's nothing wrong with, by the way. It's fantastic. That's why economists that are not ideologically on board with the way I see the world will say this is a win-win. Okay, even though I also consider it to be a win-win. Due to the currency exchange rate, they are oftentimes interested or willing to take on jobs at a pay cut. But more importantly than that, if an H-1B visa worker loses their job, they get deported. So if an H-1B visa worker loses their job and they get deported, they are even more exploitable. So the solution to make this process more ethical and not a mechanism to displace and depress American wages is to ensure that there are safeguards that maintain wage parity and a parity for benefits offered and a protection, additional protections offered to all workers, including H-1B visa workers, protection from deportation, for example. Now, if you were to do that, then that makes sense. Then bosses can't use the H-1B visa program to create extra exploited to create a hyper exploitable secondary labor market. Okay? That's it. That's the real solution. But of course, that solution is not necessarily one that benefits the capital owners. So, Bernie Sanders is in a lot of hot water. Let's take a look at what he said. News: we need major reforms in the H-1B program. Okay, is it in here? No, these are older videos from back in the day when Bernie Sanders said open borders is a Koch brothers policy. And the last time he talked about H-1B workers and the visa structure. And he has complained about it quite a bit. This is not new for Bernie Sanders. So let's read what he had to say. He wrote this yesterday. The current chairman of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions today releases the following statement on H-1B guest worker visas and the recent debate concerning the program. Bernie said, there has been a lot of discussion lately about the H-1B guest worker program. Elon Musk and a number of other billionaire tech company owners have argued that this federal program is vital to our economy because of the scarcity of the highly skilled American engineers and other tech workers. I disagree. The main function of the H-1B visa program and other guest worker initiatives is not to hire the best and the brightest, but rather to replace good-paying American jobs with low-wage indentured servants from abroad. The cheaper the labor they hire, the more money the billionaires make. Where's the issue with this statement? This is 100% correct. The notion that there aren't skilled American tech workers out there that could be doing these jobs is completely, the notion that there are none in the current labor pool is not only silly, it's an abject lie. It's a lie that is channeled through mainstream resources as well, especially when you consider the hundreds of thousands of layoffs that have taken place in our Silicon Valley quantitative easing induced bubble that finally burst a little bit. Okay? In 2022 and 2023, the top 30 corporations using this program laid off at least 85,000 American workers while they hired over 34,000 new H-1B guest workers. There are estimates that as many as 33% of all new information technology jobs in America are being filled by guest workers. Further, according to the Census Bureau data, there are millions of Americans with advanced degrees in science, technology, engineering, and math who are not currently employed in those professions. If there is really a shortage of skilled tech workers in America, why did Tesla lay off over 7,500 American workers this year, including many software developers and engineers at its factory in Austin, Texas, while being approved to employ thousands of H-1B guest workers? Moreover, if these jobs are only going to the best and brightest, why has Tesla employed H-1B guest workers as associate accountants for as little as $58,000, associate mechanical engineers for as little as $70,000 a year, and associate material planners for as little as $80,000 a year? Those don't sound like highly specialized jobs that are for the top 0.1%, Musk claimed this week. If this program is really supposed to be about importing workers with highly advanced degrees in science and technology, why are H-1B guest workers being employed as dog trainers, massage therapists, cooks, and English teachers? Can we really not find English teachers in America? Let's be clear. To the extent that there may be labor shortages in our country in some highly specialized areas that need to be filled by employees from above through the H-1B program, we must utilize this program as a very short-term and temporary approach. In the long term, if the United States is going to be able to compete in a global economy, we must make sure that we have the best educated workforce in the world. And one way to help make that happen is to substantially increase the guest worker fees Large corporations pay to fund scholarships, apprenticeships, and job training opportunities for American workers. This is something that I have advocated for from my first days as a U.S. Senator. Further, we also must significantly raise the minimum wage for guest workers, allow them to easily switch jobs, and make sure that corporations are required to aggressively recruit American workers first before they can hire workers from overseas. The widespread corporate abuse of the H-1B program must be ended. Bottom line, it should never be cheaper for a corporation to hire a guest worker from overseas than an American worker. Mr. Musk, Mr. Ramaswamy, and others have argued that we need a highly skilled and well-educated workforce. They are right, but the answer, however, is not to bring in cheap labor from abroad. The answer is to hire qualified American workers first and to make certain that we have an education system that produces the kind of workforce that our country needs for the jobs of the future. And that's not just engineering. We are in desperate need of more doctors, nurses, dentists, teachers, electricians, plumbers, and a host of other professions. 30 years ago, the economic elite and political establishment in both major parties told us not to worry about the loss of blue-collar manufacturing jobs that would come as a result of disastrous, unfettered trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China. They promised that those lost jobs would be more than offset by the many good-paying white-collar information technology jobs that would be created in the United States. Well, that turned out to be a big lie. Not only have corporations exported millions of blue-collar manufacturing jobs to China, Mexico, and other low-wage countries, they are now importing hundreds of thousands of low-paid guest workers from abroad to fill the white-collar technology jobs that are available. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, when the richest 3 people in America now own more wealth than the bottom half of our country, and when the CEOs of major corporations make almost 300 times more than their average workers, we need fundamental changes in our economic policies. We need an economy that works for all, not just the few. And one important way forward in that direction is to bring about major reforms in the H-1B program. Now, of course, what's interesting about this process is that because the H-1B worker structure benefits capital owners, both the Democratic Party and the Republicans will end up defending it. They will defend it because, not because they are, nice, or because they want immigration into the country, or because they love, the idea that America is a land of prosperity for the migrants that are coming in here, well-educated migrants that are coming in here to work these jobs. They only care because, once again, there is additional exploitation, which means that profits will go up because it means that you can depress wages further. Okay? So that is the real reason. And the real reason why people can be endlessly racist to the undocumented migrants on both sides of the aisle as well is because there is always an endless well of undocumented migrants that are crossing the border to come and work at these very low-wage jobs. Now we're not talking about the H-1B visa program. Now we're talking about migration patterns. Okay? And the more people take a reactionary stance towards migration from either party, the easier it is to dominate them. And the more you dominate them, the more you dehumanize them, the easier it is to exploit them. There will never come a time where, no matter how cruel the border policies are, where people from Guatemala, people from Mexico, people from El Salvador, and many other places are not going to seek refuge in the United States of America. They will always come to the United States of America because of what we have done to their countries. We've destabilized them. Okay? Classy if you're rich, H-1B, trashy if you're poor, undocumented. Most of this argument from the right unironically stem from white nativist anti-immigrant stances. They think Indians and the Chinese are lesser than they are. Okay? They get mad that Indian workers and Chinese workers are replacing them. But they would get mad if it was Polish workers as well. Trust me. Because there is a real, beyond the white supremacy, there's a real anger and resentment that people feel that they misdirect towards their fellow workers. There is no difference between a Indian worker or an Italian worker or a Polish worker and an American worker. There's no difference there at all. They have the same exact class interests. Okay? They do. It is always the systems that are designed in a way to pit you against the Indian or Chinese H-1B visa workers. Just so you understand. Megaphonic says, my read of this is that two things can be true. Bernie's right in pointing out the inherent exploitations of the existing H-1B system and providing common sense reforms to fix them, while also being wrong to make a nativist adjacent argument about it. Americans should get jobs first instead of just welcoming immigrants as Americans. It feels incongruous for him to support easing immigration restrictions while making this argument. Yeah, the only part of this that that comes across as like a little, I mean, if you're hypersensitive and don't believe that Bernie Sanders cares about like migrants or whatever, then you can read this part as like, oh well, or where is it? Where is it? If you're hypersensitive about it, I think like there's a couple parts where he just like basically talks about like these have to be American workers first. How is Americans should get the jobs first a little nativist, bro? But I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. Because if you understand the H-1B visa guest worker program to be created specifically to displace the American labor pool with an easier to exploit labor force that you ship from overseas, then yeah, of course you're going to say, no, you got to make sure that you hire Americans first in the United States of America. Because if you don't do that, then you arrive at another point that Bernie Sanders makes very clearly here. You arrive at NAFTA. You arrive at permanent normal trade relations with China. He's absolutely right about that. We talk about how American manufacturing was gutted and destroyed. We talk about the ghost cities in middle America, where places that relied on one corporation basically dominating the town and being its lifeline, only to leave that town and leave it desolate as a consequence. And they leave that town because they ship the manufacturing jobs overseas. And at the time, the way that this was packaged by liberals and Republicans, who are also liberal alike, was to, one, on the Republican side, this is great for our profits. This is great for our profits. This is going to do free trade. This is incredible. This is an incredible opportunity. And for the liberals, the argument was, well, we're helping these countries. Now, of course, in most circumstances, American dominance continues, and therefore, those countries are not able to take in the foreign capital and use it to their advantage. China is the one exception to the rule, and we have never forgiven them for it. If China also operated in the exact same ways as Mexico, because Mexico is so close to the United States of America, so deeply entrenched in American politics and American intervention, Mexico was not able to, due to corruption and the implementation of a narco state, was not able to distribute its funds, its foreign capital, in the same way to engage in even development and urbanization in the way that China did. China, due to being seen as a counter to the potential Soviet regime with the Sino-Soviet split and a multitude of different factors, was able to take in that foreign capital and evenly distribute it amongst this population through central planning. And like I said, if your attitude was that China will never be able to reach the, reach a competitive level and become a hegemon that will outcompete the United States of America in key sectors in a matter of 3 to 4 decades, then yeah, you're thinking, yeah, we can consistently keep dominating them and use China and the Chinese population as, slave labor overseas. The problem, however, is that due to central planning, due to a genuine interest in building the Chinese nation state, China was able to take that foreign capital and distribute it in a way that genuinely improved the lives of 1 billion Chinese people, taking 800 million Chinese people out of the throes of abject, extreme global poverty in a matter of decades. This is unconscionable, and it is completely unacceptable, and that is the reason why we are already in the throes of a second Cold War, this time against the red threat of China. The liberal take on what he said is, in fact, the racist take. So, my attitude on this has always been that there is enough wealth to go around, whether it be through the H-1B visa program, whether it be the processing and documenting of the 10 million plus undocumented migrants that work in the agricultural sector, in the construction field, and create wage parity for them so that they are not used as an endlessly replaceable, hyper-exploited second labor pool, a permanent underclass that is used against the documented U.S. labor force. That is the real solution. That is the real way to get out of this problem. But of course, that would require shrinking profit margins, and that would be unacceptable. What did you say? If you really think anything Bernie said is racist, I genuinely don't think your opinions will win any elections anytime soon. I mean, that's also a tricky conversation, because if Bernie had said something genuinely racist, there are plenty of genuinely racist people. There are plenty of, like, anti-Indian sentiment, for example, goes a long way on both Twitter and in general. We must not find ourselves in the throes of right-wing reactionary politics simply because it will be beneficial. That's the attitude that the Democrats have. That's the attitude of the Democratic Party in general. As an H-1B visa holder, I ain't rich, and I'm easily susceptible to being fired if I join a union and subsequently get deported if I don't find a job in 2 months' time. Also, the path to citizenship or green card takes so long. Have already spent 10 years in the U.S., 15 plus years to get my green card. Brian, kill me. So yes, we are stuck in limbo half our lives. Exactly. This is the reality of the H-1B visa guest worker program. This is what it is. This is the reason why H-1B visa workers are seen as you know, really valuable alternative. Once again, do you think Bernie is nativist under the cover? No, I don't. I don't think Bernie is a nativist under the cover. Like, I don't think he's like secretly a racist guy who's like, I do not care about the Indian workers. I am, obviously, as you guys know, pro-immigration, pro-immigrant, and also pro-workers' rights. The problem is, most people cannot see beyond the neat little confines of American capitalism. So if you cannot envision a world where capital dominates, you cannot understand my advocacy. And if you cannot see past the point of capitalism, if you treat capitalism as though it is the norm, as though there is no other alternative, or the alternatives are far worse and far more deadly, far more devastating, then yes, of course, you are going to constantly look for bandage solutions. And those bandage solutions are going to always be right-wing reactionary. If you cannot envision a world where the American criminal justice system is dramatically changed, right? where we focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration, where we try to solve the underlying material inequalities where crime manifests, then yeah, you're going to be like, crime is out of control. We have to do something about it. You're going to have the shaky Gurga, Uncle Jenk attitude on crime. You're going to say, there's crime everywhere. We got to deal with it. We got to deal with it. How do we deal with it? Well, through more apprehension, more detention, more draconian measures, please. I look to the past 200 plus years of American history and American attitudes towards crime and punishment, and I see an abject failure of that kind of attitude. America has some of the worst crime and punishment systems on the planet. One of the worst, one of the most inhumane structures for criminal punishment. Sure, we like to think highly of ourselves and say, well, at least we're not caning people like they do in Singapore or Malaysia, right? We don't have corporal punishment, but we still torture the overwhelming majority of criminals under the overwhelming majority of convicts, overwhelming majority of criminals under our criminal justice system. We punish them excessively. Okay? We don't hang people. We don't shoot them. We're not barbaric. We don't decapitate them. We don't behead them. That is barbaric. We simply find other alternative methods of execution. Well, it's still capital punishment at the end of the day, a practice that has been banned in many other comparable OECD nations. Somebody in the chat claims that Bernie is a nationalist. That's funny. Yeah, they're gonna be shameless about it and say Bernie is a nationalist socialist. Bernie's a Strasserite. Bernie. Feel the burn. Not to mention that the U.S. is responsible for a lot of the third world violence, both directly and indirectly. Absolutely. I think the irony also revolves around, and we're going to go back to, a different time where, well, lo and behold, Bernie Sanders still is warning about H-1B foreign workers replacing American labor. Let's take a look.
Corporations whose main argument is, we just can't find Americans to do this work, and we just need to go all over the world to bring people in. If you listen to them, they will tell you two things. First, in terms of low-skilled jobs, they say they need foreign workers to do the jobs that Americans just won't do. And then, Madam President, this is what really gets me. They tell us that they need more H-1B visas because Americans are just not smart.
I do see a lot of myself in Bernie, I'm not going to lie, where people constantly misunderstand his position, yell at him endlessly, and act like he's brand new, act like he's behaving brand new, and then you go back in time. No matter how far back you go in time, he literally is saying the same exact things. Okay? It's just like they'll be like, oh, Bernie, why are you acting so brand new about this? Oh, my God. And it's ironic. Like, I can't, in good conscience, understand how so many liberals are chirping at Bernie Sanders over the H-1B visa take, okay, claiming that this is racism, claiming that this is white nationalism, when those very same liberals, not that long ago, before the election, were hyping up Donald Trump's border bill that Joe Brandon was pushing. So which is it? It makes no sense. On the one hand, these guys are like, we got to do border control. We got to kill these migrants. We got to kill all of them. We got to kill every Mexican in the country. What are you doing? I'm a Democrat, by the way. But then simultaneously, they're like, wait, what? You mean that in a sector where there is unimaginable layoffs, these guys still have room for H-1B visa workers? Because it kind of feels like it's used as a mechanism to displace the existing American labor force. and bring in, without any sort of wage parity initiatives, create a structure where you are basically taking advantage of a labor force, an educated labor force that's coming from overseas, from countries that we have dominated for years and kept poor for the most part. And it's odd. It's odd to take this approach where you're like, we have to start killing Guatemalan immigrants at the border, and then simultaneously say, Bernie is the real racist. Here's an example of this. Here's a prominent example of this from prominent liberal, not even prominent, but just like a liberal that loves complaining. Kentuckian Melanconiste says, liberals calling Bernie anti-immigrant for correctly pointing out that corporations love H-1Bs because it lets them exploit immigrant workers is real rich considering how ready and willing, yada, yada, yada. Armand Domaluski responds and says, we're calling Bernie out because he, A, explicitly lies about the program, saying it covers cashiers and dog walkers, and B, he parrots reactionary arguments about immigrants cutting American wages, which is a flat-out lie. Not that long ago, only a couple months prior, he says, Kamala Harris ended the Trump border crisis. The audacity, barbarism critic says, the audacity of these fucking libs have to pretend they weren't repeating right-wing border crisis bullshit and promoting Donald Trump's immigration bill not 2 months ago. I wonder what's worse for immigrants, reforming the H-1B program or shutting down the border. They truly expect none of us to have a longer memory than Dianne Feinstein. Why do companies want H-1B workers when they could probably outsource for cheaper? They are already doing that. In the field of IT, especially with IT, especially with outsourcing becoming more easily accessible, people oftentimes do outsource. But that's the H-1B. The H-1B visa program is outsourcing in and of itself. That's what it is. H-1B visa is outsourcing for jobs that require you to be here. What is this? Bhaskar also disagrees with Bernie. I think Bernie's complaints are wrong on a few levels, and we need to make the case for benefits of immigration. But Bernie has had these views on H-1 programs forever, and support for varying degrees of restrictionism were a part of social democratic labor-backed movement for decades. Matt Brunig responds to Noah Smith. It's just absolutely pathetic watching leftists trying to hop on every right populist bandwagon 3 weeks late. Oh, hey, guys, we hate Indians taking your jobs, too. Aren't we cool and populist? Most pathetic political movement. I think this is a false interpretation, understandably, from Noah Smith, who is paid to be wrong. I don't think that leftists are saying that. Wait, what? Not correct? H-1B employees are usually regular on-site employees? No, I said companies already outsource certain aspects of IT overseas when they can, but H-1B visa, the H-1B visa structure is for workers. They have to be on site. That's what I said. It's basically importing the outsourced labor into America because some labor you can't outsource. Can you explain how H-1B immigrants earning a wage of $120K are indentured slaves? How is calling these people dog trainers not a Nazi dog whistle? Oh, easy answer. White workers of the world unite. This is yours and Bernie's take, by the way. Yes, you guys are nativists. Yeah, I'm obviously a white nationalist, white nativist guy, and certainly not someone who's been living on U.S. soil since the year 2009, who has advocated for immigrants in more comprehensive ways than you ever will for the rest of your life. As you know, I am an anchor baby myself. But thank you. Thank you. All right. So At least the Nazi was right and honest when they said the H-1Bs because they hate immigrants. So here's the thing. Can you explain how immigrants earning a wage of 120K are indentured slaves? Great question. Let me tell you. If the actual job for that process, which is already lower than what it's supposed to be, because it's, that's how you generate profits under capitalism. If the actual job previously, the wages for that same job previously was $200,000, and now you are able to make someone do more work for only $120,000, then yes, you have successfully lowered the price, lowered the wages for that same exact job, and you're even getting more output from that same worker. Why are you getting more output from that same worker? Because that worker has an additional vector of exploitation. If they lose their job, they have 2 months to gain, 2 months to find gainful employment, or else they get deported. Okay? This is something that I've talked about quite a bit. This is just, incredibly coercive. So that is how it works. Because if you lose your job as one of the many H-1B visa workers that are currently working on U.S. soil, like many of my chatters, including the one that just talked about their experience, correctly told you, it takes 10 to 15 years minimum to even get a green card through the H-1B process. That's number one. Number two, when you don't have a green card, when you don't have permanent residency, when you don't have, a pathway to citizenship, you are easier to exploit. That's how it is. I agree with you and Bernie a lot, but was it really hard for him to put a footnote in his take like P.S. racism against brown people bad instead he compared them to dog trainers? No, the reason why he brings up dog trainers in his argument is because the H-1B visa program is not for the tippy top of labor, and there's no other way to get these guys to work in highly specialized fields. And instead, H-1B visa workers are used in entry-level positions to outsource American laborers. That's it, and that's correct. Okay? That's not correct, though. There are no H-1B visas for dog trainers. Dude, I like that Bernie Sanders gives a comprehensive breakdown of how exploitative the H-1B visa program is, and liberals laser in on something that they can potentially use to undermine the broader analysis by saying that this guy who has dedicated his life to, social justice, civil liberties, and the like is actually secretly racist. This 900-year-old Jewish man is actually secretly a racist guy in hiding. And it came out now. He's actually racist, and he's using left populism to finally to finally get his true white nativist agenda across. Yeah. I don't think Elon Musk should be allowed to hire H-1B analysts, accountants, or engineers from overseas at Tesla who are paid as little as $52,000 and can have their visa taken away from them by their boss if they complain about unfair or illegal working conditions. That is the point. That is how it works. Eric Levitt says, I don't think that getting paid a six-figure salary to work for a company that you can leave for a different company, so long as the latter also agrees to sponsor a visa, is much like being an indentured servant. But it absolutely is. You can point to how much the median yearly income of people approved to work on U.S. and an H-1B visa is all day, every day. Okay? You can do that all day, every day. But if the actual payment, if the actual median yearly income for the people that are being displaced was significantly higher than that, and also on top of that, these guys literally have to rely on this job to stay in the United States of America, then it doesn't matter. It is exploitative, and that's the reason why people are doing it. Because the inverse of this is so funny to me. Do we think that Elon Musk and all of these mega corporations are actually like, you know, in the ways that these Nazis see the world, trying to make America more brown or something, like actively? Is that what we think is going on? For good reasons, by the way. Like, because diversity is a good thing, right? I believe that. I'm a product of that. Okay? Is that what it is? Do we really think Tesla's like, no, we just really love diversity, and that's why we're doing this? Who are these baby brain chatters? Liberals were already pro-deporting us and wanting to destabilize Mexico with their New York Times hit pieces on judge elections in Mexico, and now with the New York Times story about how homemade fentanyl on top is a gas range stove is crazy. Fentanyl requires a functioning lab with ventilation systems. Yeah. That's what's really funny. That chatter's an idiot. I'm a software engineer and data scientist. Visa workers are paid on average 30 to 40% less, and the cost of importing the visa workers are on the government as tax credits, and they're used to threaten local engineers from asking for raises. Is very exploitative. Neoliberalism started this insane practice before it was just immigration. This is not nativist nationalist take. Test the nativist argument. Put all Scandinavians in the H-1B, but no farm hospitality worker place. How would those who think for a second H-1B is about anything but tech bro economics might think differently? This is exactly the same as pocket watching your house or car. What's the point at which it is unacceptable depression of wages? Yeah, I mean, it's just a way for liberals to maintain the current status. And some are duped into thinking that this is a way to do anti-racism. And there is a lot of racism involved in this conversation, which is something that I frequently cover as well. And it's always funny because some people will come in here and be like, why aren't you talking about the racism angle when I do? Or when they come in and say, why are you talking so much about the racism angle? This is about displacing American laborers, which I also talk about. It's both. It's both. Anyone who says American jobs for Americans is racist are proving that they think Americans are white only. Yeah, that's also another part of this conversation as well. So, what's really interesting about this story, in my opinion, is that there is evidence across the board that even suggests that H-1B visa worker programs are not used as a mechanism to suppress American wages. Now, the irony there is that it's not because the the documented migration coming into the country is actually getting paid fairly. The argument is that American workers themselves also have so many vectors of pressure that also make themselves endlessly exploitable. That is the real reason. Okay? And even then, it still obviously is cheaper across the board. But beyond the wages, the real vector of exploitation for H-1B visa workers comes from the fact that you can make them do two people's jobs. You can lay off half of your workforce and replace it with a much smaller number of H-1B workers. Is it because they are simply harder workers? No one across the board is a harder worker than the other worker. It's just that they have more incentive to want to stay in the country, so they are easier to exploit. So sometimes it doesn't even bear itself out in wages. The difference in wages, I mean. So say clearly to your chat that there's no depression of wages tethered to immigration because that's what they're claiming, and it's nativist. No, there is a depression of wages tethered to immigration. What are you talking about? How many times have I talked about undocumented migrants in this broadcast? Even outside of the H-1B program, what do you think an endless sea of undocumented migration does to American wages. It is specifically the point. The reason why these are not documented laborers, and even if they were documented laborers like the H-1B visa program, that would still end up creating some level of wage depression. It's just that even that's not enough for the American capital holders. They want it to be even more, which is why they have to stay undocumented. Therefore, if they ever complain, they can be deported. They have no legal recourse. They have no protection. That's the whole point. That is deliberate. That is the deliberate design of American migration. That is the reason why it is structured in the way that it is. And the same principle goes for legal immigration as well. Fewer immigrants mean more jobs. Wait, what? Not so, economists say. What is this? When the federal government banned the use of farm workers in Mexico, California's tomato growers did not enlist Americans to harvest the fragile crop. They replaced the lost workers with tomato picking machines. The Trump administration on Wednesday embraced a proposal to sharply reduce legal immigration, which has said that it would preserve jobs and lead to higher wages. Wait, I think one thing that you're misunderstanding is, number one, I am not in agreement with Donald Trump. I am not anti-immigration. I'm pro-immigration. I'm pro-processing migrants. Okay? You are? GG. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. The solution to the constant flow of migration depressing wages is not to stop it dead in its tracks. It's never going to happen regardless. And capital owners know that already. And that's why they rely on the endless white nativist sentiment. Okay? The solution is to document them, process them, and allow them to engage in the process of sectoral bargaining through unions. And therefore, everyone's wages go up. There's enough wealth and enough money in this country that you can seize from the hands of capital owners. That is the entire point of this. It's so funny because this is probably something that I've argued for 1,000,000 times over. And it seems like a lot of people have just sat in this chat and not listened to what I was saying when I was talking about this exact same structure. But economists say the tomato story and a host of related evidence show that there is no clear connection between less immigration and more jobs for Americans. Rather, the prevailing view among economists is that immigration increases economic growth, improving the lives of the immigrants and the lives of the people who are already here. This is the one area where I do agree with the economists. Okay? Immigration is a win-win. Except immigration, if done correctly, if done in an ethical manner, would be a win-win. Okay? You get migrant workers that come into the United States and immediately get a pay raise in comparison to the wages that they would have gotten in their home nations. That way they can send money back home. Okay? That's number one. And number two, it improves the material conditions in their host nations, and it improves the conditions in the United States of America if there is a necessity for, I mean, we don't have a finite labor pool, right? We don't have a lump of labor. That is a fallacy. But the way that the immigration structure is designed, where you do actually have a second-class migration and a permanent underclass in the form of undocumented laborers, you do create a lump of labor. Or rather, you do create a structure where you can basically depress the wages across the board because they can always be replaced. American laborers can always be replaced with undocumented laborers. Honestly, one of your most salient points you ever made, at least for me, is when you said you deal with undocumented immigration by improving the living standards of said country, or make immigration so brutal that it's pretty much a death sentence or a slavery sentence if we did not reform immigration. Yes, there's only two ways out of this. It's not even like a correlation does not mean causation type situation. Like, you can see it. You make the economy scream in Venezuela in the way that the Trump administration did through a rigid sanctions regime. And then lo and behold, what do you get? More Venezuelan migrants coming into the United States of America. seeking asylum, understandably so. That's it. There is a direct line right there, and it happened not that long ago. We saw it. We experienced it. Chowder's making a basic mistake in formal logic. Exploited immigrants do cause suppressed wages, but reporting them does not necessarily raise wages. It's not nativist or contradictory to recognize that. Yes. The only issue here is that the thing I advocate for ends up being infinitely better for every single American worker and all the migrant workers as well. It improves their living conditions, but it harms capital owners. It harms their profit margins. That's it. And that's the reason why it is completely unacceptable. So you can have a conversation about the racism of this subject all day, every day. You can talk about how racist it is. And there is certainly a lot of racism at play here. If you are selling this concept to a reactionary audience, you talk about how Indians are bad and they're not America. You can't create a nation with the children of immigrants, right? Like you can't maintain your country with the children of migrants or whatever people say, which is incredibly racist, right? American dominance also comes from American diversity. There is not a single person in this country, with the exception of Native Americans, that cannot trace their lineage directly back to someone that did not belong on this continent initially. It's so stupid to say this. It's so unimaginably hypocritical to say this, right? Having said that, however, the way, this is why I always recommend Aviva Chomsky's book, specifically talking about the way that like people became undocumented, okay? She's written extensively on this. They Take Our Jobs in 2007 and 20 other myths about immigration. But the one I'm talking about is one of her latest books, which is Undocumented, How Immigration... Where is it? Hold on. Undocumented, How Immigration Became Illegal. She wrote this book in 2014. It's a great book. It basically talks about the concept of an undocumented migrant and why it exists and what it is utilized for at the behest of capital owners. Okay? That's why when people say no human being is undocumented, what are you talking about? Yeah, it sounds like squishy lib shit, but it also is true. What do you mean undocumented? What's the difference? What is the difference between someone who is an undocumented laborer and a documented laborer? There's no difference in terms of their class interests. It's not like undocumented workers are monolithic. It's not like undocumented immigrants are monolithic. They're coming from all around the planet, from so many different places, different walks of life, different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different creeds. You think they all are monolithic in their understanding where they're coming in? No, the only difference between an undocumented worker and a documented one is paperwork. That's it. They want the exact same thing that you want. Shelter, food, fill their bellies, a better future for their children, a better life. That's it. There is no invasion occurring. You know what I mean? That's just racist nonsense. And just like I've said time and time again, there's only two ways out of this. You either make the process of migration so costly, so taxing, and so incredibly cruel, okay, that you put undocumented laborers in concentration camps and you discard them as though they are not human. And that can be done through decades of dehumanization, which we are doing already. We're leaning in that. There's only two ways out of it: apprehension and detention and further exploitation, or a more ethical approach to migration and a more ethical approach to American foreign policy in general that keeps these host nations in dire circumstances, destabilized. Bernie is in practical terms advocating for a labor aristocracy with his recruit Americans first policy. That's the leftist critique. What? There is no depression of wages by exploiting immigrants specifically. It's a labor pool-wide phenomenon. Reserve army of labor, brother. Bernie is in practical terms advocating for a labor aristocracy with his recruit American. I love the notion that there is someone who is knowledgeable enough on Marxian thought that still thinks that one of the, like, that is still working at the behest of the ultimate neoliberal strategy. Bernie is in practical terms advocating for a labor aristocracy whose recruit American workers first policy is just genuinely incorrect. Just like you can't have nationalized healthcare without free college, okay? Because obviously no one who is saddled with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt is going to be able to go and then work with lower wages to become a, to work in like rural areas as a doctor. Okay. All of these things are interconnected. The notion that you can solve the global labor issues, like the issues that especially the global South experiences, laborers in the global South experience, you cannot solve without also changing American foreign policy. Not a neoliberal strategy. The simple solution is give all workers protections, not American workers first recruitment. Wait, what? No, that's my argument. And Bernie also mentioned that too. I love the labor aristocracy argument, especially when talking about stuff like this, because it goes back to that funny take where it's like, I don't care about the American elite. I want permanent first world genocide on the American working class. I don't care about the American capital owners. I don't care about the American politicians. I want the American workers to suffer. I want the American workers to suffer more. Yes, I am an advocate for what you are saying. And so is Bernie. He also mentioned protections for the H-1B visa workers in an effort to make sure that it's only utilized in the way that people claim it's being utilized. Because the reality of the matter is, if there's wage parity and additional protections for H-1B visa workers, one, it automatically is good for all of the H-1B visa workers that are currently living on U.S. soil. They want that, obviously. And two, then you cut out the corporate incentive that is the corporate incentive that, like, they can work H-1B visa workers to the fucking bone, okay? If they are no longer at the mercy of their corporate sponsors, okay, and fear deportation, if they don't work the weekends, if they don't work ridiculous hours, for example, then all of a sudden it's up to the corporation to hire exclusively highly skilled talent, which is what is supposed to be the major aspect of H-1B visa, the work structure to begin with. 2007, Bernie passes an amendment to increase H-1B employer fees to fund STEM scholarships for U.S. students. 2009, Bernie's amendment banning big banks from replacing U.S. workers with H-1B workers become law. This is kind of funny. You could literally point to this and say, well, here Bernie is defending all of those bankers that have exploited the American working class. Bernie is pro-financialization of America. Bernie is pro-financialization of the globe. Here he is defending the workers at banks. 2016, Bernie slams Disney for replacing U.S. workers with H-1B workers in Anaheim. The H-1B combo. Libs got mad that Nazis are dumb enough to think Bernie was on their side on this. It's two types of idiot with no material analysis. Yeah, that's why I say everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. Would you support a union for tech workers? Wouldn't that be similar to business unionism? Wait, what? Why would that be similar to business unionism? There's a difference between a capital strike and a work stoppage implemented by a labor union. You understand that, right? Tech workers are still workers. Their job does not require further exploitation. They're not like managers, okay? The extension of this is to say that like a CEO is also a wage laborer at the end of the day. Yeah, their job is to depress wages. That is the number one thing that they do. Tech workers, on the other hand, do not engage in the wage depression structure. They are workers. Yeah, business unionism is just a monopoly, a cartel, which also exists. Check your privilege on the least woke way possible. People from the third world do backbreaking work to get a slave wage in the USA. Socialism also applies across borders, mate. Wait, what? Keep the wealthy USA wealthy. Take in a global society, there should also be a global distribution of wealth. Keep the what? I'm confused about what is happening here because like I feel like we're back in the 90s and you got liberals like advocating for NAFTA, saying that this will be beneficial for the global south when it demonstrably has not been beneficial for the global south at all. And the only country where it was a benefit was one that had a centralized planning structure and was able to evade American scrutiny, partially because of, in my opinion, Orientalist thought, white supremacist opinions that like the Chinese are not smart enough to ever be competitive against the white Western liberal democracies. That's it. There's only one example on the planet that I can think of immediately. Okay, I'm sure there might be more, but there's one that I can think of, and that's China. That's the only country that has been able to utilize foreign capital that came by becoming a manufacturing hub for the globe, that was able to improve the material conditions of its working class. And we have never. Nah, you just saying buzzwords, dog. What? He's right. What's your rebuttal? He's right. He's right to what? I'm just saying buzzwords that all of these mega corporations are actually doing an H-1B visa structure, not in an effort to have an endlessly exploitable pool of talent, but instead that will inevitably and has displaced the American labor force. But instead, they're doing that because they are interested in improving the material conditions of the entire globe, specifically the global south. Is that what you're saying? Like you're actually bought in on the argument. What does this? Yeah. All of the mega corporations are just so woke, dude. They actually do have an underlying positive relationship They are not working at the behest of capital and constant profit seeking. They actually have a secondary idealistic notion here. They want to improve. They want to improve the nation state of India. They want to improve China. That's the reason why they do H-1B visa structures. That is the real reason. The issue here is that he thinks it's the same as migrant worker who works in agriculture when it's significantly different to that. It doesn't matter because it is okay. In practice, in application, it is the same. Okay. If the price point designed by, if the median wage designed for that specific sector, that specific field, that specific job is higher, then it is the same. It's just we're working with profit margins, in certain instances with significantly lower wages, or much higher wages than the average American in some instances. I feel like Bernie's just categorically right as a South Asian American. The current H-1B system fucks the American skilled workforce, but more importantly, causes brain drain in India and other recipient states of H-1B. It's so messed up. The Indian populace subsidizes the education of a skilled worker, only for them to take their towns to the West for some extra bucks instead of helping the global South flourish. I mean, brain drain is one aspect of this, certainly. I think that, let's be real, H-1B only exists as a white collar. What? H-1B only exists because white collar companies can't easily get away with undocumented workers as the ag industry. Well, also, yeah, it's because white collar companies need specialized workers. H-1Bs has currently implemented increased worker exploitation and depressed wages. That should be the end of the argument. It doesn't matter if it's U.S. citizens or immigrants being exploited. It's still exploitation. Okay. Engels and Lenin talked about how certain unions in England at the time were run like businesses, which meant that they would be more aligned with the bourgeoisie. You could argue that tech workers, many who make 4 to 5 times the average wages of the American worker. Yeah, you're right. Because as you know, the more money you make as a wage laborer, the less you are a wage laborer. That's also what Marx was saying. Dude, what are you talking about? What is this argument, dude? That's not how anything works. Okay, first of all, you're wrong. Tech workers do not make 5 times the average laborer in the United States of America. Okay, this is class politics. Income has nothing to do with that. It's ridiculous. Why do I talk so extensively about like players unions in the NBA, for example, or SAG-AFTRA and its protections that it offers to high-paid Hollywood celebrities? No matter how much money people are making, unions in any sector are tasked with making sure that they are getting back more of the value that they're creating for the capital owners. That's it. It's super simple. In any sector, in any field where there is a guy getting paid $1 million a year, if they are a wage laborer, there's someone else making $1 billion a year. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's adjusted to how much value that they are generating. I've seen an incredible engineer with an H-1B get stuck in a position severely underpaid, had now years of experience than me. I was making $25K more. I was transparent about my pay, and they were able to go back and get more money. They get absolutely abused by our system, and it's by design. Salam, off topic, but a valid question. Do you not think your fundraising campaign that raised funds for Palestine way back gave Hamas the ability to carry out the 7th of October 2023 attack, even if not intentional? It's just something that weighs on my mind that I wanted to ask. Yes, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund and the many other on-the-ground charities that we worked with that have to be sanctioned by the state of Israel to be operational to begin with inside of the Gaza Strip. Some of those children actually carried out the October 7 attack, even though we fundraised after the October 7 attack. That's the funniest, just curious take. Yeah. That's funny. No shot we arrived at Hassan at October 7. Yeah. Even though we fundraised after October 7, so that automatically disqualifies what you're saying. And even though if you knew anything about the philanthropic organizations, the aid organizations that work on the ground have to get previously sanctioned by Israel, like allowed to exist and operate in Gaza, because there's no way that you can get funds or resources into Gaza directly. In order for your question to be valid, I, one, would have to have a time machine where I could go back in time, and two, be able to somehow directly fund Hamas and evade Israeli authorities. Do you think I have a time travel machine? Anyway. Why is the chatter not responding? Following since 15 minutes ago. Anyway. He got his clip. I don't think that there is a good clip there for him in my response. What is this? Bernie's not responding to the full claim. Dude, you think I'm going to read this like Elon Dick writer writing an effort post? His description on his Twitter says, make nuance cool again. Elon retweeted him. Of course he did, because Elon loves his dick riders. Bernie's not responding to the full claim. Elon and Vivek both acknowledge that the current H-1B system is broken and needs to be fixed so it isn't abused in the way Bernie describes. Yeah. Which, you know, takes Elon at his word, which I find to be a foolish endeavor. They've also said it needs to be used to recruit top engineers. These two claims are compatible. This is the second time in 2 weeks he's done this. He did the same thing when Elon helped tank the 1,500-page spending bill. It's just another form of identity politics. Instead of focusing on channeling racial hostility, it's channeling class hostility. Billionaires are evil. It's divisive. Don't fall for it. He actually did the whole, why are you coming after billionaires? Channeling class hostility. How is that a bad thing? There is not a moment where there isn't class collaboration among capital owners. They are very well aware of their class position. They have designed society in a way that benefits the capital owning class. That is what capitalism is. What a ridiculous thing to say. Of course Elon Musk retweeted this. Oh my God. I like the way that this guy, liberals, right-wing liberals are so funny because their politics are so indecipherable when met with class politics, where they go, oh, you're doing identity politics, actually. Sir, you're doing identity politics by engaging in class. Yeah, class politics is identity politics as well, actually. After all, billionaires are an identity. Yeah. Many chatters in here are simply identifying as poor, working class. If only they started identifying as billionaires, they would be able to, become billionaires. That's how it works. That's the power of, that's the secret right there. All you need to do is identify as a billionaire. That's how it works. He did the meme. Yeah, don't replace the culture war with class war, bro. Please don't worry about why you pay more in taxes to billionaires. Worry about the war on Christmas, the trans agenda. Please, bro. Stay distracted, bro. Broke mindset. Yeah. Person of C-suite. POC. Person of capital, please. The real POCs are not people of color. It's people of capital. Anyway. Here's where Bernard has been on this issue, okay? We covered the irony of a lot of people who were 100% on board with the reactionary anti-immigrant sentiment expressed by the Democratic Party at a time when undocumented migrants are under attack, okay? And how much these very same liberals were advocating for that, only to turn around and be like, and Bernie is wrong when he says that the H-1B visa structure is created in a way to displace American laborers with migrant laborers that can be exploited even further than the American laborers, which are already hyper exploited.
Not enough to be computer professionals, engineers, university professors. Just can't find anybody to be a university professor. Accountants, I guess Americans don't add very well. We can't do that work. Financial analysis. Nurses, I guess we just don't have the capability of producing nurses. Psychologists, Americans, I guess, can't do that. Lawyers. lawyers. My God, if there's anything the United States is capable of producing are lawyers, but I guess we need more lawyers to come into this country as well, and elementary school teachers. Madam President, I guess the young people who graduate college in America are not quite qualified to be school teachers. Now, Madam President, if Americans won't take low-skilled jobs that pay poverty-level wages, and presumably if they're not smart enough to do high-skilled jobs, I think the question we have to ask is what kind of jobs are going to be available for the American people. We can't do low-skilled jobs. We can't do high-skilled jobs. Hey, what's there for us? And I happen to think that the Congress should be spending a lot more time discussing this issue and making it easier for us to create decent-paying jobs for American workers instead of allowing corporate interests to drive wages down by importing more and more people into this country to do the work that Americans should be doing.
Whoa, Las Vegas guy had his manifesto released? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's crazy. We'll take a look at that in a second. So, Matt Brunig has a response. The various guest worker programs have drawn left-wing concerns for a long time. It was a major focus of Jobs with Justice when I worked there in 2011. EPI had a big H-1B report in 2020. You should broaden your informational universe, he says, which is the kindest way to dunk on Noah Smith. Basic argument is that guest worker programs create a second-class tier of worker, which is bad for both the guest worker, exploited, vulnerable to abuse, and native workers, undermined by second-class worker tier. It's basically the same argument as abuse of independent contractor status. Of course, the challenge is that these issues could be resolved by reducing guest work and increasing actual immigration, which draws other sorts of opposition, or reducing guest work without increasing actual immigration, which also draws other sorts of opposition. Another possible solution I've thought about would be universal unionization, sectoral bargaining, the usual stuff. I don't know. It seems like that could be a way to solve the problem. It just seems like it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter if you're from India, China, or from Oakland or Ohio, Springfield, Ohio. It doesn't matter. As long as you're a part of sectoral bargaining created by a union structure, you just get a basic level of wage and benefits, compensation and benefits that are given to you regardless. Feels like that's a more ethical process. Now, of course, that's crazy. Why is that crazy? Because that would undermine the profit seekers. That would ruin capital owners. You cannot do that. Incorporating guest workers into a collectively bargained agreements where they are necessarily equal and treated the same as other unit members would go a long way. It would be interesting to see what H-1B employers would say about mandatory collective bargaining for any employer using a guest worker program. I know Elon wouldn't be too happy. He's already of the mind that native Tesla workers shouldn't be allowed to unionize. Something that I've talked about quite a bit. Do you understand? Do you understand? Bernie's position should have been how the U.S. should protect H-1B workers, that they could be leveraged against other workers. His angle was stupid. No, he also brings that up as well in the argument. But if you are an American politician and you are watching certain sectors eviscerated, mass layoffs for tech workers that are highly skilled workers, American tech workers that are highly skilled, educated, and underemployed, then yeah, I think mentioning that first and foremost is apt. Especially because he did also mention protections for the H-1B visa workers as well. But Bernie said dog trainers, and I didn't like that phrasing, so we unfortunately must continue the status quo. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to become a hater as well. To be honest, you're a bit too often vindicated. It's just a bit suspicious at this point. Not gonna lie. That's a weird reason to be angry at me, but okay. H-1B visa workers only want to come into America because we're destroyed their home domestic economies, and a lot of these job sectors are held them back, so they're decades behind. I mean, that's one part of it. There's a reason why you're not seeing a tremendous number of like Norwegian workers coming into the United States of America in the tech sector or something. You know what I mean? If your domestic conditions are apt, if your domestic conditions are fine, you are not going to seek out. By the way, yeah, I know that guy, that chatter was joking. That was an XUC point, law. Isn't it suspicious? He's always on the right side of issues. That is wrong. They do come, but they get their green cards faster. No, not by the same numbers, though. I mean, I would love a breakdown of where H-1B visa migrant workers are coming from overwhelmingly. I would suspect that it's overwhelmingly from countries that are poorer across the board. A bleeding Representative Virginia Fox is currently receiving medical attention, holding her nose as she receives AIDS. Appears to have fallen down marble stairs on the west side of the house. Lots of blood, but officer tells me she's okay. As press is cleared from the area, she is conscious and talking. Virginia Fox is 81 years young. Someone said there were 25 people from Norway. Wait. $420. Oh my God. H-1B visa petitions by gender and country of birth fiscal year in 2019. 74% is from India. 11% is from mainland China. 1% is from Canada. 0% is from, Jesus Lord mercy, like Iceland. The total number is 33. So small, it's just 0%. There's also different visa structures for like there's also different ways of getting legal permanent residency in the United States of America for different countries. So this doesn't show the entirety of the story. But if you're looking at H-1B in general, if you're from a country without many H-1B holders or petitions, the H-1B program actually works and you can get your green card faster. There's also obviously the number of citizens that live in those countries, obviously, a much larger country. Why Indians in particular? What knowledge do I lack here? Massive country, living conditions are not up to the same standards of the average citizen in the United States of America, and they all speak English. They learn English and speak English. Poor English-speaking country that the Western forces have dominated and kept destabilized and poor for a very long time. Hyper-capitalist. And also very educated. Yeah. India is the largest English speaking country on the planet and also currency arbitrage. What is the percentage? What is the number of English speakers in India? The number of total English speakers in India is 228,538,090. Okay? The United States, the number is 297,400,000, at least according to Google. List of countries by English-speaking population. I don't think those numbers are completely accurate. So less than 25%. Dude, what are you talking about? It's almost the size of... The number of English speakers is virtually the size of the American population. Like, it's almost up to the... America is a country where most of the citizens barely even speak English to begin with. That is a ginormous population of English speakers. Bro, the population difference, though, you are not making the point you think you are. No, I am making the point I think I am. It doesn't matter what percentage of the population of India speaks English. What matters is how many English speakers exist in India. That's the point. That is the reason why. That is the reason why it is a perfect opportunity for American corporations. If you ask me the question, like, why India, this is the answer. If you look at the list of countries by English-speaking population, what is this eligible population? What does that mean? Total number of English speakers. Number one is the United States of America with a total number of English speakers being at 297 million. Number two is India with 228 million. Nigeria is number three with 125 million. Why would the per capita matter in this situation? Why would per capita matter at all in this situation? You have a country where there are 228 million people that speak English. The language barrier is a massive barrier for foreign labor. Per capita in this regard doesn't matter at all. We are not making allocations for countries with what their percentage of English speakers are. If you combine India and Pakistan, the number of English speakers in India and Pakistan combined is larger than the number of English speakers in the United States of America. Are you for or against it? People fixated over the country? What do you mean, for or against what? I am for migration into the United States of America. I understand that it is part of the reason why America is the country that it is. Immigration, on the other hand, cannot be used as a mechanism to further exploit both the migrant population that's coming in and also the documented labor pool that exists in the United States of America. currently as it stands, given that this is a capitalist nation, that the way that this works is that the H-1B visa structure, the H-1B visa structure is used as a way, privileged add take. Okay, if you say add one more time, I'm going to laser you. India's data is from the 2011 census. Today, almost all of India speaks, reads, and writes English. Also, hi, chat. I mean, I'm sure it's higher. I don't think it's all of India, but cringe as Zoomer lingo. Inspo for less swearing. I have been swearing less so far, and I'm gonna continue swearing less, even though chatters do make it hard. Despite his rhetoric, Senator Bernie Sanders still voted to drastically increase H-1B visas in 2013. What is this? This administration was great. They're the ones that created the economic policies that the next one is going to take credit for. Like many of the House members who show up to ribbon cuttings for projects they voted against creating. The literal only people who say Biden was an effective president are paid to say it, like you, for example. Mike from PA still dunking on the Kamalacrats. Okay. Now let's move on to the FBI and the New Orleans attack. There is more evidence or more information coming out, and also some news about the Tesla Vegas bombing as well. Okay, the full presser where they release parts of his manifesto is in here as well. But let's start with the New Orleans attacker first. FBI says that he acted alone, most likely acted alone.
New Orleans, the latest from there. The FBI now says the driver who killed 14 people and injured dozens more on.
Do you think that if migrants got the same rights that American workers had, they would allow them in? We know that the American empire relies on global south and immigrants for low wages. How do we allow immigrants to come in while allowing them the same labor protections we have? I mean, it's pretty simple. If the H-1B visa structure worked in the way that they claimed it worked, which is fulfilling certain roles in the labor pool that we literally do not have people to fulfill, then yeah, that would still be an argument that people can make. It's also just incredibly nihilistic to assume that, like, I mean, there is truth to the white supremacist attitude where people are like, oh, we can't have healthcare, for example, because we constantly have migrants coming into the country and they can't use our healthcare. If we had healthcare, then then immigration would even increase. And it's like people will come in to steal our healthcare. People already lie and claim that the American welfare state is bountiful and that undocumented migrants take advantage of it all the time, even though the American welfare structure is not bountiful at all. We barely have any social safety nets.
On New Year's Day acted alone. And it says there's new evidence that 42-year-old Army veteran Shamsuddin Jabbar was in.
Do you think that H-1B workers should make a little less than American workers? No, I don't. I don't think that at all. Why would I think that? They're doing the same job. They should work the same hours and get paid the same. It's the same job. Why would I think that? I like this argument, though. He's like, come on, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Come on. Sorry, it was just a question. No, I know. I'm not treating you as a hostile entity. I just think it's funny and maybe a little cute the way you asked that question. Come on, just a little bit. What's the difference? Come on. As a treat, as a treat.
Inspired by ISIS. There's also a military connection with the driver of the Cybertruck that exploded outside a Trump hotel in Las Vegas just hours later. But authorities say there's quote, no definitive link between the men responsible for the attacks. We have correspondents covering every angle of this. CBS Saturday Morning co-host and former First Lady of New Orleans, Michelle Miller, is in the French Quarter. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you. Well, the Big Izzy certainly knows how to bounce back after a tragedy. They've done it certainly more times than we can count. The world-famous party district known as Bourbon Street reopened to the public on yesterday, and it was a bustling, joyous experience for so many people coming to enjoy the city. Everything it has to offer, although it was under a ton of security. Now, the barriers were up. They were meant to stop vehicles from getting onto Bourbon Street, something that officials say could have prevented the terrorists from getting onto the street in the first place. Hundreds of police officers roam this area, and just about a mile away from here, thousands of college football fans poured into the Superdome for the Sugar Bowl that was delayed by a day. Inside the dome, fans observed a moment of silence for the victims ahead of kickoff. We were there, and you could feel the real sense of community among those attending. An energetic jubilation helped heal in the wake of tragedy and a return to normalcy. Omar Villafranca has the latest on the investigation. He's right down below on Bourbon Street. Omar, good morning.
Good morning. The FBI received more than 400 tips, but they still want to talk to people who knew the suspect. Now, the crime scene here on Bourbon Street has been cleared, but the investigation is far from over.
The FBI now says the perpetrator of the ISIS-inspired attack on Bourbon Street likely acted alone, despite earlier reports he may have had help.
This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act.
According to federal investigators, Shamsuddin Jabbar rented the Ford F-150 Lightning used in the attack via the Turo app in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove it to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. The FBI says,
Did you just send me an epochtimes.com article? New York judge orders Trump sentencing, indicates he won. What is happening in 2025? I think 2025 is the year that we just go insane. How about that? Let's do it. Let's just latch on to as many conspiracy theories as possible. Let's latch on to CIA-backed psychopathic cults that believe miscegenation is evil, and their media operations like Epoch Times that work to break the brains of your parents online. Let's do it. Let's go all in, baby.
he posted 5 videos to social media in the hours before the murders, including one claiming that he had joined ISIS prior to the summer.
Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote.
The FBI released these new surveillance images showing improvised explosive devices in coolers that they say the killer planted in the French Quarter shortly before the attack. On Thursday, President Biden revealed Jabbar also had a remote detonator for the planted IEDs. Just after 3 a.m. New Year's Day, Jabbar, a U.S. Army veteran who law enforcement sources say was armed with an AR-15 style weapon and a handgun, began his rampage.
I'm devastated, honestly. I'm shocked.
Jabbar's younger brother, Abdur Rahim, who requested that we hide his face, says Shamsuddin had recently gone through an expensive divorce and their
What's miscegenation? Is that misogyny? Miscegenation is race mixing.
father had suffered a stroke in 2023. He noticed his brother becoming more outwardly religious, but said he saw nothing to suggest Jabbar was being radicalized.
He's been a practicing Muslim since he was a kid and everything, and
as someone who isn't conspiracy brain, this is getting more and more sus. Yeah. It's also getting like it's giving Israel. I'm not going to lie, because apparently they went to his house and basically brought in a whole bunch of random people, okay, to basically be like, hey, just so you know, like just so you know, we're gonna do like this lady was allowed in before the FBI. It's a weird situation. Now, any sort of mention of ISIS in 2025 is already bound to raise some alarm bells, especially considering that the Islamic State is nowhere near its point of prominence. And even when it was, it still obviously was, let's just say it's suspicious that ISIS almost always, with the exception of some lone wolf attacks, is constantly working against America's foreign adversaries. You know. But having said that, since Donald Trump bravely destroyed ISIS, it also seems odd that they would come back in a big way like this. ISIS itself hasn't also, I don't think, as far as I understand, I don't think that they have, taken ownership over this attack either. So it could be a case of like some random nut job saying like, no, I actually learned everything from ISIS. I wanted to be ISIS, but even the media reporting on the matter shows that like he, one, seemingly was working alone, and two, that in recorded videos, he basically was like, I have two options here: murdering my entire family and joining ISIS. And I decided I'm joining ISIS now. So at least that's what they have reported in the media. That's what CNN has reported. That's what the FBI has revealed. But nonetheless, regardless of some of the glaringly obvious red flags here, I am not of the mindset that this is entirely an op or something, like a psyop to reinstate Islamophobia in the United States of America. Like, I don't know. I think it can be just a situation that people will take advantage of to do that if they want to.
I think he took a step away from the religion at some point in his life, and then he came back into it.
Yeah, so his brother is the only person, it seems, that claims that Shamsuddin was Muslim. Even the New York Times reporting, and also our own reporting here, talking to Shamsuddin's niece yesterday, many people in his family, other members of his family, have said that he was not Muslim, that he was raised Christian. The New York Times actively reported that he was raised Christian and became and potentially converted to Islam a couple years ago. No, this is not her father. This person, I think, is the half brother. You still haven't gotten in trouble for that by the FBI? Why would I get in trouble for that?
And let me give you some good news now. Both of the officers who were hurt while exchanging gunfire with the suspect, they are now out of the hospital. Here in the French Quarter, it's starting to look and sound like the old Bourbon Street. And Michelle, slowly, it's starting to feel like the old Bourbon Street.
Welcome back. The half-brother of the New Orleans terror suspect says radicalization is what fueled his brother's actions. Brooke Taylor is joining us live from Houston. And Brooke, I understand you spoke to the half-brother. What was your takeaway from your conversation with him?
I did, and he was completely shocked by all this. We spoke at his childhood home. Now, one of the things that the FBI said was that on the way to New Orleans, Jabbar posted on his Facebook page saying that he was inspired by ISIS, as we know, and that at first he was going to actually target his own family and friends. So that's what I wanted to ask, his own brother, how it felt hearing that.
I'm gonna pee.
And he stood back and he said it was so chilling to hear that, just shocking and heartbreaking. I want to show you this picture here of the Jabbar family from the early years when the boys were just kids. His brother Abdur Jabbar is an adult now. He gave us these photos. He says they're 18 years apart and the family did not see any red flags. Shamsuddin Jabbar grew up in Beaumont, Texas, and went to Central High School. From 2007 to 2015, he joined the Army as a human resource specialist and information technology specialist. Then he had a quick real estate career and most recently working in IT again. Now, he says later in life, Jabbar seemed lost and on a, quote, path to self-discovery. He went through at least 2 divorces, had 3 kids, and according to court filings, was having massive money struggles. His brother says that he grew up Muslim, but he says Jabbar stepped away from his faith in the 20s. He said that decision to join the Army was just a way to get on the right path and really figure out his career. Now, he didn't want to show his face for his own safety reasons, but he spoke to us. He says his brother was trying to find a sense of purpose in his life, and as you mentioned, blames radicalization for this attack.
I think so, yeah. I mean, from the military, and then after the military, after his divorces, I'm sure he was looking for some type of guidance to help, in his life, something to give him the right answers. This would be the only indication that I have that there was some radicalization that came into play, because, like I said, outside of this, nothing else raised any type of alarms,
And investigators right now trying to identify that path, how we went from Army vet to ISIS supporter, and sources just told us that they confirmed there was bomb-making materials in his home here, but they wouldn't elaborate yet on exactly what those materials are, Bill.
And that's got to be tough for the family to hear that he initially wanted to kill them, but felt it wouldn't generate enough headlines to do so. Brooke Taylor, great job getting that interview live for us in Houston this morning.
And Omar, as I understand it, there is a vigil scheduled for the public here in the French Quarter on Saturday to mourn the loss of those who died. Of course, the loved ones of the 14 people killed in the attack are also mourning their losses. We have learned the identities of those 10 victims, or at least 10 of the victims. They range in age from 18 to 63 years old.
Then he said that the stepfather was Muslim and that's how the perp became Muslim in his youth. No, she said that he was raised Christian by her mother and was estranged from his father, who I believe was Muslim. She said that the family was predominantly Christian, but because of their names, they regularly were targeted as though they were Muslim. Stepfather was Muslim. That's the reason. Is there any understanding of the motive yet? Yeah, the person's father was Muslim. He was raised Catholic. Those options make no sense for a man in a corner. Those two things have zero connection for a man who thinks he has nothing left. One is a complete loss of anything he has left with his own hands. The other is randomly joining a Fed operation which only connects with the racist logic he's Muslim. I mean, it doesn't matter. At a certain point, everyone understands that he converted to Islam, okay? That part is correct. And not only that, but also he did become more and more insane. Like at a certain point, he lost his dang mind, okay? It's still interesting to track this journey and understand the point of radicalization and what took place, because part of the reason for why it's important to understand it is because there are people out there who are tying this back to like regular old Islamophobia, even though there's a surprisingly lower number of people doing that. I think most of the people that are doing that are pro-Israel people in general that have used this as an opportunity. Don't ever let a crisis go to waste, to basically reassert the position that like this guy is basically the same as all of the pro-Hamas Iranian-backed protest movements on college campuses and the like.
Tony DeCopel brings us the stories of some of their families.
Also, I have a question for you guys. This is the worst question to ask. I have isopropyl rubbing alcohol. I have merthiolate, which is benzalkonium chloride, 0.13%. And I have povidone iodine swab sticks. Now, why do I have all these? Because I want to clean the remainder of Kaya's scar. Not that she has any issues or anything like that, but I don't know what the best one is to use. Quit doing news slice of life stuff is like this is better. Bro has bomb making material at home. The iodine swab sticks is better. Soap and water? Wait, really? I'm a chemist. Benzalkonium will be the safest. Iodine will be the most effective. Usually has the least reactivity with skin and is commonly used in human surgery. I'm a doctor. I don't think there are there are no open wounds, but I just want to like fix. I just want to clean up, just make sure to clean up what is remaining of the area. So while this story continues, I'm going to do that in the background.
She was a wonderful girl. She was 27 years old. She smiled all the time. She liked to help other people.
Martha Patricia Perez's daughter, Nicole Perez, managed Kimmy's Deli just outside New Orleans and was a loving mother to her 4-year-old son.
She had a lot of dreams. She had a lot of dreams. She can't do it now. She's gone. Because the terrorists killed my daughter.
Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge was 37, a warehouse manager and father of 2. His youngest, still just a toddler. And his cousin, Sherelle Robinson Jackson, says he was someone who liked to laugh.
Made everybody laugh at the family. A great dad.
Nikira Cheyenne Dido had recently graduated high school in Mississippi. Just 18 years old, she had dreams of becoming a nurse. And another 18-year-old, Kareem Badawi, a freshman engineering student at the University of Alabama, after high school not all that far away from Bourbon Street in Baton Rouge. Martin Besh, meanwhile, known by his nickname Tiger, played wide receiver on the Princeton University football team. A ferocious competitor, his head coach said, with endless energy.
His laugh was contagious.
Zach Colgan remembers his cousin Matthew Tenedorio as a goofball who at 25 simply wanted to make people laugh.
This shouldn't be happening to our nation.
14 different people drawn together by, of all things, celebration. Now 14 different families united in grief. For CBS Mornings, I'm Tony DeCopel in New Orleans.
Earlier today, I spoke with Dr. Jeffrey Elder at the University Medical Center here in New Orleans. It's a Trauma 1 hospital very close to here. He specializes in emergency medicine. He had been on work all day long, went back home, was then called back in after the attack.
Were most of the injuries from the vehicle itself, or were there gunshots as well?
Yeah, so it was interesting because when you talk about injuries, you think of a blunt mechanism like a car crash, or penetrating trauma like a knife wound or a gunshot wound, and really here we had both. Most of our patients were unfortunately suffering blunt trauma, so they'd been hit by the vehicle and had injuries to the abdomen, the chest, the head, and a lot of broken bones. We had a few patients, really the minority, that had gunshot wounds that were here.
This hospital is about 10 years old. It's really beautiful. Dr. Elder was also saying that this was the largest number of sick critical trauma patients that they've ever seen in such a short period of time. I met earlier today at that hospital with Pittsburgh area native Jeremy Sensky. Jeremy uses a specialized wheelchair. He was in New Orleans on vacation. He uses the wheelchair because he was in a car accident in 1999. He's paralyzed. I spoke to him. He was on Bourbon Street. He was struck directly by the truck in his legs in the wheelchair. He survived miraculously. I spoke to him earlier.
I think I got hit and my body was just thrown onto the ground, and I just, for like a second, I don't remember that moment, but as soon as I hit the ground, I think I came right back awake. The first thing I remember when I hit the ground were the gunshots, and as soon as I heard the gunshots, I was thinking in my head that I would hope I was clear from the gunshots, and I thought that's kind of why I was on the ground. In my head, I thought, well, maybe I'm on the ground because of the people are shooting, and I was on the ground to get away from it.
So did you heard shots? Did you see anything around you?
No, I didn't see anything. While I was hearing the shots, I was still like disoriented, and the whole time I was like pretty messed up. I really didn't know what was going on, and I was just glad that I didn't get shot. Like, I'm thinking the gunshots, I'm laying on the ground, I should be safe, and then my leg was messed up. I kept messing with my leg. I'm like trying to figure out what's wrong with my leg, and I saw this stuff around me, which was parts of my wheelchair. So I started scraping it, trying to find my phone. I really couldn't tell what was what, so I tried to get my phone. I wanted to use the phone. I was going to call my wife and tell her I was alive.
Your leg, you were you were bleeding.
I think that I was bleeding, but my leg was just broke, like in a bunch of different pieces.
There's a photograph taken from overhead where the truck is, and you're on the ground.
Yeah, the truck was to my right.
So did you heard shots? Did you see anything around you?
No, I didn't see anything. Like, and I was screaming, help, 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 help. And finally a guy came over and said, listen, you're lucky to be alive. He said, many people aren't as lucky as you.
I heard that somebody put a mark on your forehead indicating you were alive.
Somebody came over and they put the number, a yellow X. And I asked, what does that mean? And they didn't tell me. But later on I found what it meant, because whenever they care, what they did is, after a while, I'm not sure how long it was, the time was like forever. I mean, I felt like I was there forever. I was laying on my back, and there was a guy named Patrick. He was one of the cops that was dressed up in like the army fatigue color. And he eventually just stayed with me. After I told me I couldn't walk and I was paralyzed, he stayed with me. And I asked him what had happened. He said, we don't know, we're still trying to figure it out. And I said, was it just a drunk driver or something? Did someone blow up something? Because I didn't know. I still hadn't put two and two together that the truck had done anything really. And even though I had seen the truck, I never even thought that that's what had happened, because I was so out of it.
When did you learn that it was this person in a terror attack?
Today. They were talking about it, something about someone shooting a cop or something, or someone got shot by a cop, but no one called it a terror attack. And I kept asking people, like the nurses and doctors that were with me that night, and no one said it was a terror attack. And today I found out that it was a terror attack.
Does it make you angry?
Me personally, I'm going to have a hard time probably coming back to Bourbon Street for a while. But I mean, I might. But I'm not. My whole thing was, you should feel safe there. And hopefully there was definitely things that were wrong. They didn't put up the stupid thing at the end of the road that I had to drive over my wheelchair. It's supposed to stop the cars. Wasn't up. So that was definitely a problem. Like that thing that was supposed to be up was down. I drove over it. I didn't get pushed over it, but it was only this tall, like 5 inches tall.
Yeah, they said it needed to be repaired or something.
Yeah, well, they should have repaired it before New Year's Eve.
Is there anything else you want people to know? I don't want to take up too much of your time.
I'm just happy to be alive, man. I don't want people to be afraid to go out and do things. I really don't. I mean, this could happen anytime, anywhere, but what are you going to do? Stop living your life?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin McMahill. I'm the sheriff for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Over the last couple of days, since the bombing and death of the individual inside of the Tesla at Trump Towers, had a number of priorities that we've been trying to accomplish over those days. The first one of those priorities was to confirm that there's no further threat. I think we've completed that. The second was to positively identify the suspect. We've also done that today. I can confirm that that is Matthew Livelsberger. We also wanted to confirm that there were no other actors involved in this incident. I believe we've done that, and you'll hear much more about that as we move forward today. We've also today, I'm going to be able to share with you some of what we believe to be his plans and motives as to why he conducted this attack. Now, before we go on, I want to just address a couple of things before we get too far along here. I want you to know that we're very well aware of a podcast that is going around today and the contents of the letter in that podcast. And I just want you to understand that since we've been conducting these press conferences, I have only given you information that we have verified and deemed to be factually accurate. We've been aware of that document for a while now, and we still have not completely gone all the way through that and verified that entirely. We are in one of the two telephones and one laptop. So one telephone and one laptop that we still have not been able to get into. There is one cell phone.
What is this? Johnny Midwest, check the logs. I'm a ER nurse in Oakland. Soap and water is all you need. If you really want to go overboard, use iodine, but beware it stains the skin for a while. More extra credit, put a little bit of antibiotic ointment or Vaseline. I already did it. I did all of that. I did soap and water, and I did the rest of it. Damn, Kaya is so well trained. How long did that take? My king, please go wash your hands. Fine. I don't know what podcast they're talking about, but I suspect that that's where the manifesto conversation started, maybe. Wait, he was on Sean Ryan's pod? Wait, what? This guy was on Sean Ryan's? Breaking. Sean Ryan just dropped the emergency Matt Livelsberger episode, allegedly posting an email manifesto from the Green Beret behind the Tesla truck. In an email dated December 31st, this makes sense. Sean Ryan is like the... Sean Ryan is the #1 podcast for guys like this. He's the guy whose podcast had Pete Hegseth on as well. The real email manifesto sent. I urge everyone to dedicate at least 35 minutes to fully grasp the details that have unfolded over the past few days. This episode takes a deep dive into the manifesto. An email sent to Samosar by Matt Livelsberger himself. Within this chilling document, Livelsberger boldly declares, what I'm going to send you is going to change the course of humanity. Former Green Beret. Well, he wasn't a former Green Beret. I'm pretty sure he... The manifesto is fake news. The source of it is a couple months old. is at the center of the story just days before he drove a Tesla Cybertruck loaded with explosives to Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. The Cybertruck incident has raised serious questions about Livelsberger's motivations, his credibility, and the information he shared. In this episode, we unpack the manifesto's contents. That's twice now true crime terrorists and mill murderers to appear on Rogan and Sean Ryan. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at the... This is the one they went over in the press conference. Fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We're being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves. We are the United States of America, the best country people ever to ever exist. But right now, we are terminally ill and headed towards collapse. This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Why did I personally do it now? I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took. What?
That we are getting into, and I can tell you
he
that
is a Trump supporter. He was a Trump supporter.
Scratching the surface and almost hourly receiving additional information requiring substantial investigative effort
I don't know if
on
this
part
is
of this joint investigation between ourselves, the FBI, and the ATF. And so, again, while I understand all of that is out there, I believe it is our responsibility to give you what we know to be a fact, and that is what I will continue to do as we move forward. A couple of questions came up in regards to the positive identification of the suspect in the vehicle. I want to give you a couple.
Yeah, he texted his ex. It's so wild that Connor O'Malley is genuinely Nostradamus. Las Vegas bomber reached out to his girlfriend ex-girlfriend a few days before the attack. I rented a Tesla Cybertruck. It's the shit. I feel like Batman or Halo. Oh, okay. It's been wild. So much learning and fun. I rented a Tesla Cybertruck. It's the shit. I'm building drones in my new position. You would love it. I feel like Batman or Halo. I don't know if this is cool or I should bully you about it. How fast is it? Ungodly. I feel like Batman or Halo is such a funny take. CNN has an email. Livelsberger said in an email the day before the explosion that he was armed and in possession of a massive VBIED and expressed conspiratorial concerns that government agencies were tracking him. A copy of the email viewed by CNN said, okay, I trust this. New details on the Cybertruck explosion. Master Sergeant Livelsberger was diagnosed with depression last year, but had not been assessed to be a risk of violence or suicide. Two U.S. officials familiar with his record tell me and Natasha Bertrand. This is from CNN. Law enforcement has received the message and examined where the email originated and believe it was written by Livelsberger, a law enforcement official familiar with the investigation told CNN. He tried to flex and she wanted to bully him. She caused it. Okay, yeah, it's a sarcasm. It's been posted on Reddit. Do claim the drones are Chinese craft based on alien technology. Okay, dude, I don't think. He also drove to the wrong Las Vegas at first. The guy who blew up his Cybertruck accidentally went to the wrong Las Vegas at first. Wait, what? I don't believe this. This account is a meme account. That account is a meme account. I don't think he went to Las Vegas, New Mexico on accident. It's most likely that there are charging stations on the path. Yeah. It is 100% reverse engineered alien tech. Aliens are not primitive enough to use propellers. It is not aliens. What? Yeah, I suspect that in the mountaintop, they don't have as many Tesla supercharger stations So he was forced to drive around the mountains rather than over it, but I don't know. Anyway, we'll look at the I'll look at the email, but I'm not entirely certain as to the veracity of this email. I don't know if it's legit or not. Okay.
Couple of photographs as to what it was that we had some conversation around, because there's some tattoo comparisons that we needed to do. And in those tattoo comparisons, in this particular photograph, you can see a tiger tattoo, and there's a secondary tattoo on the stomach that the wife had told
Jesus
us about.
Christ.
You can see that some of it is burnt, some of it is not burnt, and while the body was still in the vehicle, we were unable to identify those specific tattoos until we were able to remove some of it. Secondarily to that, there's also a surveillance photograph that we obtained of our subject in Colorado wearing that very distinctive brown jacket. You'll see that a little bit later here in some of the photographs that one of the assistant sheriffs is going to talk to you about. There's also a lot of conversation that I hear out there about the fact that...
Is he okay? Yeah, no, he's dead. He's dead. He's super dead. He's charred. Burnt to a crisp, for the most part. He not only seemingly shot himself in the head, but he also detonated a sequence of explosives inside of his Cybertruck outside of Trump Tower, which, you know, doubly killed him, I guess. But yeah.
The identifications, the credit cards, and the number of things that I provided to you previously did not show up as burnt in the explosion in the vehicle. And so I did think it was important for me to address a couple of those issues so you understand where we're at. That's a photo.
What am I even looking at here? Like, I don't even know what this is. It's just like bits of Liveless Burger and a wallet. Is that what it is? Also, how good of a wallet is it that it just like protected the materials even after?
Photograph of the wallet. It's a leather wallet. Clearly, it's burnt up pretty well. However, that wallet was found in the back seat under some debris in the vehicle, and it contained, you'll see in this photograph, the credit cards, so a photograph, and a number of other pieces of identifying information.
I'm glad that they hid the credit card number. Because, you know, someone could use them. And it would be really lame. Someone could use that and steal Matthew Liveless-Burger's money.
Military identification that I initially told you about was also located within inches of the wallet. And you'll see much of this stuff does have some burn damage on it. The passport that I described to all of you was found in the back, in the bed of the truck under debris as well, and you'll see a photograph of that in there. I also had mentioned to you that we were going to be doing dental records to identify the subject in the vehicle. The Department of Defense provided those dental records to us. We then forwarded them to the coroner, and the coroner also provided a positive identification for us. Finally, we had also requested DNA from the family, which was provided to us, and it matched to our suspect. We then, of course, had now confirmed fully his identity to you.
Johnny D. Fango, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ad break at the top of the hour, which doesn't come anyway, but still, you can still subscribe yourself for free with a Twitch Prime if you would like to do so, or for $5 or $6. That's right. Thank you.
There has been, again, a tremendous amount of investigative effort that has been conducted now. And I'm going to introduce to you
Thank you for the 10
Assistant Sheriff Dory Corrin to go over some of the extensive investigation that has occurred. Dory?
Good afternoon. I'm Assistant Sheriff Dory Corrin. I oversee our Homeland Security and Investigative Services group, which includes our counterterrorism unit that's been working around the clock on this investigation. I just want to briefly share a few updates on some key areas to include the operational activity that led up to this incident, a little bit of information on the post-blast investigation as we know it today, and then finally some of the information that we're discovering most recently about motives and plans to give you some insight on why this individual committed the act that he committed. To begin,
yes, he was inside the car and he allegedly shot himself, according to the investigators, before he blew up the car. Or like they still don't know how he lit it up. Okay.
And just with the operational activity, the sheriff yesterday talked about the route that the suspect took to get to Las Vegas.
Weren't they calling him a terrorist? The answer is because he's a Trump-supporting white guy. And he also didn't kill a healthcare CEO. I hope that clears up the confusion. Why did he do it? We still don't fully understand what his motives were.
Vegas. We used a lot of this information to be able to track down video surveillance footage around different locations, as well as financial records, as well as call data records.
He also didn't, I think he intended to do a big bang and maybe even kill some people, but he didn't end up killing anybody else. Just himself.
As well as looking at the Tesla charging stations to be able to determine exactly which route the individual took, but more importantly, that it was the individual that we've identified as well as the only individual in the vehicle during the path that he took to Las Vegas. As you'll see here in this video here at one of the charging stations, there's just one example. You'll see our suspect here. He'll exit the vehicle. He'll walk around the vehicle at different times. At one point, you're going to see that he opens the door of the vehicle, he retrieves a coat, he puts that coat on, and you're going to see that at different parts to include the photo that the sheriff talked about just a few minutes ago.
Boggling to call this terrorism with no victim or no apparent motive is really interesting, because how do you think so many terror attacks are thwarted by the FBI? Well, usually it's the FBI that's goading the person into doing the act of terror, but they stop terror suspects regularly. And then sometimes the ATF will go in to the home of a person for having an unlicensed weapon, and they find 150 pipe bombs. And then the judge will say, well, you have no priors and you're white, so it's fine. You're not a danger to yourself or others. And they just kind of they kind of let you stay at home. Like the guy in Virginia. That's a real thing that also happened in these past couple of days, where they went to the home of a dude. I believe it was in Virginia. I forget where it was, but they found 150 pipe bombs in his home. And then he was still, the judge said he wasn't a flight risk nor a risk to others, and said that he could be out on, not even on bail, but he was under home detention. Some of the pipe bombs that were built were preloaded into an apparent wearable vest. A lot of the pipe bombs were also completely unsecured, even though he lives with his wife and children. Prosecutor said Spafford also acknowledged keeping a jar in his freezer of HMTD, an explosive material that is so unstable it can be exploded merely as a result of friction of temperature changes. Investigators found the jar stored next to food items and labeled dangerous, do not touch. Seems like this guy had proper OPSEC. Even after losing his own fingers as a result of his homemade explosive materials, he made his apparent remarkable decision to keep an extraordinarily dangerous explosive material in the home's freezer next to food items that could be accessed by the entire family, prosecutor said, arguing the man poses an extreme danger to the community and should remain in custody. His lawyer said there's not a shred of evidence in the record that Mr. Spafford ever threatened anyone, and the contention that someone might be in danger because of their political views and comments is nonsensical. In fact, the evidence proved that Mr. Spafford is not a danger, but a hardworking family man with no criminal record. Except he was a danger to himself. He blew off 3 of his fingers on one hand. Anyway, yeah, he was a hard-working man, hard at work, making 150 pipe bombs. He is not in a detention facility right now, for the record. I'm pretty sure they released him and said, like, I think he's under house arrest currently. Your Honor, God forbid men have hobbies. Is this the nanny state akin to the Chinese Communist Party? Or are we a nation of freedom and democracy? He had a $25,000 bond, as in 1/4 of the bond that the Florida judge had seen as a reasonable bond for the Florida lady with like children, the 42-year-old Florida woman with children, for the crime of getting upset at a phone conversation, a claims denial phone conversation with her insurance company. That's amazing. Anyway.
We use this video information as well as what I said earlier about the financial records in terms of purchases being made with different credit cards, call data records, a video canvas at multiple locations, trying to use all of that to corroborate that the individual that we've identified is the same individual that drove that Tesla during that route that we've identified to Las Vegas. In addition to that, we also talked about the phones that were recovered. There were 2 phones that we recovered from the vehicle. Both phones were damaged.
New York Times just reported on the manifesto. Okay, if the New York Times reported on it, we'll move on the manifesto. So maybe more credible than previously thought. Yeah, we'll
we are still
cover
trying
the
to
manifesto
access
in a
the
second.
data in one of the phones, but we have been fortunate in our team, which is second to none, has done a really good job accessing the data in one of the phones that was recovered. You can see the phone here in the vehicle. It's very burnt from the outside. You can see another image here. But we're able to take this phone and be able to extract the data using a variety of different tools. And in that, we've identified a variety of information, but one thing in particular is there was an application in there that the suspect used to take notes. In that application, one of the notes is titled Surveillance Log by the Suspect. It appears to be more of a journal of activity. It dates for about 10 days leading up to the incident, from December 21st to December 31st of this past year. In that surveillance log, or as we would like to call it, a journal, because it's more of a diary of activity that he's conducting, we identify multiple locations that match what we have in the route. We identify activity that we've matched. So, for example, him purchasing firearms, him purchasing camping equipment or other types of equipment that were used in this incident, matched what our data showed in terms of the route and the video surveillance we were recovering along that route. Beyond the operational activity, I want to also get a little bit into the post-blast investigation. So make no mistake, this is a suicide vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, or short, it's a suicide VBID. We know also, as mentioned by the sheriff yesterday, there was a self-inflicted gunshot wound by the suspect. The coroner was very specific in their examination. It was an intraorbital gunshot wound, which essentially means that the suspect put the firearm in his mouth and discharged the gun, and ultimately the round came out to the left side of his head. In addition to that, in terms of our assessment of the post-blast to confirm that he's the only individual involved and the only individual in the vehicle, we did a variety of video and photo comparisons to match the clothing. So if you look here, for example, this is a video in Las Vegas, and you're going to see in a moment here where he parks the Tesla truck. He comes out, and you're going to see some descriptive clothing that matches some of the other video that we've recovered along the route. Please keep in mind, this is a very extensive investigation, so there's a lot of content for us to review and examine. We're just showing examples and samples as we get them. There's more information as we go through it. But in this video, you can see even the distinctive jacket that he is wearing in that vehicle. The other thing that's important is the sheriff mentioned yesterday that Tesla sent to us engineers to come to Las Vegas to help us extract data from the vehicle.
It's so crazy that this dude was like, oh, I'm going to be a legend. I'm going to get America to wake up by blowing myself up. And all that remains is a vague manifesto as far as we've seen. And also a text message he sent to his ex-girlfriend that he feels like Batman or Halo. Like that's... I feel like Batman or Halo. The email about the drones is not the manifesto that was reported by the New York Times. What email about the drones? I'm not talking about the drones. To be clear, some people are saying that purposely exploding a truck in a public space isn't terrorism just because he's a white dude. That's wild. Yeah, imagine if he was Muslim and did that. Now, even if he didn't kill anyone, I assume that many people would be like, oh, no, that's terrorism. It just failed. It just like didn't happen. Like it didn't succeed. The podcast manifesto talks about the drones. Oh, okay.
Thanks to their support, we were able to extract an SDMI chip from the Tesla vehicle. And Tesla was able to confirm to us using the data from the vehicle that the vehicle was not.
But it's not just that he's, a white guy, okay? Because as we know, you can be a white guy, but if you are successful and your victim is a high-profile CEO, for example, then that is definitely terrorism. We know that. We know that to be true as well.
Not in full self-driving mode at any time during this incident. Finally, the last category just to touch on is motive, which I know everyone is very eager to try to understand and be able to explain what happened. I'll reiterate what the sheriff said is we still have a large volume of data to go through and a lot of content to go through. As you know, with any one of our devices, there's thousands, if not millions, of videos and photos and documents and web history and all of those things that need to be analyzed. But with that, just as a preview for as we get information, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. There were a couple pieces of content we thought were important to share for now. One is in the note application, he seemed to have two letters. One letter in particular, as you can see here, this is an excerpt from that letter. He says, fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We are being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves. He goes on to explain a variety of other grievances and issues, some political, some personal, a variety of other things which we will do our best to release very quickly here. But then there's a second letter where there's some more excerpts. This one seems to be dated after the fact.
Wait. Feckless leadership. No, he wrote it right. The cop read it wrong.
Here. But then there's a second letter where there's some more excerpts. This one seems to be dated after the fact in that notes application. And in there, you can read a couple of the excerpts. We are the United States of America, the best country, people to ever exist. But right now, we are terminally ill and headed towards collapse. This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get...
Oh, he said it's not a terrorist attack. Okay, never mind. Then that's fine. Guys, you don't understand. He said it's not a terrorist attack.
Get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives. Why did I personally do it now? I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took. I'd like to just also expand on that and understand that these are just excerpts in there. He does offer additional information that is varying on the spectrum in terms of political grievances, issues about the conflicts elsewhere, not here, domestic issues, societal issues, a variety of other things, including personal challenges as well. We are intending to release those initial letters so people can understand the best they can what the person's thought process was at one point in time. However, please understand there is still a lot more content to go through, and that may change. There may be a lot more information that we recover that explains either more or shows a change in mindset at different times. Just before I turn it over to FBI Special Agent Spencer Evans, I just want to take a note and just mention what the sheriff said, which is our counterterrorism section and all of the people involved in this have been working around the clock 24/7, tirelessly, truly through the night. They are second to none, and we really appreciate everything they're doing. With that, turn it over to the FBI.
Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Evans. I serve as the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Las Vegas division. I'd like to express gratitude for everyone that's here today, and especially the partnerships that Sheriff Corrin just highlighted. It's been seamless collaboration between the FBI, ATF, Army, CID, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. You know, if you walked into one of the command posts and someone's not wearing a uniform, you wouldn't be able to tell who works for which agency, and it's been outstanding collaboration. We do have significant updates that we're sharing with you from an investigative standpoint, but just want to reiterate, as Sheriff Corrin mentioned, there is still a lot of ongoing investigation. We have terabytes of data that we have to analyze. We have outstanding search warrants and subpoenas, interviews that are being conducted around the globe as we try to paint a comprehensive picture of exactly what happened. That being said, we do feel confident that we have a much better sense of how we arrived at the events of the 1st of January and additional information that we can provide. So I'd like to first begin by addressing something that continues to be widely speculated, whether or not there was any connection between what happened in New Orleans on New Year's Day and then the incident here in Las Vegas just a few hours later. Just to be clear, there is no evidence that these two events are connected. The only things that we have connecting them are incidental, what we believe to be coincidental similarities in that both vehicles were rented through the same service, that they were both subjects served in the military, that they both stayed at an Airbnb, things like that. We've identified no telephonic or email communication between the subjects, no information that suggests that they knew each other, that they ever served in the same unit, that they were ever assigned at the same place at the same time and had interaction, and no witness interviews have corroborated or provided any information that the two events are connected in any way. In similar fashion, we have not identified any connection between this subject and any other terrorist organization. During the FBI's international investigation to date, as I mentioned, we have interviewed family members, friends, the subject's associates, and military members that he's...
Both victims of family court, both spent time at Fort Bragg. But once again, that could be, that most likely is just independently radicalizing components.
He served with around the globe. Through these interviews, we've found that the subject held no animosity towards the president-elect. That's something that's also been reported. Investigative steps have discovered and...
None of that is connecting evidence? No, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it's connecting evidence.
Information from the Army indicates that he likely suffered from PTSD, and we are also aware that there were potential other family issues or personal grievances in his own life that may have been contributing factors. Again, we're looking into all of that. It's evident that the subject considered, planned, and thoughtfully prepared for this act alone. That's what we believe, and we have no information to the contrary at this point. The FBI has been able to confirm some of this through the utilization of video footage in public areas as he traveled from Denver to Las Vegas. We have video footage that shows that he is alone outside.
Can we stop normalizing victims of family court? Both these dudes made it real clear why the courts didn't want them having custody and why their wives left them. I can't even joke about family court victims now. Like, what are we doing here? Like, excuse me, you are not allowed to make fun of divorced dads any longer. Because I misunderstand the joke that you're making, and then I feel as though you are saying, that, you know, that there is a real thorough line here. Like, do you know, at this point, 50% of marriages end up with divorced dads. You don't see them, you know, blowing themselves up, okay? It's a very commonplace thing. I'm making fun of a very common thing that happens in America that ends up making a lot of dads right wing.
Of the vehicle, and that corroborates again what Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department footage has also shown. The FBI, as the sheriff indicated, facilitated obtaining DNA from a family member that was able to be conclusively matched to confirm the subject's identity. As Sheriff Corrin mentioned, although this incident is more public and more sensational than usual, it ultimately appears to be a tragic case of suicide involving a heavily decorated combat veteran who is struggling with PTSD and other issues. Yesterday, I wanted to highlight...
Most divorced dads just end up doing the other thing. Instead of like blowing themselves up in this elaborate fashion, they just end up voting for Donald Trump and drinking away their troubles, constantly wondering why the rest of the family has isolated themselves from him, and thinking that it is the responsibility of everyone else around them and not themselves that such a thing has happened.
I mentioned a tip that was unverified that the FBI had received. Sheriff McMahill will talk about this. It's now floating around there on podcasts. This is a tip that the FBI received after the bombing occurred that seemed to describe some of the personal grievances that the subject may have held. We still have not conclusively determined that that's from the subject, but feel confident based on evidence that we're uncovering on his devices that that was in fact from Leivelsberger. I want to reiterate that prior to this incident, the FBI did not have any information on this subject. He was not on our radar. He didn't have criminal history. There was nothing that we...
Damn, they hit the reverse. This subject was not on our radar. Our radar is now limited.
We would have been looking into him for up until this point. Last thing I just wanted to highlight briefly is it's not lost on us. We understand that there were victims. While the subject himself was the only person that was deceased, there were several folks that were injured, and obviously any sort of incident like this has a traumatic impact on the greater community and folks that are rightly so going to be scared and concerned, and some people that were inconvenienced and some that were taken to the hospital with injuries. We'd like to remind everyone that we're working with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department advocates, the Office of Emergency Services advocates, and the Southern Nevada Resiliency Justice Center to offer services to these victims. We recognize that there may be victims that are yet unidentified, so for those that might be suffering or otherwise impacted, we'd ask you to reach out to the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. And in similar fashion, as we reiterated yesterday, anyone who has tips related to the subject or this particular incident, please call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit a tip online at tips.fbi.gov. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Assistant Special Agent in Charge from the ATF, Kenny Cooper.
Will they tell us how he ignited it or what?
Not playing.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kenny Cooper. I'm an Assistant Special Agent with ATF San Francisco Field Division. I have some very quick resource updates. ATF has brought in some of our top experts from our national response team that will assist with the sifting through the debris of the Tesla. And that's an abundance of caution to make sure that we've got the initiation sequence identified as best we can from the evidence that survived the thermal event of this explosion, and to ensure that no other bad actors were involved in the initiation of that device. Also, my second
Chatter be like, I already told you how he did it, and then you look at it and it's just this theory.
update is to the firearms purchased by our subject on December 30th, 2024. Our ATF investigators were able to track down that lawful purchase at a gun store in Colorado. Our subject arrived in that gun store by himself on December 27th and initiated the ATF Form 4473 and actually paid for those two firearms that were recovered from the Tesla on the 27th and was sole occupant of a vehicle arriving and departing that on that date.
Subject was the victim of a kinetic implosion resulting in a thermal event. After a thorough ocular pat down of the I love cop speak. It's so good.
And then on the 30th, we have video evidence of our subject entering that gun store as the sole occupant of the Tesla. He actually received and transferred those two firearms and took into his possession at that time and departed as the sole occupant in the Tesla. Those are the two updates that
He departed as the sole occupant inside of the Tesla Cybertruck in a tactical style implosive event.
here to provide to you at this time. Thank you.
All right, with that,
oh my God, you're so loud.
we'll entertain a couple questions. If you could please identify yourself. And,
Dude, cop speak is so funny. It's like, all right, on that note, we will tactically ascertain whether or not the investigative questions that you are allowing us to hear. Hands up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. He's got a gun. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm reverting back to tactical speak in this circumstance. I apologize. Identify yourself, sir. Why does he sound like he's going to arrest the reporters in the room?
We'll go from there, David.
David Charles, KLAS TV. Thanks for taking my question. Two quick questions. One, the video that you showed of him with the Tesla was able to extract that for you from the device.
That's such a funny way to operate. Like, I'm imagining sheriff's deputies at home being like, I've tactically ascertained that the salt contraption mechanism that you have in your hands must be dropped immediately. Please hand me your license, registration, and the salt receptacle. He's just so cop speak that he doesn't have a normal conversation with his wife. I'm tactically deploying words into a registered microphone. Drop the salt now. Drop the salt now.
From the car, the video you showed him walking around and at the charging stations.
Yeah, so let me just, the question was, can we, the video that we show, sorry, I was standing back there, so I wasn't sure which one you were looking at, but the question is, the video that we showed at the Tesla charging stations, who provided that to us? I'll let Dory answer that.
Without getting too far into the technicalities, there are various components in there that were retrieved. The SDMI card, it was not where the video was retrieved from. That was where we got the data to be able to determine that it was not in self-driving mode. However, Tesla did provide and helped our team be able to recover the thumb drive that records other types of data to include video by the Tesla.
In what state is this in? Do we know?
Kingman, Arizona.
Second question is about the detonation. There's a lot of questions. How was he able to die by suicide and set this off? Can you just in very basic terms explain how that could happen to kind of stop these conspiracies that he's not?
I've tactically ascertained the question that you have delivered to me, but you have improperly identified yourself. Now I will treat you as a hostile subject.
Yeah, so the second question is how are we able to explain the detonation versus the suicide? And we just believe it to be simultaneous at the time of the detonation. But again, that's why the ATF's bringing in the SABTs from outside to look at what that sequence was for the initiation of the explosion as well. And, you know, it's very difficult to see inside of those Teslas, even with the camera angles that we have. And so we still remain challenged on finding some of that exact timing on all of that. Go ahead.
Hi, Stephanie Price, Fox News.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi. We're seeing reports that he had another alias as Matt Berg and went on a TV show in 2013. Have you guys been able to confirm that?
So the question is if we knew of a alias of Matthew Berg and he had been previously on a television show.
Damn, Matthew Berg?
We've seen that reporting but have not verified that reporting. Behind you.
Yes, Kevin Nyes with NBC News. How would you describe his state of mind in these
He shortened his name, or no, the alias. Instead of Life is Burger, he was like, nah, just call me Berg.
final days, given everything that you read from his notes?
Was he Jewish? No, his name is Life is Burger. I feel like that's the most WASP. Oh, joke. That's the most WASP German last name you can have, like German American. Everyone with the last name I Love Burger moved to America, okay?
And the manifesto that you see that you reference going around in the podcast, have you guys been able to rule out that it was not from him, or is it still up in the air that it could have been from him?
So the question is,
oh my God, what is happening with the audio levels, man? What is going on, dog? It's like, oh, they open up the microphone and boost the gain so they can hear the freaking reporters, and then it ends up tactically blowing up, tactically creating an auditory implosion event within the suspect's eardrums. We have accidentally utilized an LRAD, a long-range acoustic device. You sound like the audio file chatters. I mean, that's crazy how loud that got.
How would I describe his state of mind in the manifesto that was described on the podcast? Have we been able to determine whether that was from him or not? And I'll answer the first part is I'm not comfortable giving you state of mind just yet. I certainly am leaning a particular way. But again, I'd like to be factual to you. I think when you read the documents that we're going to give you a link to at the end of this press conference, that you can go in and make some of your own assumptions about what that is. But I will tell you that part of my hesitation on that is I know that we have a lot more documents and number of things for us to uncover. And so I want to be able to provide to you only the factual information when I have it. And so I'm not gonna opine on what I believe his state of mind was at that particular time, but certainly you can see some troubling aspects in his personal life as well. And I don't know if you want to address.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough for a cop to opine on, okay? Because everything that he's talking about with respect to Matthew Livelessberger hits way too close to home, I suspect. Okay? You're basically asking a man to reveal his own personal journey in broad daylight in front of millions of Americans, all right? And you don't want that. It's hard. It's difficult to opine on such things.
That's the second part, Spencer.
Yeah, so in terms of the so-called manifesto that's circulating online, we have strong evidence to suggest that it was the subject that wrote it, but we haven't conclusively proven that yet. And that evidence relates to other evidence that we're finding that we're able to compare that lead us to believe it was in fact him who sent it.
Oh, dang. Well, we have tactically ascertained the veracity of the manifesto, which the suspect, the perpetrator of the thermal implosion event, kinetically put pen to paper. It seems as though it seems as though there is veracity to the writing of said manifesto event. This is not the podcast email one. I'm not going to watch the entirety of Fortnite Friday chat. Calm down. I'm too busy tactically ascertaining what's going on with this improvised vehicle VBIED event.
J1?
Do you have an update?
Is it J1?
Yes, J1 from 13. Do you have an update on the conditions of the other people who were injured?
The question is, do I have any updates on the conditions of the people who were injured? And I'm told that they're all relatively minor injuries, and they've all been released from the hospital.
Kristen Drummond with News 3. As you were showing us these excerpts, can you say why definitively he chose the Trump International Hotel and why he decided to come here to Las Vegas?
Yeah, the question is, with the excerpts that...
Yes, that's right, chatter. I have tactically engaged in volume management to ensure that the auditory kinetic explosion event does not happen once again. I have now ceased. I have ceased the assault that has taken place in prior incidents.
That we showed, can we definitively identify why he chose the Trump Hotel Tower location as well as Las Vegas? And the answer is no. In fact, I think when you read through some of that, you might find that there were some other considerations as well for other locations. And we can't verify all of that at this point, and so that's why I haven't talked about that publicly.
Do you know what other locations he was considering, and were they here in Nevada?
There was one location in Grand Canyon that was specifically talked about there, but we haven't been able to verify anything as well. All the way in the back.
Berenice Zúñiga with Univision Las Vegas. Thank you for taking my question. In regards to what happened in New Orleans, I know that you guys mentioned it's a coincidence, but what main evidence makes it different to what occurred over there? That it's not being considered a terrorist attack here.
So the question is why don't we consider what happened in New Orleans and what happened in Las Vegas connected? And the simple answer to that is we don't find anything to actually point us in that direction. There are those coincidences that we have spoken very openly about, but we have not found throughout this entire investigation anything that ties the two attacks directly together. Go ahead in the back.
I had a question. Were you guys able to identify the type of explosives that were in the vehicle and where he would be able to find those?
So the question is, were we able to identify the types of explosives that were in the vehicle and where he was able to find those? There's a mortar-type fireworks in the back of the vehicle, some camping fuel, and we do know that it looks like from that document that we're going to provide to you that he may have stopped outside of a location in New Mexico and obtained those fireworks legally. But that is another aspect of the investigation that continues.
Hi, Noble Brigham with the Review.
Hi, Noble.
Thanks for taking my question. We've heard that the suspect wasn't opposed to President-elect Trump. Do we know anything about what his political views were?
The question is that we know that we've said that he was not opposed, the suspect was not opposed to President-elect Trump, and do we know what his political views are or were? There's a variety of different reporting out there, Noble, on what that is and some of the people around him and what their particular political views were. I think when you read some of these documents, you'll see that he actually calls it a stunt in one of these documents that we're going to release to you, that he was trying to get the attention of the American people because he was upset about a number of different things. But I'll let those writings speak for themselves. I'm not conclusively telling you anything about his political affiliations at this point, but I think that's more to come on that. Sir?
Anders Gutierrez with CBS News. Talk to us about you have an individual who is obviously struggling with mental health here, a member of the military service. There are others out there who may be struggling with this, a lot of mental health issues here. When they read these letters that you're about to release, how do you quell others who are struggling with the same from carrying out and seeing this as an inspiration? How do you quell the copycats out there?
Yeah, so the question is obviously there's mental health involved in this, as we've already talked about, and how do we quell the others that are similarly situated to him out there in America. And you know, I think Spencer rightly talked about this for a moment is what you can tell by looking at this, that PTSD from a highly decorated United States currently serving military individual, from what I'm told was 5 tours of combat, obtained some of the highest awards you can get. It's not much different, quite frankly, than the reasoning why we started our wellness bureau here at Metro and taking care of the heart, mind, body, and soul of the people that are out there doing this work, because they're exposed to things, they see things, they hear things, they feel things, and they smell things that most normal people don't have to do. And the heroes that are serving in the military and on the front lines of America's policing are challenged that way. And so I think, we need to really pay attention to those individuals.
This cop read the PhD dissertation of the olfactory cues in modern and contemporary prose. He read it. I'm inclined to believe that he read it. Olfactory ethics in modern and contemporary prose, dude. He read it. He knows. Talking about olfactory trauma.
Individuals pay attention to what mental health in America looks like. And I think this is just one more incident that brings that to the forefront of where it is that we are in talking about these types of things. I'll take one more.
Rio AP, thanks for taking my question.
Sure.
Do you know why he chose the Cybertruck? Was he trying to send a message, considering who the CEO is? And then, just really quickly, could you confirm if the podcast you're talking about is the Sean Ryan podcast?
The Sean what?
Is it the Sean Ryan podcast?
Is that the name of it? Yeah. So can I tell you why he chose the Cybertruck is the first question. No, not really. I haven't been able to find anything definitive about it. Secondly, is it the Sean Ryan podcast? And yeah, that's the podcast that I'm referring to. And I'm sorry, there was one more hand over here that, go ahead.
Guy Tannenbaum, Channel 13 here in Las Vegas.
Hi.
Has there been any more speculation, more understanding on why he chose the route that he chose? Obviously, coming from Colorado, you can go through Utah. That's a more common way to hit the 15. Any more understanding when we're thinking about all the different potential sites that he could have chosen for this?
Why he chose the route that he chose. I don't think we can tell you we know why he chose it, but I can tell you that there's some writings in those documents that we're going to release to you that he mentioned going to the border as well as going to the Grand Canyon. And so we continue to look through all of the available evidence to help us answer that question better. And with that, I'd just like to, again, thank you all for the great work you're doing in helping us get this story out. And obviously, as we get additional information, we'll push it out to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. On that note, New York Times wrote an article on at least one of the manifestos is circulating around that the cops have also revealed. I feel like there are 2 separate manifestos out there, potentially. One is this, in case I do not, that has been delivered to Sean Ryan's podcast tactically, or at least this one guy who Sean Ryan had on his podcast. In case I do not make it my decision point or on the Mexico border, I'm sending this now. It seems like this probably is. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones and operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the U.S. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEND location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity is recently picked up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The problem here is I believe he was working on drone tech in Germany. I don't think a service member buying a Mustang is verification. That's like 99% of Marines. True. The so and what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned air AC. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that's ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity. They have an unlimited payload capacity? No, they don't. What are you saying? This guy is out of his mind. If this is real, if this is a real email that he sent, okay, I'm sorry. The notion that these drones have unlimited payload capacity is laughable. Unless he's also going to somehow say this is alien technology. All right, let's hear what he had to. Let's hear what this podcast looks like from Sean Ryan now.
Sam Shoemate, welcome to the show, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm nervous about this one.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really nervous about this one. So yesterday I come into work and our stuff's been exploding because of the Sarah Adams. Had Sarah Adams, Scott Mann, legend, did an interview with Masood, kind of warning everybody about it's going to be a lot of terrorism here in 2025. Didn't take long. Jan 1, it hit. And, it's interesting. We couldn't get any mainstream media's outlets to pay attention to those interviews. And nobody would really give Sarah a voice. Now everybody wants to.
Dude, we're going to get so crazy in 2025. That's one prediction. Okay, lock it down. If you think 2024 was riddled with silly conspiracies, you have seen nothing yet. 2025 is going to be so crazy. It's going to make 2024 look normal. Like everything in 2024 that people thought were happening, that we thought was insane, is going to seem tame.
To give Sarah a voice because, oh, guess what? The fucking CIA targeter was actually right. Mainstream media gave her no attention. So that's been going crazy. I come in yesterday and for an interview, the first thing I do is talk to my producer, Jeremy, and he says that he's been in contact with you and that you had received some type of manifesto or email from the Green Beret that set off the car bomb at Trump Hotel in Las Vegas.
Right.
Jump in an interview and come out. My phone is blown up. Apparently CID, Army CID, which is, how would you describe it? It's like it's
FBI light.
Yeah.
They are federal agents, but yeah,
the Army's FBI.
Yeah.
I get all these messages from these people that say CID is talking to this person and that person, and one of these guys on the list is still operational, and they want his name redacted. And every Green Beret I know is texting me about this. It fucking really freaked me out, man. It was like, well, how did this leak? Who's tracking my fucking phone? All that kind of stuff. So I just want to say thank you for being here because I was eavesdropping in on that conversation you had with Jeremy, and this is a big story, man. This is big.
Yeah, it is
real big, and so thank you for being here.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
But I do. Before we get too heavy, I got some gifts for you.
Oh,
there you go.
Excellent.
So we're talking.
Thank God. I was worried that they wouldn't maintain operational procedure here. Thank God they still have gifts for one another. Thank God.
People monitoring the phone. Have you heard the unplugged phone?
Yeah.
And for anybody that wants to purchase this phone, you can get it at unplugged.com/Sean Ryan.
Yeah, I have. That's awesome.
So that the unplugged phone keeps big tech.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's just doing an ad for, this is like, okay. Right off the jump, couple red flags. This strikes me as the Alex Jones style procedure where I feel like this is the Alex Jones method, you know? Talk about how the water is turning the freaking frogs gay and then immediately sell a straw in the commercial break. I feel as though this is basically exactly that. He's doing that with more credibility than Alex Jones, though.
For monitoring your texts and your calls, there's a secure messaging app in there. There's a secure email. So get that thing wired up, and
absolutely,
let's talk on that from now on. So,
okay,
and then everybody gets a bag of these.
Been waiting for this.
Nice.
This is awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Very cool.
But all right, let's dive into it. This is going to be kind of tough. I didn't have, like I said, I was interviewing yesterday, so we're kind of winging it here.
Yeah.
But, so before we jump in, I just want to say a couple things about today, and we're not necessarily validating what came in on that email. There's some pretty alarming stuff that came out in the email about the drones that we're seeing on the East Coast and some capabilities that China has, some capabilities that we have, some activity that went on in Afghanistan in 2019, which actually we do have news reports that is valid. A lot of this stuff actually really lines up, but we can't give it 100% credibility. Right. I think you would agree with that as an intelligence analyst.
100%.
And then additionally, there are a few names, two, I believe, that we are redacting from this because they are still operational. And as much as I would love to release those names, we're not gonna do it so that those guys can remain undercover and not burn their entire operation of what they're into right now. And there was one more.
The audience of this podcast is Tom Clancy novel readers. Okay.
More thing. I want to give a little background on you. Retired from the Army in 2023 as a CW2 intelligence officer and understand the information war. In 2020, you were still on active duty. You started a social media account where you intended to share memes and GIFs. Despite your intentions, the account grew into what it is today. You've developed, what is the account's name?
It's an Instagram account, goes by Terminal CWO.
Terminal CWO. You've developed a robust network of service members across the Department of Defense who trust you with their reports of unethical and, in some cases, illegal behavior from their leaders. You expose the unethical and illegal behavior while protecting whistleblowers in order to hold military leaders accountable, which is why you received the email from the Green Beret. And because of your background, you come across wild information all the time. You're here today because of an email you received from Matthew Livelsberger a couple of days before the Cybertruck bombing at Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas. You'll also be able to discuss what you know about the terrorists who conducted the New Orleans attack. Did I miss anything?
No, that sums it up. Yeah, I'll give a background on why that's significant so your viewers understand how this came into my inbox.
Perfect. One other thing that I just wanted to say to the audience is, even though we are redacting these names from the episode, you passed that, I believe you passed that email on to the FBI.
Yes.
We're also going to pass it on to our contacts at the FBI. It's very obvious that people know it. Like I said, the CID has been telling everybody. In fact, we talked to Jeremy, who's sitting over there, my producer, me, him, and my attorney, Tim Parlatore. We're up till about 10:30 last night talking to the...
10:30 is not even that late. What? Is he one of those like early risers? Is that what it is? Is this Sigma grind set? He's like, I've tactically decided to stay way past my nap time. That's right. We decided that it was important and pertinent for the public to have access tactically to this knowledge that we have ascertained as verifiable evidence of a mass plot happening. I'm never going to stop tactical. I'm never going to stop cop speak. I love it too much, and I need to get better at it because I feel like if I do tactical speak, maybe I can get out of a ticket or something.
Chief of Staff?
The Army Chief of Staff POA.
The Army Chief of Staff's POA took a major interest in this as well. And, you know, one of the things that he said, I'll wait till later to bring that up, but I don't know. I don't trust any of these people. I mean, public affairs officers are there to.
I'll keep my mouth.
Yeah,
create. PAO is there to protect the command.
Yeah,
100%, nothing else.
Yeah,
they're not there to shed transparency on anything. They're there to protect the command.
Let's recreate what the story is. But, and you know what's interesting? Fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. You know what he said? He goes on the call. He said, I didn't talk to him. I didn't want to talk to him. but so I had them talk to him. He said, between me and you guys, this guy's DNA didn't match his son, and made it sound like it's some big secret. Then at 9:34 p.m., I think it was 9:34 p.m., the New York Post had a headline that said that this guy's. So they're trying to make it sound like this guy did this because maybe he found out the son wasn't his. But there's a lot more to the story, as you'll find out. So
yeah.
So let's go to you, Sam. Tell me how you got the email.
All right. So for context, I've run this account for the last 4.5 years. There have been people in and out writing articles and different stuff and just investigations, some big, some small, just trying to keep accountability in the military, but developed a robust network within the military, all branches, and people feed into this and send me messages and here and there. Nothing ever like this has ever come in. But well, it started off as comments. So when you have a big Instagram account, you're going to miss a lot of messages because people message, go to hidden messages and everything else. You miss a lot of stuff. Well, I kept seeing this comment on recent posts that I put in there, and it was from this burner account that said, hey, check your DMs, check your DMs, check your DMs. So I go in there and try to find it. There's no message from this guy, hadn't come through or whatever. And then he messages again once that message was opened up.
Are you telling me an operator who spent most of his time overseas had a wife who had sex with another man? Oh my God. What a random and unique tale. What? That's crazy. Surely this is the first time such a thing has taken place.
And I said, hey, your previous messages haven't come through. What do you want to tell me? And he said, what I'm going to send you, now these are literally his words, what I'm going to send you is going to change the course of humanity. That was his phrase, change the course of humanity. Okay, a little bit dramatic. I get these messages all the time. People have this big story they want to tell. They want to expose their command, whatever. I take everything with a grain of salt until I have evidence and proof. So this guy is insistent. He tells me that he is a 18 Zulu who I've spoken to before, and he really needs to get this stuff to me. And then he talks about you. He says, I need you to get me in contact with Sean Ryan. I'm like, dude, I don't know Sean Ryan. I'm not that big. But he's insistent that I get him diverted to media sources, says go to Fox News, whatever else. And I said, all right, tell me what you got. So I give him my Proton email account, give him my signal number. And he reaches out immediately. And I'm going to read this initial message for you because this doesn't have names or anything else on it. But this was his message on Sunday. He reached out and said, like I said, this last Sunday, he said, sending with a VPN active on Wi-Fi only. Do not message me. I will send out updates via both signal and email, but trust me, you're going to want to be involved. Well, first of all, no, I didn't want to be involved. Anyways. And then, so I didn't message. I responded back to his original Instagram message. And I said, hey, I got your message on Proton Mail. And he said, cool, delete this. So I deleted it. That's how I ended up getting this message on Tuesday. So the message that this right here, this manifesto, if you want to call it that, came in on Tuesday. And when I started reading this, my initial take was, okay, this is off the deep end. It's bonkers. I can't validate or verify any of the stuff in this manifesto. Mm-hmm. And I told him that in a subsequent email. And I'll read that to you later, my response to him. And once again, my response to him elicited, hey, get me in contact with Sean Ryan, Fox News, and he even said Pete Hegseth. Get me in contact with Hegseth. And I'm like, dude, I don't have the incoming Secretary of Defense's phone number. Sorry, bro. That's the last time I talked to him.
Sean's like, I do.
So yesterday morning.
What date was that?
That was Tuesday. That was this Tuesday. So we're Friday now. That was 3 days ago.
So
the day before.
30th?
Yeah, the day before the attack. I just missed this stuff out of hand.
The 31st. It was on the 31st.
Yes. In fact, I posted something on it. I told your producer about this as well. But this was a post I made on Twitter. I was just trying to be humorous, off the cuff. I didn't mean anything about it. I was just being humorous for my audience. I said, my inbox was especially eventful today. Allegations of war crimes, government anti-gravity technology, and fears about being tracked and watched by the feds. It's always, the world is ending and I have this information that needs to get to the media and never, how you doing, bro?
I like that on its face, he made fun of this guy. Understandably so, because it sounds like the ramblings of a madman. But post-mortem, now that it's a big story and it lands him on the Sean Ryan podcast, he's going to sit there and act like everything he said was totally fucking verifiable. That's crazy. Like when he first got the message, he was like, okay, dude, chill. For understandable reasons. Like that is the normal first reaction to a guy who's like, only us in China have access to like alien style anti-gravity technology. And it's the Chinese that are launching drones on the East Coast. And once the guy turns around and says, no, I am that fucking dude. I am that crazy. And he blows himself up. Only after he's like, oh, never mind. I think this is real.
Brother, everything all right? I was just playing off of a meme. It was just supposed to be a joke. That was the body of his email that he sent me. And I didn't think anything about it. I didn't know who Matt Berg was, Matt Livelsberg or anything else. He told me who he was in the email. He pointed me to his LinkedIn account. I didn't know any of this stuff. And I was just kind of being humorous with my audience. Like, I get these crazy messages sometime. And then the day after that message, I wake up and my buddy was like, hey, Sam, nobody in the community seems to know this guy. Do you happen to know who he is? And I played that for you before we came up here. Just absolute shock. That's how I woke up yesterday.
Do you want to play it now?
Yeah. Excuse my language. I was definitely in shock. Let me find this chat. So,
you know, while you're digging through that, you know what we should do? I should get that Instagram account from you to see if they messaged any of our Instagram accounts. And we should also get that email address.
I deleted it.
You deleted it?
He told me to delete it, and I deleted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should also get that email address and see if they sent it into the sent it in through the website and see if he tried to contact us. Get that to the FBI.
So I'm in a military.
Hopefully they actually do something.
Yeah, I'm in a military group chat. Buddy Green Beret, Corey, he says, at Sam. No, nobody I've asked in the community knows him. You is at 8:46 a.m. yesterday. So I woke up and I said, OF, I'm shaking. This guy emailed me 2 days ago. I'm not playing. And then he said, damn. And then this was my response to him at 8:48. Like, just woke up.
Dude, I'm fucking shaking, bro.
Wait, was that Mike Malak? What the fuck? Cybertruck attacker note release? Dog, we are literally watching what people are alleging is the note. This is the manifesto. The note is something else. Wait, there's a note. I saw on TikTok. Oh my God.
You don't understand. This guy emailed me and told me he was being watched by the FBI and Homeland Security, but they weren't going to do anything to him because he had a VBID. I'm not fucking playing, dude. I have the email. I am shaking, man. This is nuts.
And it goes from there. And I sat there for probably an hour talking to my wife. I'm shaking. I can't even think straight. Like, normal day is shot. And I didn't know what I want to do. Do I sit on this? Do I do nothing with it? I've got to tell somebody. I've got to tell the FBI at least, because this is huge. This is all over the news. And then I was like, well, dude, this guy wanted to get in contact with Sean Ryan. So let me get this to Sean Ryan, see if I can get with him. And
that is amazing. He's like, yeah, I'm shaking, thinking, who do I get in contact with? And I think to myself, got to give this to the FBI. But then I'm like, no, fuck the FBI. Sean Ryan is the guy. Under no circumstance do we think that the guy who exploded his Cybertruck could potentially be mentally not all there. That's what I love about the story in general, is that not a single person is going, hey, hold up, maybe the fucking 15-year touring special forces operator who had a litany of, complications at home could potentially be, I don't know, mind broken. No. We only thought that before he blew himself up. Now that he blew himself up, it seems that he had actually arrived at anti-gravity technology.
I had a buddy who knew your producer, and we went from there. But
wow. Do you want to read the email?
Yep. So this email came in on December 31st at 10:42 a.m. That is Tuesday. He said, in case I do not make it to my decision point or onto the Mexico border, I am sending this now. Please do not release this until 1 January and keep my identity private until then. First off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6 for verification. What we have been seeing with drones, he puts that in quotes, he says drones, is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China and the East Coast, but throughout history, the US. Only we in China have this capability. Our OPSEN, that's Operation Center, our OPSEN location for this activity is in the box below. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, but this activity recently has picked up. As of now, it is just a show of force, and they are using it similar to how they used a balloon for SIGINT and ISR, which are also part of the integrated comms system. There are dozens of those balloons.
Chinese weather balloon veers off course due to limited capabilities of navigation. And this guy is literally saying that the balloon was actually a show of force by China. Tactical Talk is making this so epic. Yeah. Tactical Talk always makes things more epic and cool.
In the air at any given time. The so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned aircraft. They are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. U.S. government needs to give the history of this, how we are employing it and weaponizing it, how China is employing them and what the way forward is. China is poised to attack anywhere in the East Coast. I've been followed for over a week now from likely Homeland or FBI, and they are looking to move on me and are unlikely going to let me cross into Mexico, but won't because they know I am armed and I have a massive VBID. Let me pause right there for a second. So he says a massive VBID. When I was talking to the FBI yesterday, they didn't know what a VBID was. I had to explain what that acronym meant, literally.
Are you fucking serious?
Dead serious. I said it twice and he goes, you said that word.
Are you serious? They didn't know what a vehicular borne improvised explosive device means? These goddamn lawyers, I hate the FBI. They're not the doorbusters like we are. Yee. Goddamn suits. It must be the DEI in the FBI that caused them to not know what a VBED is. God damn it. I'm pissed off. These freaking suits, man. They're all lawyers, the lot of them. They don't know how to do real work, real operator work. Unlike my boy Matthew Leifesberger.
VBID. Can you tell me what that is? For your audience, a VBID, for your audience who has not been in the GWOT for the last 20 years, a VBID is a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. In layman's terms, a car bomb, what we saw at Trump Tower. So, backing up, he says, I am armed and have a massive VBID. I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me. Here's where he gets into the other stuff. And this is where we had to redact the names. Well, your producer redacted the names. I have knowledge of this program and also war crimes that were covered up during airstrikes in Nimruz province, Afghanistan in 2019 by the admin, DOD, DEA, and CIA. I conducted targeting for these strikes of over 125 buildings. 65 were struck because of civcas, that's civilian casualties, that killed hundreds of civilians in a single day. U.S. FORA continued strikes after spotting civilians on initial ISR. It was supposed to take 6 minutes and scramble all aircraft in CENTCOM. The UN basically called these war crimes, but the administration made them disappear. I was part of that cover-up with U.S. FORA, an agent, redacted, of the DEA. So I don't know if my abduction attempt is related to either. I worked with, redacted, IO staff on this as well as the response to Bala Murghab. Redacted commander at the time, redacted, can validate this. You need to elevate this to the media so we avoid a world war because this is a mutually assured destruction situation. Then he says, for vetting, my LinkedIn is Matt Berg or Matthew Littlesberger, an active duty 18 Zulu out of 110, that's 1st Battalion 10th Special Forces Group. My profile is public. I have an active TSSCI with UAP, USAP access.
What is USAP? Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is. But I checked his credentials on LinkedIn. So that was the first thing I did. I went to his LinkedIn page. First thing I noticed was all of his bona fides were in place. He has all the UAS training from USASOC and everything else. And so I said, okay, at least the guy knows what he's talking about with drones. That was a very rough dig into the guy. But my issue was I couldn't validate or verify any of this information. And I told him that. And how I responded to him was in a subsequent email. I said, this is obviously a very big deal, but I don't have anything to verify this information with. Talking about gravitic propulsion systems without evidence just makes me another UFO talking head. Like, I'm not going to go on my social media page and start talking about UFOs and anti-gravity systems and everything. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't. And he said, can I get on Fox News Contact on Signal as well as Sean's show? Hegseth would be good too. That was his last message to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the thing is, what is a gravitic propulsion system?
To be honest with you, it is a fancy term you're going to find in science fiction. You won't find it in any, as far as I know, you won't find this in any kind of official manual or, scientific research. This is all science fiction. So, but what struck me is his use, what strikes me now, not then, but what strikes me now is his use of a very specific term that nobody else call it. If you asked me, I would say an anti-gravity propulsion system. That's how I would describe it because I don't know this stuff. He said gravitic propulsion system.
We looked that up last night too, and all we could find was same thing, science fiction type stuff. But, there are some things that line up. One is, like I'd mentioned, well, let's talk about the guy's story. Obviously, he had a VBID. Obviously, he was in the military and served. And the thing that he was talking about in 2019, we pulled a report. This is from October 9th, 2019. UN report find alleged drug facilities were not lawful target airstrikes caused significant civilian casualties. The United Nations Special Report, which examines the impact on civilians of the United States airstrikes on alleged drug processing facilities on 5 May 2019 in Afghanistan, determines the operation caused a large number of civilian casualties. The report also examines the legal framework applicable to this incident. In June 2019, the UN Assistance Mission in Afghanistan, together with representatives of the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, conducted a site visit to areas impacted by the strikes in Farah Province, Bakwa District, as part of its extensive fact-finding into the 5 May incident. The UN verified 39 civilian casualties, among them 14 children, 1 woman, from multiple airstrikes on more than 60 sites that the United States Afghanistan identified as drug production facilities in Bakwa District and in parts of neighboring Delaram District of Nimraz Province.
They were eliminating the competition, dude. They were like, only we get to produce drugs in Afghanistan, you sons of bitches. What do you think you're doing?
Moreover, the UN is working to verify credible reports of at least 37.
Yeah. Also, the DA wasn't actually wasn't Afghanistan. I know. I'm not joking when I say only we, JSOC. When I say we, I mean JSOC. Only we get to produce opium in Afghanistan, not you. Suspiciously, none of it makes its way to the United States of America. We have our own version of the fentanyl crisis, obviously, which is really damaging. And weirdly enough, none of the opiates grown in Afghanistan before the Taliban takeover, okay, because from what I understand, they stopped the opium production, and it went down dramatically. But none of that made its way into the United States of America and only made its way into Europe. All the opium that came into the European marketplace, all the heroin that came into the European marketplace was actually Afghan-produced opium. So, having said that, could the part of him talking about covering up war crimes in Afghanistan be real? Yeah, no shit. I do think that it's probably real, because that part is like adding on additional seasoning to a completely improvised, insane conspiracy theory and then ending it with, and I drove a car. That is so commonplace and so normal that it is the same as him saying, to verify, I also have, my first car was a Mustang V6 in 2006. It's like, yeah, I get that. It's the sandwich technique. Place 2 different correct things and then, slam the middle of the sandwich with insane nonsense.
7 additional civilian casualties, the majority of whom were women and children. Although airstrikes on the alleged drug processing facilities had taken place before, this was the first time that UNAMA had received reports of large number of civilian casualties resulting from such an operation. And it goes on. I'm not going to read all this. We'll link the article here. But so that 100% lines up. The other thing, that really struck me is, like I'd mentioned, after our phone call, jumped in an interview after the interview.
If we find out that GravTech is there and that's what the orbs are, you're so cooked, bro. I mean, dude, I'll gladly say I'm wrong. So you believe this part, but not his work on drones and what he's seen? No, I'm the one who brought up that he was supposedly working on drones in Germany. I don't know why a special forces guy would be working on drones. It's not like he has an engineering background. He's just a fucking doorbuster, but
checked my phone, and I had several Green Berets, former Green Berets, one still active. Actually, I'm just going to say it was Tim Kennedy.
This guy, wait, he just keeps revealing. He's like, I'm not going to say it. Fuck it. I'm going to say it. Tim Kennedy.
Sent me a message late last night about 9 p.m. and said, hey, I should have brought my phone up here, but hey, basically that the use of...
Didn't Tim Kennedy just recently get outed for just like also being a fabulist? It's so funny because like virtually all these guys that write books about like their exploits almost always come out to be lying. They're serial exaggerators. Mick Huya is another great example. Sean O'Neill, who weirdly follows me. I don't know why.
SOC wants to give me more context on what had happened on this guy. And so first I wasn't going to take the call because I don't trust the government anymore. I don't think anybody does. But I was on the phone with my producer, who was a naval surface warfare officer, and my attorney, Tim Parlatore. They said we should talk to him. So I called Tim, was really pissed off, reamed his ass about it, and then later apologized. But, I think you said you had mentioned that you had received a message from somebody that says nobody's heard of this guy. Tim sent me a picture of him shooting with this guy. And I don't know if I should release that photo or not, but Tim...
He's like, but I don't give a shit.
Tim basically told me this. So I got the POA's number, the public affairs officer, sent it to Jeremy and Tim. He talked to them. And what they wanted us to know was that this guy was an upstanding soldier, an excellent operator, was moving on, was moving towards retirement and moving on to basically enhance the future of warfare. They wanted us to know that. Then the PA officer, sounds like almost jokingly said, which I don't know why you would joke about this, said that, oh, and between us, which why the fuck would a POA officer say between us? I mean, if they didn't want us to know that information, then they just wouldn't have told us that. But they wanted us to know, obviously, that the DNA with his supposed child was not a match. And so I think what they were trying to do is basically make this out to be, oh, this is why this happened. He got bad news that that's not his child.
What's really interesting and funny about podcasts like Sean Ryan's and all these like ex-CIA guys, they're popping lately. They're all over the place, is that I just don't trust them at all. I feel like if there's a guy who's still a Fed, it's these guys. This way they get to capture the attention of a lot of the conspiratorial minded people. Okay. And then just like steer them in whichever direction the federal government thinks is an appropriate vector for conspiratorial mindset. And not like dangerous things that are actually dangerous for the federal government. Like there's no way you can convince me that a guy who's like worked with the CIA is like a contractor is just now a former Fed who hates the government. I just don't believe it. I don't trust anything that these guys say, which is funny because all of those like cynical conspiracy brained guys who traffic in a number of different rabid conspiracies will literally just only listen to these dudes and think these guys are the bravest truth tellers out there. And it's like, dude, if you're a conspiracy guy and you're skeptical of the government, why would you ever consider a Fed to be a truthful person? I will never understand that. I don't understand it. I will never understand it. I think it's very strange.
And so that's why he did it. But with all the other context,
don't you think this show so far is just LARP? I think it's half LARP and no, it's there's a lot of LARP for sure.
Especially with the 2019 incident, which was obviously a cover-up. I think that has a major role in this. The other thing is,
because we already have a track record of what happens when you are a real whistleblower. Okay, you don't have to look any further. One of them has been on my broadcast, Chelsea Manning, and the other is not allowed on U.S. soil, Edward Snowden. Okay, when you're an actual whistleblower, you face tremendous repercussions. You don't get to go on a freaking podcast. You get killed by Boeing, or you get killed by ChatGPT, allegedly. You know? You either die mysteriously and the coroner rules your death a suicide by gunshot, 8 shots to the back of your head. That's the way. That's your method of execution. I mean, not execution. Your method of suicide. Or you have to live your life in exile in Russia. Or you have to live in a consulate building in a non-extradition country for the rest of your life as they openly fantasize about executing you and only let you live basically, many, many years after they've ruined your life, Julian Assange. So, I don't know. I just feel like, if you're like a real whistleblower, opening the book on these government conspiracies, shining a light on these government conspiracies, you're not going to have one of the most popular podcasts out there. The only person I will say that, I trust, despite their background of being around federal, being around the CIA and being trained by the American military, is Brace Belden. As he did, go to Rojava. So, of course, in that time frame, I'm sure that there were members of the CIA and the, American government that trained him. But I still trust them. No, I'm saying, you're saying in Chelsea, but no, Chelsea served her time. That's different. I'm saying Brace didn't get into any problems. Well, I guess Brace wasn't really a whistleblower either. He's not a whistleblower at all.
I started receiving a lot of messages from one of the redacted names who's a DEA agent, the one that he's talking about in the email to you. We got it from multiple sources, one of which was actually a videographer for me, I think 4 years ago. He worked for me a very short period of time. I had to let him go. He joined the Army, went to OCS, became an Army officer, sent me a text, super freaked out. Apparently he was on some rafting trip with somebody that knows the DEA officer and said, hey, this guy's still operational. He wants his name redacted.
Wow.
Not the only one. Then I received a message from another very close friend of mine who's been on the show several times saying that he got word that this guy was still operational. And so that's why we decided to redact his name. I was getting upset because I didn't receive any communication up to that point. Well, then I checked my LinkedIn. I said, let me see if this guy actually messaged me. Sure as shit, that DEA agent did message me, said that he wanted to talk to me before tomorrow's interview. It was really important. Wow. We tried to contact him, not from my phone. I'm not calling any of these people, but from somebody else's phone. He didn't pick up, and we weren't going to send any text thread to show any communication between us any more than the LinkedIn message. And I didn't hit him on LinkedIn. So that also 100% checks out. Now, the weird thing is anonymous as this guy wants to remain, if I remember correctly, he posted something about the Green Beret that set the bomb off. Yeah, that was his latest post. Well, Jeremy, what was it? What did the post?
It was just a report of the story.
It was just a report of the story. So very interesting how all this stuff is lining up. What do you think?
I told the guys downstairs, you know, I jokingly said this to my wife the day that I got that email, because I read the email to her. You all have heard the email now. You realize without context of who this person is, how just crazy it sounds. And I told her, I said, well, I mean, I guess if the dude ends up getting rolled up by the feds or he gets killed, we got a story, huh? Man, famous last words, right?
That's your speculate, dude. Like, no, one, it still sounds just as crazy, and two, you're betraying the severity and the veracity of the email, the contents of the email, by saying you only care about the story element of it. Because if you truly thought what he was saying is true, you're like, dude, the government has anti-gravity technology that they're hiding, and double dude, China also has it, and they're deploying drones on U.S. soil. Clearly, even you don't believe, even now, what the contents of that email was. This is what I don't understand. Elon called you a stupid idiot? Oh, hell yeah. Do we get... What did he say? Here, give me roll the clip. Elon said school is capitalist on Connor. It's not Elon, guys. It's Alan Dittman.
Definition of Asperger's to, just high functioning autism effectively. Yeah. So as to eliminate the Nazi history of defining what this narrow part of the spectrum is.
I didn't even know all that. I just knew that, like, I just knew, I knew I was cut from a different cloth. That's what I knew.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Adrian
what I said
Dittman.
about, general knowledge about the world. History gives you a very good insight. Of course, history itself has an issue with accuracy in many ways because, the victors are the ones who write history, not always everyone. Today, it's a little bit different, where even some of the losers get to speak, which I think is really good for,
some of the losers versus wait, hold on, what do you mean?
Like say for instance, if you are in a war or something and you're on the losing side, and someone is able to talk about what their experiences are within that war, some of it's going to be obviously propaganda, of course. I think actually large percentage is going to be propaganda, but some people would actually be able to, give you an understanding of history that otherwise would not have come to the forefront. The propaganda always exists everywhere, and I think one of the
I think that, like, if you're smart, you can look through it now, though.
No, not necessarily. Smart is a broad
Why
term.
is this man calling me?
You have, like, media literacy.
Not everybody's really smart.
Hello?
Media literacy.
You're on stream.
Like,
and I am.
Look at your ex.
You're on. I'm listening. I'm listening to Alan Dittman, or Adrian Dittman, who is not Elon Musk. Talk to my friend Connor Eats Pants.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, why are you responding to my tweet immediately? Did you have notifications on so that you knew when I tweeted?
What is this? What are you talking about? Oh, me as your friend keeping you accountable for your lies?
Fucking
lying to my community, but most importantly, lying to yourself.
I'm not lying. I saw the X payout and I was like, Daddy's gotta eat. I'm not on the HasanAbi payroll.
You're just trying to get fired, dude. That's what you're trying to do. You just like being unemployed. It's your most anarchist tendency.
I do like being unemployed, but no, I like my job very much. It's good. I help gay people, unlike you.
Yeah, no, I keep you employed by harming gay people every day with my commentary.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. It's a delicate ecosystem.
Yeah. I ruined their lives and then they seek legal help from you.
All right. I hate you. Goodbye.
All right, bye. He said he hates me, chat, and then he doubled down on it. He was filming in his office yesterday. He has not learned his lessons, okay? He has not learned the lesson.
Yeah, he did.
How?
He was like, all right, we're going to march down. And then he like got his people to go there. He like had like his fucking assistants or whatever. What's his name? Giuliani was helping out a little bit. You had What
helping how?
He was like, we gotta fucking save the country. You know what I mean? America's mayor, dude. You know Rudy?
Did you? But how exactly did this person try to overthrow the government? I'd like you to define that specifically.
Bro, we were just talking about media literacy. If I have to explain that to you, I don't know what I even like. Okay, I will try to explain this to you because you sound genuine. So give me a second to collect my thoughts here. If he knew he lost the election, and he tried to overturn the result of the election, then that is like not good.
I think there was just a protest, realistically, and got way out of hand because some people were egging people on.
But like he like let the protest
wrong.
happen with the intention of it hopefully overturning the election.
No.
Yeah, but like, he didn't call it off on
what
purpose because
happened?
he wanted people to like do as much as they
No,
could.
he did.
No, he didn't.
He called you an idiot?
Realistically speaking, if you are trading with someone, you're always going to trade. Even if you like try to impose brain dead systems like socialism, what happens
Wait, why is that
is
brain
people
dead?
will set up a
I have a
black
friend
market.
that likes that.
It is brain dead.
That's
he's a fucking idiot.
He's a good guy, bro.
He's a good guy, but probably has good intentions, but not enough knowledge
He
in
went to
order to make
school.
those
I think he
intentions
did more
actually
school than
scalable.
me.
Well,
He can't make his intentions scalable. Freaking nerd.
yeah, who told him to break in though? Did he tell him to break in? Did he specifically tell him to break in?
I don't know. They're
That's what
fucking
I'd like to
pissed
know.
and stupid and uneducated, bro. That's how he gets voters. Like that's what I'm saying. Like he knows what he's doing.
Nah, I disagree. I disagree with that.
Nah, I don't think you do.
So you think, okay, so hang on a second. Do you think that the majority of the country, therefore, because the majority did in fact vote for him, is stupid and angry?
I don't think the majority is stupid. I think the majority is angry.
Okay, but by your definition of how he gets voters, that's kind of what you're
I
implying
don't
there.
think the way that you win an election is by necessarily getting the majority when we have the electoral college. I think you have to
You
like rile
kinda
up like
do.
your own base. No, you have to like rile up your own base of people. If you get like an angry subsection, angry enough, then that organizes that side of the political spectrum more than the other side. It's like if you have like a bunch of like rabid right-wing freaks that are going crazy, then it's going to be good for like even your moderate right-wingers because it'll get those people to also be motivated to vote organically.
That is not true.
No?
That actually devalues the position. That's why they
Maybe
lost in 2020, in
perception,
my
maybe
opinion.
perception on your end of the position, but again, like it's all subjective.
Not really. Subjective, perhaps, for the perspective of the people that are in it, but who is exactly a rabid right-wing person? You have to like explain that one to me.
You ever seen
Like,
Don't
we're kind
Look
of
Up?
jumping all over. I can't really like finish a lot of.
No,
the
Mabi,
topics
you're
that
right.
I'm
No, sorry,
discussing,
Mabi, I apologize. What have you seen? Don't Look
Because I
Up,
jumped all
like
over
that
the place.
movie.
I heard
It's-
about it, never watched it because I think it was a stupid concept.
Wait, why is it stupid?
It's supposed to be an allegory for climate change.
I mean, not
and
exactly, not just climate change.
anyone who tries to make like an allegory for climate change doesn't
But
understand.
it's
like,
not
the
just climate
actual...
change. You can like project different things onto it than just climate change. I don't think the movie's
Perhaps,
that great.
perhaps.
I just think it's kind of interesting that it like was right about a lot of shit.
It just kind of like describes an effect, realistically. So it's a coincidence of being right, but.
You ever
only
seen like
because
a
it
different
describes
Adam
an
McKay
effect.
movie? You ever seen like The Big Short?
Oh yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, so he made that.
Yeah, Big Short was pretty nice because it was in regards to an actual historical event,
Right.
And history.
I
is
hate
always
that I
different.
agree with Elon Musk that I think Adam McKay cooks way harder when it's actually a work of, it's like a fictional work on
especially if
a
they're
real
accurate,
event.
Are really good.
Or comedies. He's good at
Because it's on
comedies
history.
too.
I saw the Bob Dylan movie last night. I don't know how accurate it was. I don't know shit about Bob Dylan, but I like Timothy Chalamet.
I didn't see that yet. I haven't watched any movies.
I just kind of saw it as like Timothy Chalamet
busy.
acting weird and awkward for like 2 hours, and I loved it. Wait, where are you? You're dead.
Yes, I am.
Bro, you keep dying, man. I don't even have your card, I don't think.
No, I think that expired a while ago.
Did you see I'm Mr. Beast?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Do you know Mr. Beast?
Know of him, yes.
He's sick. I think he might be like top 5 guys.
That's so stupid.
He has had a lot of impact. I think this guy definitely understands how to work systems that manage information and the people that interact with them.
I think he's like he's good at like understanding like the culture and how to like play into like algorithms.
That's
and,
got to
like,
be a
online
bot.
internet culture.
That person that he just
Yeah, it's
killed has
basically
to
what I
be
said,
a bot.
Yeah, that's what like you're trying to do.
To an extent, but realistically speaking, I just want to get my point across. That's what I do. Like, for instance, with something like the show that I have, what we do is we take apart various
What is
things.
his
And we have
job?
discussion around
What
them.
is
Sometimes
Adrian's
I
supposed
approach things from a
job?
little bit of an abrasive perspective, because that often gets people to reveal their positions. Because when they're angry, they actually reveal a lot of the truths that guide them. You know, truths, their own personal truths, even to a certain extent. It could be ideology, it could be anything, but they tend to reveal what their position is. You know,
Why do you
I'm
feel you
pretty
need
sure
to
may
like
have
get
seen a
your
few
point
clips.
across? It's like Adrian Ditterman online.
Why not?
Well, like,
If I have a good understanding of
like
the
why do you
world
use that
and,
instead of like your real name?
Wait,
What do you
his job?
Oh, you said it's not a real name, right?
I never said that.
Yeah, you did. It was like you said like, what does my name mean on that? You tweeted it. Like my name
No,
is
I
like.
said I'm the most.
Yeah.
No, I said that there are many people that have my name, you know, but it's the name is independent from.
I've never
whoever
heard your
bears
name
it.
before. There's multiple
Really?
Adrian Dittermans.
Dittermans,
Connor, there's
yes.
a
There are
moving.
many, many.
There's a moving.
Look at, for
shrubbery.
instance, Academia. Oh my God.
Snipers,
Damn.
bro.
They fucking tracked your ass. That was great.
Wait, do that again. Do that. Damn. Do that.
Why?
It was funny. It was a good meme.
Damn.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Hell
Dude.
yeah. Dude.
Are you on crack? I'm not gonna check Sean Strickland's Twitter, dude. Okay. Oh my God. Are you actually on crack daily? Is that what it is? You must be a crackhead if you think that Sean Strickland has ever said anything of worth. God damn, dude. Shut up.
What's like your favorite music?
I have a bunch of others
What
that I
music
like,
do you like?
but music is a bit more complicated. I have many different preferences. I like classical, some modern, electronic, some stuff from the 60s, some stuff from the 20s, some early 2000s, but very few. There's not much in today's world. that's
Okay,
actually
this
being made
sounds
that's
like he's not in his 20s then. He sounds like he's in his 50s.
I think it's a little bit too abstract for me personally.
Yeah.
I think she does great music for sure, but sometimes has a bit of a like it's difficult for me to connect with it personally.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
It's
though.
good music.
I think
It's,
cool that I
it's
don't
art
understand
more
it.
so than anything, I think. But yeah. Like if you look at, say, for instance, a performance like that, it's more so about the art than it is about the music, in my opinion. But maybe what do I know? I'm just a person who's looking in from the outside.
Fair enough. True. You are.
Yeah.
What'd you think about like that Cybertruck exploding?
What do I think about it? I
Yeah.
think I would even say that it's a good thing that it was a Cybertruck that exploded. Well, it's not the Cybertruck itself that exploded. It's actually the bomb that was inside of the Cybertruck that exploded. But if it would have been a different car, then a lot of people would have died. Because the Cybertruck itself is a very, very tough car. And so it actually contains the explosion more than a normal car
So
would
the
have.
guy just got
A normal
fucking
car would have been
obliterated in it.
Dude, I don't know
Yeah,
what's
effectively,
worse. I don't know what's worse. If the richest man on the planet created an alt account to glaze himself, or there's a human being on the planet who is this much of a super fan that he can almost perfectly impersonate the richest man on the planet and tries to talk like him all the time and say things that he would say all the time. I genuinely don't know which of these, because it's one or the other. There is no secret third thing here. It's either Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, who has created yet another alter ego / fake account for himself where he can, interact with groypers and defend Elon Musk. Okay. Or which is also insane and could possibly be the case. Or this is the number one Elon dick rider on the planet who has basically perfectly mastered the way Elon speaks and the things that Elon says. Both of which are equally disastrous.
Well, I mean, you ever heard the thing where it's like, don't trust anyone, not even yourself. So it's like that, I do trust some people, of course, but realistically speaking,
No, I don't think it's AI, chat. You're crazy. AI is not this sophisticated.
So-
Do you what do you like socially? Do you seek validation from others? Do you care what others say about you?
If I did, I wouldn't really be on the X platform because a lot of people insult me quite heavily. Even though I think that's fucking funny.
No, but I think that you can be insulted and still care.
No.
Yeah, I do. No, 1,000%.
I think No, basic bitch attacks are just basic bitch attacks, really.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm also an ex-influencer. I'm an ex-influencer.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. If somebody's attacking you on a personal level, which is actually kind of good. Like imagine, for instance, I make an argument, right? Yeah. And they argue how this argument has elements in it that are not good. Or that are incorrect, then we can have a discussion around that. But if somebody insults me or like tries to roast me, for instance, and it's actually a good roast, and I even appreciate it, be like, yeah, that's actually kind of funny. Like for instance, when Grok Funded first came, when Grok actually got released for the first time, there was a huge trend for everybody to like have themselves be roasted, and many people were highly offended by what the AI would say about them. And fuck, man, it did me in good as well. I think it was just fucking hilarious.
It was saying a lot of bad things about Adrian Dittman.
It was basically telling me to go touch grass effectively.
I mean, I mainly saw it making fun of like Elon Musk.
It was fucking funny. It made fun of everyone.
Yeah.
It makes fun of everyone. It's like you could ask, hey, roast whatever this guy's @ handle is, and it'll take whatever information is available about you and roast you on it. Yeah, right. It's a really good system. It's a good thing.
You think Grok's like a good system?
Yep. I use it every day. It's pretty nice.
You use it every day?
Yeah.
To like do what?
It's almost like a search engine for X in a sense as well. Like it helps you peer through a lot of data.
Like why would you use X and not something else, like peer through data?
Because a lot of the best real-time data is all in X, and Chrome, for instance, and
I don't think
Google
that,
in general just censors stuff. How so?
Well, like I mean, they censor stuff, I guess, but like, you can like use multiple different ways to like find your information.
Yeah, that's exactly what I don't want. I want one way that's most efficient, and thus far, X and Grok has been the ultimate combination of both. So,
why is it called Grok?
Have you not read the book?
There's a Grok wrote a book.
That's AI in the book.
What?
It's Hitchhiker's. I think it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, no, that's for like old people, bro. What? I haven't read that.
What do you mean?
You gotta be like 30 to read that. I haven't read that book.
What's wrong with being old? What's wrong with old people in general? I mean, I understand if you have like beef with the boomers.
They're old.
That I get, but like
they're old and they're not. They don't get the world's changing too fast for old people to keep up. So I don't care what they think.
That's gonna be you one day, though.
Yeah, and one day people aren't gonna give a fuck what I think. But you're not old. You said you're in your 20s.
Okay, that sounds exactly like Elon.
What's wrong with being old?
I'm just saying that like the world is changing so fast that a lot of times old people's perspectives are more outdated than they
what's your definition of
what's
your definition? Okay, so what's your definition of old, for instance, right? Because you just mentioned like in your 30s.
Yeah, I was kind of joking. I don't know. I would say like.
Okay, so what's your definition of old?
I would say someone 50 plus right now is a pretty different understanding of the way society is functioning at, a younger person's level than
I think they'd have
any
actually very good
generation prior.
understanding. Yeah, I think they'd have actually a very good understanding of it. Not really any generation prior. I think I disagree with that as well.
No, I disagree. I think that like the world has changed so rapidly, and you would agree with that.
Well, it's changed very rapidly, but
so I think that like someone whose perspective and upbringing is from a different era is fundamentally disconnected from how things are right now.
I disagree.
Oh, okay.
Disconnected in the sense that they're not contributing to the events, perhaps, but disconnected in terms of understanding, no.
You can't deny he's just Elon. He only sounds like he not only sounds like Elon, but holds every single opinion Elon has. Yeah, that's why I said both options here are equally pathetic. I don't know which one is more pathetic.
Yeah, me neither. RFK is gonna like ban those.
Which ones?
All of them, right?
Which? No.
Oh?
What do you mean?
He's gonna ban them.
You gotta be. Which pharmaceuticals do you mean specifically? Catch us like bad.
Bro, I don't know. They have like long names. I don't know.
I don't really know, man. I mean, if you don't know what they are, it's kind of.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I'm not a doctor.
You don't have to be a doctor in order to know which pharmaceuticals are gonna fuck you over and which ones don't.
I have Grok for that.
Okay, cool. Have you used it?
For my medical advice, yes.
No, I haven't used it for medical advice, but I would say, like, if you want to understand which pharmaceuticals do which things, you could find some information on that, and it helps you start out with research that you can do, perhaps, for instance. And that would be with any other system that helps you search information. You don't need to be a doctor in order to understand what the fuck's going on. Fundamentally, doctors are just other humans as well.
I think Grok might be fucking with your brain.
That is a typical dumb guy take, and it is exactly something Elon would say.
Be worse than the woke mind virus. Like I think the real mind
How is
virus might be Grok and like relying on AI tools to like determine your positions on things.
Ooh, good point.
What the hell does this do?
Why did you say it like that?
Wait, what the fuck? Is this?
Why did you say it like that? What did you say? Sorry, I didn't mean to
Say like
offend. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about Grok like that.
No, hang on a second. What the fuck is this? Oh, yeah, so I just picked up a random ass bush. One bush.
Use the bush. Yeah, the bush is funny, right?
Do you remember that meme where somebody got super drunk on like New Year's or something, and then they was like, I'm a bush.
Yeah, they got
I'm a
Atlanta
bush. No,
drunk.
you're not a bush.
Yeah.
I'm a bush. And they fucking like literally face planted into the fucking bush.
Yep. You ever been
See,
Atlanta
I'm a
drunk?
bush now. No, actually didn't. I've never been drunk to the point where I'd have to vomit. I avoid alcohol like the plague.
Even when like you hit 21?
Yep. Nope. Never got drunk.
Why?
Not like that. Drunk as in just, my brain being impeded, perhaps.
gotta do it one
But
time.
never to the point where I'd actually, no, fuck that. I'm not gonna have a hangover. I don't want to feel like I'm dying. Fuck
Did
that.
your friends like make fun of you? Did you
Even
get
if
like
they did, I
peer
wouldn't give a damn.
pressured?
No.
Don't you want to like
You
try
can't peer
things?
pressure. No, you can't peer pressure me into doing anything.
You have
Alright,
sex
I'm gonna fucking
before
throw a grenade
marriage?
in this window. Yes.
Sick. Not me, but that's chill.
Wait, are you married?
No. No.
One day.
Wait, then how did you not have sex before marriage?
How did I not have sex before marriage? That's what it says in the
Isn't that
Bible.
what
Do
you
you read the Bible?
Yeah, it's what it says in the Bible, but not a religious person.
You read the Bible, but you're not a religious person?
Yeah, I read it. I read a lot of religious
Okay, well, the
scriptures,
Bible
actually.
says don't have sex unless you're married.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Doesn't mean I have to agree with
I don't
it.
want to go to hell.
You're not gonna go to hell for that. I disagree with that.
Yeah, that's the fucking rules, dude.
And I think if it's like a sin, it's probably a little bit overhyped in my opinion. I mean,
You think sin is overhyped?
That's the fucking rules,
no, I think
dude.
that the specific rule is probably a little bit overhyped, just a little bit.
Who are you to determine that? God said it's a sin.
It's a great rule that will help society from destroying itself.
You think you're smarter than
realistically speaking,
God?
I still make my own choices. Nope. I still make my own choices. This is what it's all about, of course. Hey, I'm gonna blow this thing up real quick. Oh, sorry.
I can't get up there now. Adrian, I don't know how to get back up.
Okay, cool. Wait, what? Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Kind of blow up the rest of the house. I guess there's like this little doorway down here.
What about like the Quran? You read that?
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah.
Like the sequel.
The sequel? What
Yeah.
do you mean?
He's
It takes
right.
place
Connor's
after.
right. It is a sequel to the Bible. He's right.
Yeah, I read a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
The king.
Actually, a lot of the philosophies. I actually read most everything. I just like.
You read
You know how you
everything?
do binge watching. It's like how you do binge watching. I just decided I'm just gonna read stuff from cover to
God,
cover.
he's
in some
so
ways.
smart.
Wait, that's like super smart.
He's
I kind of
so
I
brilliant.
kind of forgot a lot of it because just like with binge watching, if you ask somebody, hey, can you recite what happened in episode this, season that? It's like, there you go. You kind of get the problem.
Well, I mean,
So
like,
think
you can kind of like digest like
what
a
I've read has
show or
shaped
like a
me little bit.
movie. You can like listen to that like in the background. And like
Yeah,
a
you can
book,
get, like,
a book kind of requires your full attention.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, how do you have
That's
time
what-
to do that
that's-
when you're on X all day?
I did this like years ago before he wasn't on X, and even then, like if you have a random thought, you can still post it out there and it could be on X. You can read, like say
Years
10,
ago,
20
before
pages
he
of
was
book
on
and
X, so what? When he was 4?
do that, you'll be able to get through most books.
I thought you were like 20. When were you reading these?
Whenever, I mean, you can read whenever you'd like. You have
So you were like
have
13
many
reading like
hours in
the
the day.
Bible and the Quran like cover to cover.
Something like that. I read a lot more scientific books when I was like 13 and shit like that.
That's fair.
A lot of mathematical stuff is pretty nice. I just felt it was entertaining. It's nice. I had like books from the 1960s. The modern math books are absolutely fucking dog shit. The books from like the 1960s are a lot better.
You
They
should
don't
read,
have, like,
you should
these
read a book on how to
weird
get some
graphical
hoes, bro.
illustrations in
Am I right? Nah, I'm just
No,
playing,
I don't do
bro. I'm
hoes.
just
Fuck
playing,
hoes.
dude. I'm just
No.
playing.
I was actually about to play. There's like this meme about hoflation.
Oh wait, describe it, please.
It's basically that. It's inflation. You don't know
What does
the
that mean?
inflation of hose, as in there's.
Don't Google that. Don't grok that.
Actually, I think Grok would give you a pretty good answer.
Don't. No.
Inflation is like the thing. I
Don't
think
do
it was. I think if I remember correctly, it was like a 4chan post or something from a long, long time ago. I think it was like from 2022, where it's like it says modern men have to work 5x harder than their grandfathers did for women, 20 times worse than what their grandmothers were.
I think my ancestors like went through a good bit. I found out recently that like a good bit of my ancestors were like hung for being witches.
God damn.
Yeah.
Well, you also had a lot more kids back then, so there was a lot of death happening. Either you'd
But,
have like, for
they weren't
instance,
they were like
no, of course not. Of course not. You had a lot of kids, so you had to have a lot of family. Yeah.
Like they weren't. I doubt they were witches. They were probably just like women that were like how today like people are like mean to like girls because like they're women and there's like underlying misogyny.
Enemies. Enemies.
You get what I'm saying, Adrian?
Yeah, I suppose.
But, like they would like hang. They would hang girls they don't like because they could just call them witches.
I think they're shooting at me now.
I don't care. They're not good at the game.
They really like me. What if I did this?
Adrian, come this way, bro.
Nah, fuck that. I guess them seeing a random bush moving around is not really convincing.
I was trying to talk about like witch trials with you, and you changed the subject.
No, because I was seeing enemies.
They're not gonna shoot you, bro. They suck.
What the fuck are they doing?
We're literally doing good here. It's better to be in the. You know what, Adrian? If you sit in the bush, it's better because then you look like a bush that's not fucking moving. Bushes don't move. Crouch. Press control.
Which button is crouch again?
Press control.
Oh, that's crouch.
There you go.
Gotcha.
And just stay there. Honestly, that's your best move.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, they're definitely sniping each other down there. Interesting. So we're like waiting for them to do something?
Like, what is Elon doing right now? What is Elon Musk doing right now? Technically. I wish I knew what his calendar looked like today. You know what I mean? Because we could address whether or not this is Elon Musk or Adrian Dittman very quickly.
You know Hawk Tua and you know Grok. And I just literally replaced one word with the other. You get it?
Kinda. Stop moving.
It is a spectrum, bro.
Did I actually hit this guy? No.
Did you?
I don't know. Maybe I did. I might have. There's a lot of people up there. It's gotta be.
There's probably people up there, bro.
I'm gonna text Connor
They're just camping
something.
So what made you want to come on my show? What made you want to do Fortnite Friday?
I thought it was gonna be funny.
It's been pretty funny. It's been a good time. I've laughed a good bit.
Yeah. Relatively, yeah.
Did you not find it funny?
Who did you vote for?
Who did I vote for? I voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I explained a lot.
I didn't like her though. I thought she was kind of stupid, but I thought she was better than the other guy.
What did you vote for?
Better than the other guy.
How so?
The other guy is like stupid and evil and old.
How so? How's he stupid and evil?
Okay, well he's stupid because he just.
Fuck's sake.
He shouldn't be the president. I don't know. I mean, there's so many different ways I could go.
Yeah, why shouldn't you be the president though?
Bro, I'm not the guy to debate this with you. I'm gonna say you shouldn't be the president because he tried to overthrow the election. I will say that will be my lock-in on that. Say that is disqualifying.
He didn't overthrow.
He tried to.
The election. I think that's
he tried to. No, he tried to. We talked about this earlier.
Like a lot of people say, various things,
too.
including like insurrection, for instance.
He's like ruled a rapist in a court.
Was he convicted though?
He's about to be.
I thought it was innocent until.
Well, actually, he was convicted. Yeah, no, he literally was convicted.
I don't know. Hang on a second. And do you not think, like, say, the history of a prosecutor that has imprisoned people for no fucking reason effectively is like worse, not as bad?
Like,
ooh, did I actually snipe this guy? Holy shit! Okay. Yeah, this guy's gonna full shot at me. I'm gonna die here.
Oh
Fuck
god,
this.
he's so bad.
Yeah, nah.
God, he is ass.
One more game. Ready up.
He's worse than me. He's worse than me. He has no tracking.
Nah, bro, don't say that. Be nice to yourself. You love yourself?
Yeah, I do, but I'm also not stupid to not admit what's going on.
Forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, voted for Kamala. No, yeah, I thought that Trump was just kind of a piece of shit. I don't know, and he tried for the election, and he's a rapist. Brock says he's a rapist.
Yeah, a second. Let me check what's on my feed real quick. I hadn't been on there in quite a while.
Oh, ask Grok.
Bug remover.
I gotta see what trending stuff's happening next.
You don't need. I mean, you gotta get off the app sometimes, bro. You gotta live in the moment.
Yeah, I do live in the moment.
No, you don't. Not when you're on the app like that.
Close the door.
You're not gonna be a good ex-influencer if you're always glued like that. You gotta like breathe in.
How would you know?
Because I'm a good ex. That's why you came on the show. You literally said you're like you get so many numbers on X.
Oh yeah, 100%. But you don't post as much as I do.
Yeah, so maybe don't post as much.
No, I like to post as much. I don't like to have my speech be restricted.
Your speech isn't restricted by you not posting.
Yeah, it is, because I'm not saying shit.
But you don't. Why do you always need to be saying things? That's what I'm saying is the problem. Like
it's funny. How is that a problem?
Funny.
You know what the fuck?
That's what I'm
this is gonna
saying.
be fun thing to tell someone. No, hang on a second. All right.
What you remember?
I'm
9/11?
not playing with Elon. This isn't
then?
Elon Musk. I'm watching Connor Eats Pants play with Adrian Dittman, not Elon Musk.
And then shit happened.
Marat thinks this is Elon Musk.
Doing your
He's a
thing.
simple
Well, if you're
fool.
my age and it was 9/11, you were toddling around.
Oh,
on
he's
living
asking
room
the
floor,
9/11 question.
which would have been your answer.
Yep. I was literally doing my thing.
That's what you were doing. Was you were toddling on the floor?
Probably.
Shit, Marat, I missed the 9/11 question I
you were
had.
how
with
old?
him
Send
to
this to
ask.
someone. Sorry, I'm gonna send a meme to someone. It's kind of funny.
I love memes, bro. Wait, send it to me.
No, it's a controversial one.
Wait,
You
also,
would
I want
get
to.
it.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Nah.
I won't share it if you don't want me to.
Nah. That's gonna nah.
I want to see the meme, dude. I'll share. I'll give you a meme if you can send me one.
No, not that one. Not that one. That one's
No, dude, send it, bro.
I mean, I literally just like gauged your political viewpoint.
But
You
like, I
even
can laugh at
trust
both,
me.
dude. I'm like Lex Fridman, bro.
How are you like Lex Fridman?
Because I can laugh at both.
That's my Connor is so
Really?
good.
Yes, I promise. 100%. Send me the
Tell me a
meme.
good joke about Democrats. Tell me a good joke about Democrats.
Democrats be like LGBTQ to the polls, am I right? And we're gay.
That's
Kiss
good.
boy,
That's
you
a
know?
banger. That's
Something
a
like that,
banger.
right?
Oh my fucking god.
Am I right,
Okay,
bro?
that's a little bit funny.
It's
I
pretty
don't know
fun.
about
Yeah,
that,
it was
man.
good.
Are you saying all Democrats are gay?
I think everybody's gay.
Are you gay?
No. I told you, I'm
Then
from a
how
different
is
cloth.
Alright, so then if everybody's gay, how are you not gay?
I'm cut
Would
from a
you even
different
know that you're
cloth.
gay if you were? The not gay cloth?
Yeah.
So some cloths are gay and others
Send
are
me
not.
the meme.
Nah.
Bro, you're such a buzzkill,
It's good.
dude.
Absolutely, and I love it.
Does this give you like
Okay, what is
fulfillment?
No, it doesn't.
Like,
What the fuck is this?
okay. Well, there's an answer, I guess.
What is this do? Oh shit, that's a you can
God, they are so bad.
shoot bullets through this.
How you feel?
The people he's
that's what I'm-
clapping are so bad.
What do you mean?
Like, Adrian.
Hang on a second. What the fuck is this? What if this guy's gonna like actually walk in here? That'd be kind of funny.
Are you doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Did you
Just
vote
trying
for
to, like, see
Bush?
what these people. I didn't vote for anyone. I've never voted for anyone. I've never really
Wait.
did vote for anyone.
You didn't vote for anybody.
Nope, I didn't vote for anyone. You see, here's the thing. I have a very objective opinion on certain things in the world, and
We're gonna go back to the drone video in a minute.
Very subjective opinion.
The
Yeah, of
Sean
course,
Ryan.
It's the subject of myself, I
You
suppose.
just said you have an objective opinion. So you think the whole
Yeah, I think I
world
have an
revolves
objective
around
opinion.
you?
Yeah, he can't vote because he's not a citizen. He wasn't a citizen until recently.
I think the whole world revolves around various things, and I understand those things.
Adrian, a lot of people on the internet are saying that they do. Oh my God, this guy's objectifying this character in my game that just killed me. I apologize. Ready up, find the match. Sorry, people are trying to make political statements in our games.
That's fine.
Both of you are annoying. You should both end yourselves. That is a mean chat message. That was moderators.
Yeah, I don't think. Damn.
that one hit home. What do you think about that? People tell you to do that?
Yep, sometimes they do.
What does that make you think?
Nothing.
Same. Might as well stick it out, right?
I feel very little in regards to things like that. If it's a physical threat, you know, somebody
I don't
actually
know how
going
much
after you,
you
it's a
feel
bit of a
at all.
different story. But I don't know. Define like what I'm supposed to feel or not feel. I really get that.
Like, I just don't think you feel, bro. I don't think you even recognize that. I don't think you realize how disconnected you are.
How am I disconnected? And what am I disconnected
Other
from?
question I asked him is about Grand Theft Auto. I was like, ask him to ask about other video games he's played.
I don't put on
and
a
if he
persona.
plays Grand Theft
I put on
Auto.
a persona.
Let's
Fooling
see if
people
he
in what?
asks.
Like, you're Adrian.
What do you mean? I am Adrian. This is who you're talking to.
Oh, he did already?
Am I not real?
I don't know.
Do you think this is like a simulation or something? Do you think I'm like an Optimus robot or like?
No, I just think you
what
think
do
you're
this
smarter than
is?
everybody, and that you thought that like you're
How?
like, it's like you thought you could be this Adrian, and that we wouldn't know it's Elon.
Wait, hang on a second. This whole time you're thinking that I'm Elon. Really?
I'm just joking.
Sure.
Like, what would you like if I did
Sure.
think you were Elon? What would you think?
I think that would be kind of stupid.
What would be stupid? That I think you're Elon, or that Elon is doing this?
Yep, 100%. Yeah, actually both of those. Actually, but actually, the fact that you'd think that Elon would be doing something like this. Elon has no need to do things like this. He's got a lot more important things to do.
Like what?
Like why would he do anything like this?
Like what?
Like what? I don't know. Running the tons of companies that he has.
He has
and
that
dealing with all the
perception that he
problems
has that
comes
to
with
do,
it.
but he's just a rich fucking guy. He just owns it. Other people does everything for him. He doesn't have to do shit.
Okay, how about this? You have a bunch of money, do you?
No, I suck at my job.
Alright, then how would you know what he's doing, and how would you know how to be rich or not be rich? Right? This is
Because I get how money, I get how like a CEOs work. Like it's like
Okay,
I
how
get how
does
that.
the CEO work? And what,
I don't.
okay,
I mean,
then why don't you
it
become
depends on the company, I suppose. It depends what that looks like.
one?
Depends on the
Okay, cool.
company.
Then why don't you become one? Okay, then why don't you
Why
become
don't I
one? Do the
become
same.
one?
If you think it's so
I don't
easy, then
know.
why don't
Oh
you do
my
it?
God, he's
'Cause I don't
defending
want
him
to.
so
I'd rather make
Why
people
not?
laugh and like play
so
Fortnite.
aggressively. He's defending
Very
himself.
cool, and there you go. But then your opinion is going to be very subjective to the point where you're kind of disconnected from whatever the real world is beyond whatever this simulation is, which is.
Well, yeah,
of
but a
course, literal
CEO is
fucking
disconnected in the same way, though. Is what I'm saying.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He actually has to be very
What do you mean?
connected to
No,
the rest
he's
of the world.
not. He's more disconnected than anybody because he's at like the top of the world.
How's that? That is not being disconnected at all. That actually
It
makes you
is.
fundamentally connected to the system that upholds said world.
You
No.
think?
Yeah.
Is that what gets you by in your day to day? Do you say what you have to say to yourself?
No, I didn't say shit to myself. What do you mean?
I say shit to myself all the time.
I didn't say anything to myself. I just exist.
I feel that.
Nice, I know. Shit. There's a bunch of people here.
What's your loadout looking like, bro?
What do you mean?
Like, what guns do you have?
Got something that looks like an M16 and something that's just like a gray.
All right, we gotta win this one. Okay. We really gotta win it. If you are stream sniping this lobby, work with me and Adrian, please. Work with us.
He almost said Elon.
I'm sorry. That was actually genuinely a mistake. You were fucked up.
Damn.
You were fucked up before,
Damn,
bro?
I'm fucked. Wait, what? What do
You were
mean?
fucked up.
Find that. Fucked up from what?
Have you ever fucked up?
Ever fucked up how?
In any way?
In any way?
Like, have you
I
ever
mean, sure,
messed
who
up, made a
hasn't?
mistake?
Well, yeah, everybody makes mistakes. What do you mean?
Everybody has
it's
his days.
It's a very human thing. It's like it's chaos.
You watch
That's how
Disney
the world
Channel?
works. It operates by. No, I think it's fucking dog shit.
You think it's dog? You think Disney Channel is dog shit?
Yep, 100%. I
Why?
don't watch it. It's a waste of fucking time.
What? It's for kids.
Yeah, and kids shouldn't watch it either.
What should kids watch?
Not that.
What should they
Something
watch?
That's actually educational.
What did you watch when you were a kid?
They can watch things like that.
What did you watch?
A lot of documentaries about how nature works and
You
how
watched
science
nature
works, yes.
documentaries as a kid.
Also, I would ask him about China
Off what?
too.
Like,
That's
how
the
did you
other
watch 'em?
thing.
You know, discs.
Disc?
DVDs.
Like what? Like which documentaries? Which nature documentaries?
So anything by David Attenborough is pretty good. The BBC back then did a lot of good work, especially some of the older stuff that they've made. It's actually pretty decent.
That was
Because
a
they
good
used to do a
answer.
lot of exploration, as a matter of fact. So, yeah.
If someone asked me what if I gun to my head, someone's like, "What documentaries did you watch as a kid?" I would have said BBC nature documentaries or like National Geographic. That's probably what
I
I would
didn't
have
really
said.
watch much of National Geographic. It's kind of like overhyping certain things. But no, realistically speaking, the BBC did a lot of good work back in the day.
In your
Now they're
20?
just kind of ideologues. Yeah, I'm in my 20s, yes.
Huh.
Oh my god, he
How
flubbed
does this
that.
gun work?
What do you think about like China?
Oh, he's asking the
What do you
China
mean, what I
question.
think about China.
Like,
You
what do
gotta
you
be more
think?
specific.
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
It's an interesting country. I think they do a lot of good work. I think that at the moment...
Bush!
What the fuck is that?
Bush!
Bush running around down
Connor,
there?
Bush next to you!
Someone's about to shoot you. Yeet. They're hiding behind that rock over there.
Okay, they suck.
Yes, they do.
You know who my skin is, by the way? Is Will Smith. You know Will Smith?
Yeah, I do know Will Smith. He kind of fell from grace real hard.
What? What do you mean? Oh, the slab?
Yeah.
Did you see that shit?
Yeah, of course I did. It was pasted
It
all
was
over the internet.
everywhere on
Yeah, that
X,
guy's still
bro.
alive.
I asked him to ask about like the additional government scrutiny against people who work with China.
He's crouching there. He's gonna ambush your ass.
Snoop Dogg. Nice
Oh, no,
shots,
bunch. There you
Adrian.
go. Nice.
No, yeah, he
Found a good
slapped. It
gun
was
here, it's
crazy.
pretty
It was
decent.
like, it was a little inappropriate. Have you ever slapped anybody?
A little inappropriate. Goddamn, that guy did some
It
bunch of
got
stuff.
it
I
got
didn't
people
even know.
talking. I mean, at the end of the day, you probably liked it
Sure.
because it brought like a lot of people on X.
I don't think it brought a lot of people on X, actually. I don't know.
I mean,
There's
what
other
difference is it
events
to
that
you
have
if people
been-
are on X?
I think it's cool because that's where I am.
Right. Of course. Do you think that like the Republicans like Elon?
The Republicans?
Yeah.
It's a very broad term. I think there's
Do you
a
think
few
Trump
Republicans
and
that
his
dislike him and a
friends
lot
like-
of Republicans that like him.
Do you think they like him?
I think so, yes. He works in the interests of America, I believe. Elon
I think
definitely operates
I
within
think
the
they
interests
probably
of
talk about him behind his back and make fun of him.
Some of them might, perhaps. Perhaps, I mean, I wouldn't know.
I bet they
How
all
would I
think
know?
that he's just like the biggest like just loser.
Nope, I don't think so.
Like, well, they just took all his money to like advance their own beliefs in politics and like to like justify his own like self-worth. Of, like, I'm important, I can fund this election.
It was not about that.
Well, he doesn't think it was about that, but he can't psychoanalyze himself and he doesn't do any introspection. So I think, yeah.
Oh.
How would you know?
And we can tell. We can see him on X the entire day.
Yeah, but how would you know? I mean, like, what is your
I
understanding
mean,
of
you
the
can
world?
psychoanalyze somebody when they're on an application like 48 hours a day.
Are you a psychologist?
Could be.
No, you're not.
No, I am a psychologist.
Cool, sure.
Dude, he gets so
You
defensive.
didn't even know you could have kind of cooked me there. You didn't pick that one up? That's kind of funny.
Wait, what could I have? Wait, actually, tell me the bit.
Nah, you're gonna have to figure that one
Wait,
out.
tell me the joke, bro. If I missed one, I gotta know.
Nah, somebody's gonna probably clip it together if they remember. Remember when I was telling you that you didn't have to? Yeah, sure, I'll tell you. Remember when I was telling you that you don't have to be a doctor to understand how things work? There you go.
I don't have to be a doctor to understand how things work.
He,
Is that
oh
what you were
god, his
referring
jokes
to?
are so bad.
Yeah,
He thought that
so
was a
if you're
callback.
referring back to that, then you're saying that like I could be, I don't have
No
to be
one
a
is gonna clip
psychologist to
that, dude.
psychoanalyze you, is
No
what you're saying.
one.
Yeah, but your psychoanalysis might not be the most correct.
Sorry,
I mean,
not
what
you,
kind of
Elon.
experience do you
Not
have?
you, not you.
Wait, what?
I was talking about Elon, not
What?
you.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I know.
Oh, sorry.
You're saying a lot of confusing things. Hang on, what the fuck is that shooting that's going on down here? Is this guy shooting at me or is he shooting at somebody else? Oh no, he is shooting at somebody.
They're probably shooting at somebody else.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
What do you think about like Blue Sky?
It's a stupid app full of pedophiles.
Full of pedophiles?
Oh yeah, 100%, man.
There's a bunch on X too, though.
Not that I would be.
Like Elon, like unbanned one of them.
Elon restored the account.
Who's supposedly pedophile? It's a very who?
It was like the guy. There was like these conservative like commentators or something.
Dom Lucre.
Which conservative commentators?
Someone messaged me and told me.
I mean, that's a very serious allegation. If you want to have like a
someone messaged me. I am messaging him.
Someone messaged me.
But you're calling a person who got unbanned on
Is that his name? The chat room saying Dom Lucre.
I don't think he was ever banned.
Oh. Oh. Well, shouldn't he be banned?
Why should he be banned?
Because of what I just allegedly stated.
You didn't allegedly say. You didn't allegedly state something. You literally stated something. So
apparently, the chat room is relaying that this guy posted inappropriate imagery on the X platform, and then you ban them, but then you unban them afterwards.
Who's you?
Sorry, Elon. Excuse me. Sorry. I got confused. You're confusing me.
I don't know. I don't know what he posted or what he didn't post. I don't really look at a lot of his stuff.
It's definitely Elon.
But he'd have to come up with some sort of evidence.
Like Matt Gaetz as well.
Matt Gaetz? Wait, what's wrong with Matt Gaetz?
I mean, what isn't wrong with Matt Gaetz?
I know. You tell me. You're the one who's making the
accusation.
accusation.
Have you seen his face?
Burden of proof is on you. What's wrong with his face?
Come on, man.
No, seriously, what's wrong with it?
It's like, it's kind of scary.
How's it scary?
It's like,
are you like scared
it's
by
not
other
like
dudes'
made out of
faces?
skin.
What? Wait, are you one of those people that believes in like the mask conspiracies? Is that your play?
Matt, what?
No, you're not that deep in the
like
lore?
The Dream song?
Gotcha. No worries. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. No, I was just saying that like he has like a plastic face.
How does he have a plastic face?
Because he got like a bunch of surgery to like get like cosmetic enhancements, but it didn't go very well. Because he wants to appear younger because he likes little girls.
What?
I just need to. Did I need to make it more clear? I don't know how to explain it.
Nice. This looks good.
You think that like some people are like reptiles?
Glowing. Yay. What? No.
Okay, well now I think you might be a reptile.
People have told me. People have said that I'm a reptile. Yes.
Yo, low key.
A bunch of conspiracy theorists.
The way you just reacted when you gave that what? That like oh I don't know what you're talking about.
You think I'm upset? Wait, hang on a second. Do you think I'm upset by reptile racism? Is that the insinuation here?
No, I think that like you were caught off guard by me asking if you're a reptile.
So
now I low key am like scared.
God damn, Connor, your ass too, bro.
Around you. Those little lizard things are amazing.
That's good.
You know, like geckos and shit. I kind of like geckos. There's another guy who's like trying to shoot at us just over there.
That's the best lizard, bro.
In this general direction. What's the best lizard? I like geckos. I like geckos. They're pretty chill.
Fair.
Geckos are nice. Ah, no, this guy's gonna fuck me.
pick.
Damn, do they have like any actual semi-automatic?
Bro, I suck ass at this video game. Why do I even host a show on this bullshit?
I don't know, man.
Shut up, dude.
I'm definitely gonna die here. Oh, no, I got this guy. Come get your friend. Come get your friend. Go get your friend. Get your friend.
Dude, don't use the shotgun at that range, man. Use the AR.
Sorry.
Use the AR. Use the assault rifle.
He doesn't know how to change the gun.
Sorry, my aim is dog.
Oh, it's not your aim. It's your problem-solving skills. There you go. Holy shit.
He did.
Get my card.
Wait, where'd you die? Oh, you're dead over there.
Do you think you're like a smart guy?
I suppose I am.
I think that like you are smart in a sense of the word. But I also think you're stupid in a sense of a word.
How's that?
Like I think that like you can relay and retain and recite a bunch of information. Whether or not the information is accurate or true is something you cannot discern and don't have the ability to comprehend.
Oh my god.
How so? Give me an example.
This entire stream.
No, how so? Give me an example.
I mean, I think the people can make that up for themselves.
Okay, so what the fuck? Oh no, sorry, that's this way. Right. It's a little difficult because you change topics quickly without my ability to actually finish them. That's one issue. Another issue is that I'm playing a game I've never played before.
The issue is like
there's a bunch of stuff. Actually.
You benefit from like rambling on and on and on and not stopping.
I do not ramble.
You think you don't ramble?
No,
oh my god!
So. Where the fuck is it? Is this thing down here?
Sorry, Adrian. I'm being a little bit adverse here. I just got frustrated that we lost this round. Don't throw the grenade at the wall!
Yeah, I know.
Okay, thank God. You need to pick me up and revive me.
Where is the thing? That's up there, is it? I don't fucking know.
He's not.
Oh my God, the circle. Dude, we spent so long. You see what I mean, bro? This is what I mean by problem solving.
Again, like I said, this is a game that I haven't played before, so yeah.
I won my like second game on this.
I'm definitely gonna die in this.
Dude, he's
I'm, like,
so. This is so good.
I know a 4-year-old that won his first game ever.
Well, I'm not a 4-year-old.
How old are you?
Like I said, I'm in my 20s.
Like you said.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna die here. Fuck.
He's gonna get assassinated, dude.
You know Ninja? Nice!
Yep, I do.
Nice, nice. Go, 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 run. Keep going. Okay, wait, you could actually do this. I'm not even lying, bro.
Yeah, I know Ninja. He has streamed a bunch on the platform. And of course, he's very magic, so... I wonder why.
Oh no!
Produced too many smiles.
Explosion?
Elon is mad at him too.
I defended
What the
women.
fuck is
If you want an actual answer, I defended women, by the way.
Okay.
Just for the record, girls watching.
I don't think you need to say it, that it would be self-explanatory, wouldn't it?
Just saying it. You're on the spectrum, right? You get it?
Yeah, I think we've established it beforehand.
Sometimes
so this
you
thing's
need
gonna
to
pop down
clarify.
here at some point, right? How do I
Yes,
see
it
the
will
map?
come down from the sky, but
Alright.
you need to be careful because they're going to be looking out for you and trying to snipe you. You're in like the wide open right now.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, they're gonna fuck me, 100%.
That's what I mean by like problem solving.
So there's gonna be a lot of shooting that's coming from there.
Yes.
I don't
That's what I'm
really
saying,
want to
like get like near
here,
get
but
cover. That's what I'm saying to listen to me.
I have like 0 meds.
Can you listen to me?
Yeah.
Okay, you see what the circle is? You need to
Yeah,
find cover. So you should probably get like here maybe, in like this little corner.
Never mind. Hang on. The loot just dropped there. So I'm gonna get some loot, heal up real quick, and then go back to the center. I'm not gonna use this gun. This thing's useless.
Yeah, you need to get heals.
Yep, 100%. That's why I'm going to this crate. Yeah.
What do you think about like Jeffrey Epstein?
What do you mean? What do I think of him? I
Like,
think
would you
everybody
allow
understands
him on
exactly
X
what
if he was
did.
still alive?
Would I personally allow him on X?
Never mind. That's not your job. Would you be chill with him being on X if he was still alive?
Probably not. My personal opinion is like that guy's kind of fucking insane. And
Dude,
he's done a lot
same,
of insane
right?
shit.
Fuck that guy.
So
It's
nah,
wild.
I don't think it should be on X in my opinion.
Do you think like Elon knew
Why
him?
did I do that? No. Knew of him perhaps because he was very. What? There he goes. I tried to sign me just now. Ooh. Wait, can I actually grab this thing? Nice. There's definitely a guy there on that hill. He's trying to snipe me. 100%. Yep. Oh fuck.
Bro,
I'm a
you gotta
fucking idiot.
stop throwing the grenades. We just gotta stop using that. Done. Nice. Let's go. Oh.
Fuck. Sorry.
It's okay.
Almost
top
got
two,
it.
top
Almost
two.
got it.
It was a loadout problem there. It was a loadout problem. You needed shotguns. still.
Yeah. Yep.
Again, problem solving. That's what I'm talking about. You want to keep going, or are you done? We can do
Game
one
I'm
more.
not familiar with. Yeah, we can keep going.
Okay.
It's not fun.
All right, we'll keep
I'm
going.
starting to understand what's going on. It's kind of fun.
We got to get you a win. You listen to like rap music?
Rap music?
Yeah. You don't.
No, not really.
Do you know any like rappers?
Except for very mainstream ones, no. I think Eminem, for instance, is a very mainstream.
True.
So anyone's like extremely mainstream that I know. Because I don't really get into it because, yeah, it's not really my type of music.
There. No Netspin?
Netspin?
Netspin? None of that?
No.
Yeah.
Again, not sure who that is.
Sabrina Carpenter?
Fuck it, this guy.
You don't know Sabrina Carpenter?
Over here. Lol.
You don't know Sabrina?
Yeah,
you know Espresso?
Yeah, know of. No.
That's that me Espresso. You've heard that.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have, bro. Hold on.
No, I haven't.
Give me a sec.
He's gonna play it.
I'm not into modern music, not by a long shot.
You've heard this, bro. You've heard this. You've heard that, right? Guess so.
Heard what?
Say you can't sleep, baby. I know. You've heard this.
No, I can barely hear anything that's coming through your mic right now. You've got good noise cancelling going on, so I can't hear it. Yeah, I can't hear it through the mic.
He asked about Grimes earlier.
You've never heard that?
Nope. Never heard that.
There's no way you're on X all the time, all day, and you haven't heard that one time.
Again, the X algorithm is really good at sorting things. So
no, it's bad at it. It's bad at it. It's bad at it. It's bad at it. It's bad at it.
No, whoever you're following and whoever's interacting with stuff.
I'm following the same people I was following before it became X.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. Whatever you see is going to be wildly different.
It was good before it became X, and then it became bad.
For instance, how did it become bad?
Because apparently I see espresso and you don't.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Nobody needs to listen.
That's what
to
I'm asking, bro.
Who cares? Like seriously, who cares?
True.
What I see is completely different than from that what you would see, right? Because we don't care about the same things.
You get like Mozart on your timeline?
No, I don't get any music on my timeline. I got a lot of stuff about technology and things such as that.
Like, name new technology.
Anything. It's
Chills.
It's a very how do I explain it? It's a very broad thing. I can't like pick one technology specifically, except for like say AI, for instance, which of course is taking over everyone's timeline. Robotics. There are a few that are quite good at developing that, so I kind of keep up with that. And then anyone who tries to develop anything that is going to utilize that technology, of which there are many different companies, and specifically the types of people.
Okay, I'm less autistic than Elon, by the way, because I know espresso and I love Sabrina Carpenter. I'm one of the girly pops. I just want to point that out. Okay, as someone who's a notorious not music listener, I do listen to music. To the
It's left 4chan,
like the
and then
founding
went
fathers.
on to X.
Wait, I thought you didn't know 4chan.
Went to X.
You didn't know 4chan until yesterday.
I do know. What do you mean?
I didn't know until
That's
yesterday.
wrong. That isn't correct. When did I say that?
You said that.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Oh,
I know exactly what I've said, and I haven't said that.
You know exactly what you've said?
Yep.
Is that what you have to tell yourself to like reassure yourself you're not making a mistake here?
No, I definitely know I'm not making a mistake here.
Okay.
I know 4chan very well. I even recited to you a post from memory. So you want to tell me that I don't know it, and that post.
I think that's really impressive that you have a photographic memory.
Lame ass, dude.
I don't have photographic memory.
Oh. Well, then how did you remember it?
That's how the brain works. People have it. Some people know how to utilize it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, got me.
Do you not know how to use your brain?
He's so lame.
The shotgun this dog.
That's a point in your book.
I know 4chan very well.
Please teabag. Please teabag. I want to be friends. Come
you
here.
like football?
I don't really like sports in general. I'm not a sports type of person.
No sports?
No, I don't do sports.
You don't know any ball?
Nope, I don't play any sports.
Zero ball, none.
Anything I cannot participate in directly, I don't have an interest
There's like
in.
math to sports that you could care about.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Why would I turn math into a sport? I use math to solve problems, not math to make myself look
What
more
problems are
intelligent.
you solving?
Any problem. Math is a very generalized thing. It can solve many problems
Name a
for
problem
you if
you
you
solve.
understand it
What
conceptually.
problems do you solve actively with math? Like
Sometimes I feel like he LARPs as an autistic savant, by the way. Like, this is like LARPing.
Everything. Realistically, it's literally everything. It's all around you. The universe works by it.
Adrian, what are you doing with math?
This is like
literally everything. You do understand.
This is what you would say if you were just like LARPing as like an autistic savant. You know what I
Adrian,
mean?
what part of your job is utilizing math?
Everything, literally everything. Reality is based on it. How do you not understand that?
Like X is like the everything app.
Fuck this. This guy's gonna fucking slice my ass. I'm gonna make him run out of ammo. Gotcha.
That was a fun little giggle.
Come here, Give me one.
Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is like,
this is so difficult to kill. Why is
these
it
are
like,
some like
there you go,
stereotypes of autism, and
chasing this guy
you know, like the type of person who's like, oh, I use math for everything. Like,
fucking beat this guy to death. What
like
the fuck?
I'm just like Rain Man.
You're
Like that's what he's
interesting guy.
doing when he says stuff like that.
You certainly are interesting.
Sure. What the fuck was that? Oh yeah, someone's definitely gonna fucking kill us. You on him? Yep. Looks like you are. I have like 5 shots.
Oh my god.
Hey, that's me on Saturday night. Am I right, Adrian?
But
oh, you don't drink.
I don't know what that means.
Never mind. Sorry, I was trying to like be boys, but
yeah. I guess, yeah.
trying to be chill.
Oh, yeah, I need this thing.
Break the ice.
I need to exchange this thing. Okay, let's get the
Yo,
shield on
someone
so I
pour
don't
me down
die
a double
instantly.
shot of whiskey. Heard that?
Yeah.
Jelly roll? Or Post Malone, one of them?
Jelly
Boozy?
roll.
One of those?
No, it's the black
It's
dude
interesting,
that
you go by
raps
a lot of,
country. Well, he
celebrity
sings country. Doesn't
references,
even
but, like,
rap.
why does it matter?
Isn't
Why does
that who
matter
the
to
guy
you?
is?
Because
Shabuzi.
they're popular. It's like, it's pop culture.
Why does
Culture
that matter?
matters. Culture matters.
Pop culture and actual culture are very different things. I think pop culture, to a certain extent, you can have like an opinion on its utility, that's for sure. I mean, I think there's some elements of popular culture that are good, but not all of them.
Yeah, but I think that like, it's fine to be interested in
really
pop
so.
culture and like enjoy things that people enjoy.
Yeah, 100%. But I don't need to. I don't need that.
Yeah, but I think it's strange to like question my understanding or knowledge of it or seeming interest. Like, it's just like
I
a
don't
normal
question
thing.
it.
You asked why?
I'm not questioning it.
You know the Rizzler?
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I know some of the brain rot. It's
The
everywhere.
Rizzler is not brain rot. What?
Everything's brain rot.
I wonder whose fault that is.
Not mine. Not mine.
Yeah. Would you
I'm
say
not
it's
the one who's
Elon's?
making it, am I? No, definitely not. He's not the one who's making it either. He's the one who makes cars, robots, and rockets. He's not the one who makes internet
I don't think
brain
he
rot.
makes a car, a robot, or a rocket.
How's that? He
I've never
literally
seen him
does,
build
though.
one.
You've never seen him build one.
He should like post a video of him building one.
Are you stupid? You do realize it's like a national security problem if you were to post things directly about how these systems
I mean,
work.
he could,
You
like-
do realize
I mean,
that's
a
also one of
car.
the
He could-
reasons-
like,
that's also one of
he
the
could make a
reasons why you
car.
can actually
Oh my
not
God!
He should make a car.
maybe say immigrants work on the rocket. I think not just immigrants
I'm not
themselves,
talking
but
about.
actually-
This is
actually
what I
have
mean
to
by
be
you going on
EU citizens.
tangents, Adrian. I'm talking. This is what you're
No,
doing.
I'm
it.
literally trying to tell you why he cannot post anything about how he's constructing a rocket. Besides, he's not
I'm
the- he's
telling
not the
you,
person
he
that
can
directly
post
builds them.
himself showing how to make a vehicle
Why?
because you just said he does it.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, I want to see him do it
But why should he post it?
because I don't
Why?
believe he does it. He's
Well, then
just
that's your
rich.
belief, man.
He just pays the people that do it.
Okay, then how's he-
Sometimes less
okay,
money than
then
they
why did-
deserve.
Okay, how about this? 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 How about you get a loan from a bank somewhere, get a bunch of people to invest in your
I don't
thing,
believe
and
in the
then
banks.
also make a bunch of money.
I don't believe in the bank.
Well, there you go, and that's your problem. Even though the bank is literally the thing that holds all your
I don't
money.
believe
you
in like
the
any
bank.
currency. All that stuff's going away.
You don't believe in any currency.
All of it's going away.
It's not. Okay, then why do you do anything?
It's all going away. Why am I doing anything? Because my life doesn't revolve around
Exactly.
the capital I accrue. Like my family, the people
Literally
I care about,
does.
people I love.
It literally
No, I care
does.
about
If
my
you have no
family,
money,
like
you
the
have
people
nothing.
around me, and like putting a smile on people's faces, getting a little.
Yeah, 100%. Because even
producing
if you
good
were to run out of
emotions.
money, then probably they will. Yeah, because then they would probably support you with their money, even if you didn't care about your own money.
I don't give a fuck.
Because
But
money
like
is
that's what I'm
still a thing
saying.
that
Like
you
money
need.
is more like a problem.
It is not.
Yeah, you like it, don't you?
I don't like money. It's a
Little
thing that
bit.
you need in order to do more things.
I get a
That's
little
it.
bit.
No. So it's I mean, how do you, I just explained to you what I think about money, that I think it's a, wait, what the fuck? I'm just gonna throw this grenade at him and see what he does with it.
Do it. Nice! Wait, I don't
Random hit.
You got him?
Oh, there's a guy
Good
there.
job. Well, it wasn't a
Yeah, I
random
think I
hit. You
yeah.
did throw it right at him, but yeah. I'll give you that still.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Die. Yep, you did. Okay, there we
You
go.
gotta stop laughing, bro.
Why? What's wrong with that?
It
Why
gives
can I
it-
laugh? I thought it was about
It gives it
putting,
away,
you
bro.
know,
It
smiles
gives
on
it
people's
like if
faces.
you're trying to keep this up, like it.
Okay.
It gives it away.
What gives what away? I'm very confused, man.
I don't want to be the one to tell you.
Super machine gun. Nice. Okay, I'm keeping that thing. Okay, what else? Do we have anything else here that's pretty useful? So if that ammo over there. This shotgun's pretty useful. I'm probably keeping that. This thing has only got like 3 bullets in it, which is kind of
You're kind of killing it this game, Adrian. Good for you. I'm kind of letting you run this show now, and you're kind of doing pretty well.
All right, if you say so.
You play chess, bro?
A little bit, yep.
I play checkers.
Yeah. There's a guy that's coming around. Yep, 2 of them. They're squatting. Let me link.
Good job.
Nice.
What is he
nice
shooting
shots,
at?
bro.
Flanked him.
Yeah.
Okay, this works. What is this thing?
You gonna get married
tactical
someday?
shotgun. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, why?
I don't know. I was just wondering, like, what do you think about, like, marriage?
I picked up a sniper rifle.
You think someone can have, like,
Nice.
multiple
That's pretty good.
partners, or, like, just, like, one?
Yeah, you can definitely have multiple partners if you'd like.
Definitely.
It depends on what your specific what your preferences are. You can have multiple partners, I think. I don't really go for that, but you can if you want to. A lot of people pull this off successfully.
It's kind of
and,
woke.
You know, it can work.
Multiple
It's not
partners
woke,
is a
it's
bit woke.
very, very, very. No, it's a very old thing. You have to look it up. That's been going on for centuries, maybe thousands of years. Like that's a very
Yeah, but
very
that was,
old
like,
thing.
before,
Not
like,
everything's work, right?
iPad. That was
If
before,
you
like,
live in a
iPad.
work echo chamber, yeah, of course. Like if you live in a work echo chamber, that everything's work to you, of course. But that's just not work. Work is also based on something. What work was is something that's fundamentally.
I think you're in an
different than
anti-woke
what it is.
echo chamber.
No, I'm not.
No, how do you know? How would you know?
I'm in a tech. I'm not in any other echo chamber other than the tech echo chamber because that's like where I like to be. Because everything that defines everything is literally based on it. Oh, and this guy's about to fucking kill me.
You're so interesting, Adrian.
Yeah, I got fucked.
You got to keep going, I guess, until you don't want to do it anymore.
No, I'm fine with this. I'm starting to like kind of learn how it works a little bit.
Oh my god, he's gonna have him on for so long until there's literally an emergency
Kinda
at
funny.
Tesla.
Imagine Fortnite 2. What would you do?
I don't know. I'm not really a person that does much with first-person shooter games, so I really wouldn't know what to tell you.
Shooter.
A third-person shooter. Sorry.
When did you have your first kiss? Got a story?
There's not really a story around that.
I mean, there's always a story behind it.
You find someone, you sign
Elon
up their
is
brain,
so
and then it's
lonely, dude. Elon Musk is so lonely.
We do what with their brain?
I mean, that's how it works, isn't it?
You what with their brain? What?
It's all just emotions, you know. You try to find someone who likes you, they'll like you back, and then you play chess effectively, if you would, or checkers with their mind. It's just role play, effectively. Everybody gets a role.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, I get that.
Human emotions are kind of weird. They're like nobody's really in control of them to a certain extent, and they don't really know what it is and how they work properly. So they just like let themselves be guided by instinct, and they do such stupid things. It's fucking hilarious.
Isn't it crazy that like you can have so much power?
How do you mean?
Like, just theoretically, someone could just have so much power.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
What's? I suppose that's crazy. I don't see it as particularly crazy. I think it's just the way
We
that
should,
the
like-
system works.
Yeah, but we should fix the system.
In what way?
Not electing the Republicans.
Last time Elon tweeted was 59 minutes
Why,
ago.
what's wrong with the Republicans?
They're fucking losers.
How are they losers? They clearly won.
True. All right, they're
That's just the kind of one they won by a very large margin.
They're. Hold on, I need a better like term. I gotta think of a
You
good
don't need a
insult
term.
here.
You need to objectively tell me what's wrong with them.
No, I'm gonna think of a good term here.
I think it's fucking funny.
They're pedophiles.
How so?
A lot of them like kids.
Who?
Matt Gaetz.
Can you prove that?
I don't know. That's Congress's job or whatever. They're
So hang on a second. Your entire shtick behind. So you generalize all of the Republicans, and you think, and you allege, that one of them, Matt Gaetz specifically, is like a person who supposedly likes kids. That's what you're alleging.
I think he
and
likes
you like to project that
17-year-olds.
over everybody else. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but that doesn't mean that it's true.
I mean, I don't really make a differentiation there. I don't know.
Well, that's kind of your problem, isn't it?
Would you make a differentiation there?
Yes, I would
Is
make
that
a
something you want to
differentiation.
defend?
I'm not defending anything. I'm saying that you don't have proof of that.
Okay.
I think you're just making that shit up. Or somebody else made
I
that
do
shit
just
up.
be
You
saying
believe
shit.
what they made up.
This is a comedy show.
Yeah. Yep.
You just be saying shit too sometimes, though.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Yeah,
You gonna watch the Super Bowl this year?
I think I might. It depends.
What'd you think of the Super Bowl last year?
It's kind of weird.
What YouTubers did you like when you were younger?
Ooh. I don't really like any YouTuber specifically.
Right, because you didn't have access to the internet.
No, it's not even that. It's like in general, I feel like this the idea of being very fanatic about your support for someone is not something that I'm personally into. I'm not saying this is something bad or something that people shouldn't do in general. I just saying this is something that I personally am not into doing.
And you've come up with these perspectives in the... How many years have you had the internet now?
I don't just come up with these perspectives. You just kind of discover them. It's like...
I know, but like for how long have you had the
internet?
internet?
That's how the world works. Oh my fucking god.
All right, I'm going to run a poll.
What the fuck
I'm going to run a poll.
Hey,
Chat.
how long?
I'm going
It
to
can't be more
run
than,
a
like,
poll.
5 years, right?
Way more than that. Okay.
Wait, what do you mean way more than that? You said you're in
The
your
poll
20s.
is this Elon?
Oh, no, don't dodge, Adrian. I'm asking a question.
Yes, it's
Hang on, I'm trying to
Elon.
kill someone. Give me a
You're
second.
not going to
No,
kill them.
it's Adrian. No,
Real.
it's not.
Oh my god,
Well,
he
I just
did it!
There you go. And
I got you,
oh,
I got you. I'm
fuck.
covering you, I'm covering you, I'm covering you. Nice!
Running the
All right, they're
poll.
both dead.
Vote
Let's
on
go,
it
dude.
now.
No, that was teamwork. Shake and bake.
Like,
You seen Talladega Nights?
what's this? Saying what?
Talladega Nights, the movie. Will Ferrell,
No, I don't think
Ricky
I have,
Bobby,
no.
whatever, dude. It was really popular when we were kids. Like, if you're in your 20s, you would have seen that all the time.
Again, totally different way to grow up.
It's an Adam McKay movie. It's like, oh, look up.
Grew up in the fucking desert.
In the desert? Wait, why is that so
Practically, you could say.
funny? We're in the desert, bro. Practically.
Don't worry about it.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
Like Walter White, like in New Mexico?
Nah, like Walter White. Yeah, that's a reference that I can get.
Like South
Breaking Bad was
Africa?
pretty good. And no, that's not okay.
That's not it.
Oh. Did you watch Better Call Saul?
No.
You should. It's freaking great.
I don't watch TV. I think it's brain rot.
No, it's not TV. It's
It is.
specifically a series. Sure, they'd be displaying it on
It was
TV.
on
but you
TV.
can
They literally
watch
displayed it on
side.
TV. Are you stupid?
Yeah. That doesn't mean that you have to watch it on TV. You can literally subscribe to various of
What
the
does that matter? What?
video demand providers.
All
Yeah,
right,
it does matter
85%
because,
say
I don't
yes,
like
it's
to have my brain
Elon.
be inundated with ads and news that's all lies.
Yeah, like on X.
No. How's it a lie? You have to point to
There's
examples.
tons of lies on X all the time on the timeline.
Which ones?
Like, I don't know, Fox News.
Oh yeah, but that's mainstream media though.
All right. Or like, I don't know.
That's the problem. I have a problem with mainstream media. Yeah, I think we could agree here.
Yeah. Who's like your best friend?
This is my best friend.
Yeah.
There's a few of them that have accounts on X. You know, my
You
co-hosts.
only have
I'd say,
friends on
pretty good
X?
Friends. No, I'm not gonna tell you who my friends are in real life. Get fucked.
okay.
Absolutely not.
I was just wondering if you wanted to talk about it. I don't know.
Nope. I value my privacy.
It's fair.
Pretty sure you can understand that.
No, totally.
Where's the fucking crate? This thing's pissing me off now. So this staircase, good. I'm gonna have to tear it down.
How could Connor afford interviewing Elon for that long? Bro, because he's jobless.
You build a house.
How like Connor has more of a fucking job than Elon does. Understand that he is a friendless, holeless, Twitter addicted, pathetic individual. And he also happens to be the richest man
how
on
would
the
you do it?
planet.
Like if you need to like build shelter right now.
He is the most unemployed man, dude. He's a CEO of like 3, 4, 5 companies. That's all he does is tweet all day.
To kind of throw shit together.
If you are in the wilderness, you are in the wilderness. How do you make shelter?
What resources do I have? And
You're
which
in the
wilderness
woods.
specifically?
You're like in like a forest. I don't know, like a generic forest.
Okay, so generic forest.
You read Hatchet?
North America. What?
Surely you've read Hatchet. You read about all these books when you were younger. That's like what book everybody reads. You've read Hatchet, right?
No.
There's no way that you have not read Hatchet, and you read all these books, and you're in your early 20s.
Nope, I haven't read that.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, basically, you're in the middle of like the Canadian wilderness. Okay. A plane crashes.
Okay.
You need to survive. How do you build shelter?
Dude, Megaphonics, you need to dial it back, okay? You need to dial it back, Megaphonics. God damn, we're watching Not Elon, and you're freaking the fuck out in the chat.
Yeah, nah. Okay, cool. Then I can't use that. Okay, that's a good definition right there. That's like saying asking.
It's from the book Hatchet.
Right. Yeah. It's good. Well, I wouldn't know because I haven't read it.
Right. Of course.
Like this very specific. I mean, it's a funny little trap.
It's only
question
like a
because I
book
would be
that's in
asking,
every
like,
single curriculum.
Like, how about this? How
of
about this?
people
How about this? How about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the curriculum is dog shit. Anyways, think about it this way.
But you took the.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
No, I want you to answer this one.
No, let me ask you a question.
No. I want to ask you a question. You were in the Canadian wilderness and you need to make shelter. How do you make shelter? You don't have tools. Your plane crashed. It's in the water. It's from Hatchet. It's the book. What do you do?
Cut down a few trees.
Cut down a few trees. How are you going to chop down the trees?
Ooh, nice. Well, chopping down, not necessarily.
How are you going to do that?
But you can find some somewhat. You can
couldn't
find
do it.
some
You couldn't do it.
wood, I think.
You couldn't do
No,
it.
yes, you could. Yes, you could.
I don't think you'd make it. No, you couldn't.
This is
Adrian,
so
let's
funny.
do it. I'll stream it. We'll put you in the wilderness.
Like, go into the wilderness.
We'll
I'm
do
not
it.
gonna go into the fucking wilderness just like that. No, why should I? I got way too much stuff to do.
Oh, we'll pay you. We'll get someone to sponsor it. You know Ludwig?
You couldn't afford it.
He's rich.
Not that
Mr.
rich.
Beast? You know Mr. Beast?
It's not going to be valuable enough for him.
Yes, I guarantee. No. Adrian.
He has the money, but it wouldn't bring it.
Let me tell you, Mr. Beast would be the first one to be completely down to put you in the wilderness and then record it and see what happens. I promise you, if I know Jimmy Beast, he would be on that in an instant if he could get permission to do that.
Sure.
So you should do it.
Do I get to choose? Wait, hold up. Do I get to choose which forest?
Probably not. That doesn't seem fair.
All right, there
Then
you
you can like prep.
No.
Yes, that is what you could do if you knew. You could prep. So we're not letting you know.
What's this button?
Wait, why aren't you answering the
How much of
question?
an explosion does this make? Let me.
I'm sorry. Am I making you uncomfortable?
No, you're not.
I'm getting like a
Damn,
vibe.
this
that
thing
I'm
kind of
making
sucks.
you
I thought this
Use
was
the
gonna,
shield.
I thought it was gonna blow up the whole fucking building.
Use the shield. We have to go to the circle. We need to win this. You're pissing me off. Not funny.
Oh no, it is absolutely funny for me.
No, it's not funny, dude. This is a serious
I think
fucking
it's
show.
Hilarious.
Serious
I
shit.
bet it is. What is a porta bunker? What does that thing do?
I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Sorry, I'm just joking. Just joking. Just putting on smiles.
Oh, that's what this thing does. Okay. Oh, that's actually kind of nice.
You got this, Adrian. They don't have the porta bunker in Hatchet, but it'd be cool if they did.
Yeah. It's like infinity spam. So what's your issue with right-wing people? Like, what's your issue with them?
I grew up like around like a lot of people that had that ideology and thought it was like right growing up. And as I expanded my horizons beyond the world and met people around the world, I kind of realized how narrow-minded it is and how lucky I was to be in a position where I benefited from right-wing politics.
So you benefited from right-wing politics, but
Yeah.
you dislike right-wing politics.
Yeah,
Why is
because
that?
I realized
you
how it's a net
traumatized as
negative like
child?
on the world. Like I think that like the world is suffering because of those politics. traditionally, for the most part.
Really? You do understand that the Republicans specifically were the reason why slavery was abolished in the United States, even though the Democrats were one of the
You understand, like, the party's flop, but it's not going to get into that. We don't even need to debate that part. It is. I mean, it is. It's literally how it happened. It's literally how it happened, bro. I'm not a historian. I'm not going to explain this to you.
Well, there you go. That's your problem. You don't know history.
That's not how debates work, bro. That's not how this works.
No, that's exactly how that works, actually.
Okay.
That's not a debate. This is
You watch Destiny?
Actually, technically, it's an interview.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I do. He's pretty cool.
I bet you do.
Careful.
Oh.
Why? What do you mean? I bet you do.
Don't look too much into that.
Why? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with Destiny?
I just don't like the video. I don't like StarCraft.
What?
Yeah, StarCraft sucks. Boring game for nerds.
He doesn't. He does political discussions.
No, he's a StarCraft
That's why I
player,
watched
dude.
Destiny.
He's a fucking StarCraft player.
He was a StarCraft player. I'm not sure if he even still does StarCraft.
You weren't
His
even on the
work
internet
as
when he was a StarCraft player. What are you talking about?
His work as a
You weren't even on the internet
political
when he was a
commentator, if that's how you could
StarCraft.
define it, is
What are
pretty
you
good.
talking about?
Wait, what's your problem? What's your problem with him? No, seriously, what's your problem with him?
I'm confused. He wasn't a Star. How do you even what? I just don't like him.
can
He's kind of
read,
mean.
you know.
He's mean to people I know sometimes.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I don't like bullying.
Oh fuck, I'm definitely gonna get my ass beaten. They ambushed me from behind. I had like zero chance.
Oh, these guys suck ass. You died to them? I'm just joking. I died to them too. My white AR. What kind of guns did you have?
Elon would like
Shotgun,
Destiny.
rocket launcher.
That tracks.
All right. We need to switch to a different kind of map and see if it goes better. I think OG is too difficult.
Ask about Hasan, please. He already alluded to me before.
It's kind of fun.
You having fun?
I mean, I know I'm getting like shot to pieces, but that's fine.
It's okay. I hate the way this menu is ass. I will say even the X UI is better than this. Like, what am I even looking for here? Battle Royale, zero, but here we go. This one. Are you ready? I need you to click return to lobby if you can.
No, I already read it up. How do you return to lobby?
Like, press B. B? I don't know. Oh, there we go. There we go. You got any questions for me?
Not in particular. So what's your goal? What's your goal with this? And I'll ask you another question afterwards when it comes to like the
with like
survival thing,
Fortnite
because the way you
Friday
were
or
asking
like
me about-
interviewing like you?
No.
Which one?
No,
Wait, what's the
actually, I'll
question?
ask you the first one that I wanted to ask you. Right, we're still like on the Hatchet book.
Oh.
I was like, you kind of asked a trick question there, and the trick question was almost like I would ask you this question right now. It's like, imagine it like this. You know, if you had a plane that crashed between Canada and the United States, where would you bury the survivors?
A plane crash between Canada and the United States. Where would you bury the survivor? Wherever their family wants to bury them. What? What? What is so crazy? What's so what? Are you okay?
You don't bury the survivors.
Oh, good one, bro. That's a knee slapper. Nice. Oh wait, I didn't know you had game like that, Adrian.
That's what I was saying.
I didn't know that you were
That's what I
that
was saying.
funny,
You were
bro.
asking me a question like that. You were giving me like a bunch of stuff, but it didn't really make that much sense.
That's
You see what I
such
was
a
doing
dad
there?
joke,
That's
dude.
what I want to do.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 100%. Well, it worked, didn't it?
That's the joke. That's the type of joke you make after your 11th next of kin is born.
What else
That's
were you gonna
not
ask
just a
me? What was the
dad
second
joke.
question?
That's an Omega dad joke. That's the father of 12
I forgot
children.
at this point. Actually, no, I do
12
remember.
children, one of which you've disowned. God damn it.
Like interviewing you specifically.
With interviewing me specifically. What was your intent with this?
Well, I thought it'd be interesting because I didn't know if like you were Elon or if you were Adrian or what that even meant or what that looked like. And honestly, I'm still not 100% either direction. But once I started,
It's like very obvious that I'm not.
I think that you
There
think
is
you're a lot
no way
smart.
that you have time for this.
Your ego is very, very big, and you think that you are a lot
How's my ego
smarter than you actually come across to anybody with a brain. And now that you've put yourself on such a scale that you can be perceived by so many and not just in private locations with other rich billionaires, that now it's so easy for people
Okay,
to
wait, hang on. Are you
see how stupid you
hold
are.
up. Are you insinuating? Hold up. Are you insinuating that I'm a billionaire? Are you insinuating
No.
that I'm a billionaire?
No.
That's literally what you just did. It's kind of ironic.
I don't know what
you just
that. What
said,
does
by the way.
insinuating mean?
You don't know English? What?
You're confusing me.
It's the language you fucking speak.
You want me to finish
What's
my
this, by the
thought?
way? Twin fire auto shotgun?
You don't want me to finish my thought.
Oh, nice. Now go ahead. Explain some more.
That's what I was
think you
saying.
have like the beef. I think you have like beef with some billionaires. Which billionaires do you like?
All of them. Every single billionaire. Every single one. No one should be
you
a
like
billionaire.
all of them. Wait, so you don't
Being
like all of them, or you
being a
like some of them?
billionaire is morally corrupt inherently.
Nice.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
It is because it's literally too much money to comprehend. You do not need that much money.
Yeah, you do. It's fine. If you have that much money, you should have that much money. What's
No.
wrong with it? Oh fuck, I'm gonna get swarmed.
Because it should be going to other people that are not as fortunate to be given that money.
Do you not understand how business works? You have to
I
have a
do.
business be profitable, and you are hiring people within that
I
business.
do, but
which
I'm
is
not
the way
defending
that
how
you provide
businesses work
people
either.
with money.
I'm not defending how businesses work. Though.
Oh my god.
All right, I know you're like obsessed with like capitalism and like business, but corporate structure. But like, I don't care, bro. I care about vibes, bro. I care
You
about the
should.
Super Bowl. I care about the Super Bowl in sports and like Fortnite, and like which Pokemon are
The
going to
Super
be in the
Bowl
next
is literally
game.
the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl
And,
is
like,
literally
my
one of the
beautiful
most
wife.
capitalistic events.
And like my future
you
and
were
my
married.
family. That's what I
Oh,
care
fuck.
about. I don't care about businesses.
You should. It's literally everything around you.
Oh, maybe to you.
Fuck this thing. Hang on, sorry. I'm like reloading
Wow,
my shotgun
fart
and it's not really working out
princess.
too much. Where'd this guy go?
You should really smoke,
Nope, fuck that.
or at least like do like edibles.
Why?
I think it'd like
It
chill
really
you
is
out.
a really bad idea. Sorry.
I think it'd chill you out.
Nah, I wouldn't.
I think it would genuinely help you. You should do ayahuasca.
Nope. Fuck that.
That can melt
Not
people.
doing that either.
I actually think it would fix you.
It doesn't fix anyone.
Yeah,
I would
you're,
do
that's your
ayahuasca,
hubris
Fuck
talking.
that.
That's your hubris. You need your ego to die, actually.
What are you talking about?
Like
you want to get? I'm sorry. You want to get? Hang on. Have you done it yourself?
Yeah.
He's lying.
That explains so much, man. I mean, I kind of figured that you got one shot by the 60 Mesopotamian demon.
The Mesopotamian demon. He has a name, bro.
It's a reference, my friend.
I don't get it.
You don't have to. That's the point. There's somebody here. Time for the fucking hologram. Oh, there he is. Hi, sir.
Why do you want to have
he
like
died.
so many kids?
What do you mean? I didn't say I want to have many
No,
kids.
you did. You were
Where'd
like,
you
you
get that
have
from?
a big family and stuff.
When did I say that?
You said that. All right, maybe you didn't. But like, what's the reason to have it
No, I
behind
didn't.
having so many kids? Like,
Kinda wanna,
what would be the
repopulate.
reason
If anyone
behind
was
that?
going to do that.
If anyone's going to do that, what would be the
If
reason?
anyone
behind
was going to do that, then. Because you kind of want to repopulate Earth.
Okay, so
No?
there's a
Come
there's
on,
justification for it.
dude! Stop!
Yeah, of course. You want to repopulate the
But
Earth.
why do you
because otherwise,
specifically
everyone's
come
gonna
on,
die.
bro,
You
that's-
need people.
But don't you
My
think you need
direct
to like?
ancestors. What do you mean?
Don't you need
Wait,
to
wait,
like?
You think
wait,
it's
what do
just
you mean?
he
Whoa,
might
whoa,
be
whoa, whoa, whoa,
he might be
what do you mean? What do you mean?
impersonating him.
No, no,
I
no,
don't
no. What do you mean?
know.
What do you
I
mean
don't
my direct ancestors?
know.
How?
Like, why do you need to
What are
like?
you talking about?
Because like, if you have so many, why do you need to like? Like, it's kind of tough to parent if you have like so many.
How would you know?
How would I know? I mean,
People
I
have
just
been doing it
math.
in-
You know math. We were talking about it earlier.
Well, you don't know math.
The
so
more,
you
the more, no, I can count to like 10, 12, 11, maybe 13.
I can't tell if you're trolling or if you're generally being this stupid.
Honestly, I can't either sometimes, bro. That's part of the show. But
that answers
the point
so
I'm
many
making
questions
is
that I
that
haven't
like,
even asked yet.
if you have so many kids, you can't give as much attention to each of them.
That is a very strange talking point made by people who themselves don't even have any kids.
I think there's people with kids that make that talking point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think they're very good parents either. I mean, I'd have to see them. You'd have to
They're
lecture
not
them
good
to me.
parents because they have less number of kids. It's
Nope,
not like they're
that's not
putting
what I
up
stated.
chart numbers,
Nope,
dude.
that's
It's
not
not
what I
like
stated.
it's not a
Nope,
baseball
that's not
game.
what I stated.
Okay, well,
Nope, that's not what I stated.
Okay, well, then can you state something?
I keep stating things, but you're not paying attention to any
Well, they're
of the
not
things that I
relevant
stated,
then,
even
because
though
I'm
I've
asking a
done.
different question.
I mean, that's a subjective opinion, isn't it?
Your mom's a subjective opinion.
I don't think she's a subjective opinion. She's an individual.
She
Wouldn't
was
that be
last
an
night.
individual?
Up top.
Nah. If somebody would be in her, then that wouldn't be like that, would it? Now,
Whoa,
because I'm
I didn't
assuming
say
that you're gonna
that.
do a bit of a mom joke. That now
Dude,
you did
you
what
took
you were
it
about
too
to.
far, bro. You can't take
Dude,
the
I
insinuation
it
and then
far.
say it, bro. That makes it not
no,
funny.
hang on a second. Do you want to talk about video games, right?
It sounds
You wanna talk about video games?
misogynistic.
I got one for you. I want to. No. No. If you're gonna say that, your mom is a subjective opinion, I think you're the person here to start with the, misogyny. But we're not going to talk about that. I don't believe in such
That's what I'm
things.
saying.
That's
You pointed it out.
leftist people who are
It
fucking
became
insane.
misogynistic.
How's it? Wait. Hold up. What's misogynistic? Explain it.
I'm
What's
lost,
misogynistic?
bro. You confused the fuck out of me. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, no.
I completely
What
forgot.
specifically is misogynistic?
I think,
Okay, then
making
probably
a
wasn't
joke
that
about
bad.
someone's mother maybe is like, imply that maybe.
You think
it's
that's a little bit you don't think it's a little bit
I think there's like
misogynistic?
some
Just a little
inherent
bit?
stuff there, but I don't think not entirely. Like it's also just like, oh, like you want to defend your mother. Like it's not that deep.
Is there friendly fire in this game?
I don't give a fuck. I wish, bro.
He's gonna shoot you.
Why, you don't like your teammates?
Sometimes.
Or do you not just like me? Ah, nice. I got cars in here. It's pretty cool. Okay, how does this work? Can I drift this thing?
Do it, bro.
All right, drop in. Where do we want to go?
Why don't you have the Cybertruck?
Hmm?
Why don't you have the Cybertruck?
I didn't buy the skin.
It was free.
It was?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Does that upset you?
Is it free still, or?
No, it was
'cause
free
I
just
don't-
for a
I didn't see
bit.
the option. There you go. So then I didn't get it, unfortunately. So where do you want to go?
Well, we gotta stay in the circle, so I would say we go towards, I don't know, over here.
The dead center? All right. No problem.
I can't.
Okay.
I
have control?
can't.
Oh, okay. So it's both. It's dual. All right. Gotcha. Wiggle. Okay.
What?
I'm wiggling the car.
How do you turn on the radio?
Don't worry about it. I don't know.
Not working. I can't figure it out.
I was once driving a car, and then I had like a bunch of people who were drinking at
I
the
don't
time.
think it's
Something
him.
funny as
I
shit.
don't think it's
So I was
him.
like driving
I
them
can't.
home, and while I was
I don't-
driving, somebody like reached over and
Like
fucking
I
pulled
said,
the
it's
car
just
into-
pathetic. Whether it's him or it's not him, it's equally pathetic. If it's him, it's pathetic. If it's not him, it's still pathetic because it's a dick rider to that degree. But
Like if you're like having a
I
good
don't know,
time
so-
and like somebody like tries to demean that, or like make you feel lesser, like a loser for having fun, does that make you feel bad?
I don't feel anything in regards to like people's.
You don't feel.
strange
Well, I know you don't
opinions.
feel anything.
I just also don't think he's
No, that's not true.
Like,
I
when,
don't
like-
care about those things.
I saw that like you like.
Like,
at one
I-
point, like, a
You can
tweet.
make that.
You've had like,
I don't know. I just Elon hasn't tweeted in 3 hours, like
X
2
jump
hours.
or whatever, like one of the rallies, and like people were making fun of his jump. And, like he seemed like really happy doing that.
I never replied to any posts about that.
I think he like joked about one of them. If I recall. I did a little bit of research last night.
Where are these bitches?
Get him,
Where
bro.
are these people shooting from? All right, come here.
But, like he does like the
Can this
X
car
logo.
explode?
Yeah. So can the Cybertruck apparently. Tush. You like that one? Oh, are you laughing? Okay. I thought you were
How
laughing
many
at my
times?
joke.
How many times am I gonna like fucking kill this guy?
I'm just
Okay,
gonna pretend like you
where
were
else is
laughing at my
somebody?
joke because it was pretty good.
No, I was laughing at the fact that I hit this guy, and this guy's about to get it too. Bonk. I fucking missed that so on point. How do I get out of this car?
You have to make sure all the electric is on. Make sure that there's not been electric failure.
Wait, what happened?
You have to make sure there's not been electric failure in the vehicle first, and then you can get out of the car.
This is not an electric vehicle.
Every Fortnite vehicle is electric.
Yeah, to a certain extent. But then why do you charge them up with gasoline?
This is a video game.
I know. Everything's electric in here. I think I figured out how to turn
It's
on the
electric.
radio.
Know that song?
But this thing's
Maybe
going. I
before
don't
your
know.
time.
I think I accidentally turned on the radio. What is this thing?
Oh.
This looks like a marker from Dead Space.
Huh?
Play Dead Space?
I'm gonna throw it out.
I know about it. How do I get out of this fucking car?
You're out. You did it.
Oh god.
What
We
did
need-
I
we
even
need to
do
get
to
a
that
fucking
guy?
I hit
win,
my face
bro.
on the-
We need to get a win. I'm
on the
tired
mic.
of this game.
He tweeted when he was dead.
I like Fortnite, don't get me wrong, but like you can only do so much.
So what is this thing? What am I looking at here?
What do you think about like Vivek Ramaswamy and your Emmy? do you think about him?
Wait, hang on. Before
Stop
we
doing
do
that.
that, what is this thing and how does it work and what does it
I don't
do?
know what it. I literally don't know what it does. I don't know shit.
Reveal nearby spirits.
I literally don't know what it does. Talk about Vivek
What is this?
Ramaswamy.
Wait, what's up with him?
Like, what do you
Why?
think about him?
I think he cool.
He cool? Huh?
Yeah, he cool.
You like his vibe?
I didn't see anything wrong. Yeah, he's an alright dude. He's okay.
He cool.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of funny.
Why, what do you think of him?
I think he's just a funny guy. He knows how stupid his
Like any of
voters
his-
are, and he kind of just plays into it. It's kind of, I kind of respect that.
What do you mean?
Like, he knows exactly what he's
What do you
doing. You can tell in his face and his eyes. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Huh? I don't think that he thinks his voters are stupid.
Oh, he thinks they're the biggest idiots on earth.
How so?
I just know, bro. You can see it in his eyes.
Nah, I don't know, man. What the fuck is this? Okay. Islands floating in the sky.
Did you see when
Great.
Vivek played GTA?
What are these fucking things?
Whatever,
that, like,
dude. I'm
run
just trying to.
around
Like,
here?
you
What is
don't
that
even
shit?
like engage with me. You don't even like care.
No, sorry. I'm like trying to figure out what this weird shit is that's like walking around here. What is this thing? Come here.
It's a rock, bro.
What is this?
You played Breath of the Wild? Zelda
It's a very
on the
cute,
Switch?
cuddly rock.
You played Zelda Breath of the Wild on Switch?
Oh my god! That yeets you. Holy shit.
Oh, I thought it was a walking
That's
rock.
pretty cool.
Never mind.
Ooh, damn, that yeets you quite high.
You like Nintendo games?
Yeah, they're pretty decent, yeah.
Name
I
of-
think you need to pick up like I think you need to pick up one of these things if you want to get on.
I
that
don't
island
care. I
up
want to
there.
talk about Nintendo games, please, 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 please.
What about them?
What's your favorite Nintendo game?
I don't particularly have a favorite.
Pick
They've
a
really
favorite
gone so
Nintendo
very
game.
hard
There's
into
there's so many franchises. You surely have one.
I didn't know about the Cybertruck in Fortnite.
Bro, come
Oh
on.
my god.
What does this thing do?
Mario, Zelda, Smash Bros, Pokemon.
Oh my god, he literally tweeted about it.
Yeah, those are good. But I
Oh my god, bro. You're the worst conversational. You're never gonna get married like this, honestly, bro. If you can't even carry a
Sure,
conversation with me, like
sure,
I don't know how you're
sure.
gonna do this.
Sure. I mean, you're into hoes. I'm into different things.
I am not into hoes, bro. Don't say that, man.
Okay, then what are you
I'm
into?
into broads.
Right. Well, you're not gonna get
Just
any
making a
bras with that kind of
classic like
conversational tone.
70s misogyny joke. No, but seriously though, bro. Like I think that like you need to reevaluate your entire
How's that
position
a
on
how's that
reality.
a 70s? How does that a no? I don't. How does that a 70s
do.
misogyny joke?
I
Explain
don't
that.
know. It was just a joke. I called women broads. That was the joke.
Oh my
It's like
god.
it's like
okay.
what they called them in the 50s to like be demeaning. That was the joke. The absurdity of that was the joke.
Broad. Okay.
You've never said that? Surely some of your pals said that.
No.
I'm sure
No.
Trump says that. No doubt.
I don't know if he says that. I don't think it matters if
He
he does
goes,
or
there's
does
no
not.
way this broad's winning this election. I guarantee you he said that in the past year. 100%.
I'm not sure if he did. I'm not even sure what's wrong with it.
I bet you might have heard it.
Even if, which I don't, by the way, because I don't recall that.
Right.
What's wrong with it?
I just, he thinks lesser of women
No, like,
fundamentally.
what's wrong with calling a person a broad? Like,
It's a demeaning term for a woman.
how is it a demeaning term?
Because it's just like
Are you a woman?
historically used as a way to like demean women.
Are you a woman? Are you a woman?
No, but I know women.
Okay, then how would you know?
I don't think you know women.
Sure you do.
I actually don't think you know a single woman or like have a platonic relationship, healthy relationship with a single woman.
What?
I don't think you do.
What? Oh
No,
my
I
God.
don't.
Hang on a second. What is this thing?
Name 3 women.
Oh my god, this thing. Name 3 women.
Name 3.
I'm not going to name anyone that I'm personally.
Name 3 women. Name 3 girls.
Nice, got it. Name 3 girls. Why? Why?
You're
why
on the
should-
timer.
wait,
There's a
what?
time. There's literally a timer going on right now.
I really don't care.
There's a timer. We're gonna see 3 women.
Why should I name a specific woman? I don't understand that.
Name
I'm not into
3
people.
women.
Why?
I'll name 3. Britney Spears, Miranda Cosgrove, Sabrina Carpenter. Boom.
Oh yeah, she's such a yeah, sure. Britney Spears is a major inspiration.
I didn't say she was inspiration. I just named a woman, which you can't do.
I can name a woman. I just want
Name
it's funny to see
3
how you're triggered by it.
women, bro. Name 3 of
I think it's
them.
just funny. What is this? What does this thing do? There's a portal here. What does it do?
I'm so glad people can't vote for you, bro.
What do you mean?
Like, because they would. Like, people would vote for you. It doesn't even matter that, like, you are the way you are. People would vote for you. They voted for Trump.
How am I?
Like they voted for Trump. Like I mean, you might as well be the president. Like it's like I can't believe this. I just can't believe this. 3 women.
How would I escape this?
3.
Nope, not gonna. I kind of find it funny the way you get triggered by it.
You hate girls.
I do it. Nope, I do it.
I'm not even triggered, bro. You're triggered.
No, you are. Then why are you so loud about it, man?
You're triggered, bro.
How am I triggered?
Dude, you realize that like your entire like dialect and like your vernacular is like based in like 2013, 2014 era like online politic discourse on like Reddit. Like you're so far behind.
Reddit is an echo chamber. I've never been to Reddit.
But you're so far. What you don't realize is how far behind you are, and everybody's laughing at you. Everybody is laughing at you because you.
No.
Like
your specific
your
echo chamber is laughing at
entire
me.
behavior is so dated. It is obvious. It's appalling.
Based on whose opinion
you say like you say like
you?
Keck Maximus and like fucking like.
I didn't say Keck Maximus.
Excuse me, Elon said. What your pal? You say
God,
like
man,
the
dude,
way
your
you
perception is off
the way you
the
refer to
rails,
like
bro.
memes, bro. But you don't even realize how that's like selling you out. You don't even realize how like the way that like you look at memes and the way you describe it is very much like Elon does, which is just wrong.
This guy fucking idiot.
It's just wrong, and it's so obvious. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing, bro.
Wait, what? Wait.
Make comedy legal
what did
again
you
on
say?
X, dude.
What? What are you talking about?
The way that you talk
you're
about
saying
memes.
a lot of things. So hang on a second. How am I talking about memes?
The way that you
How am I
talk
talking
about memes, the way you talk about jokes and internet culture is so dated that it makes it obvious.
How? Which ones? Which ones specifically are
Keck,
dated?
or say fucking the way you talk. This meme is great, and you post like a Wojak or like a rage comic. Like you're just so far behind.
I don't recall ever having
You
posted
think Hawk
a rage
Tua
comment,
sucks,
but I have
dude?
definitely.
You think Hawk Tua sucks?
Absolutely do. Yep, I do. Yep, I do. Got a problem with that?
Yes.
Do you don't like free speech? You don't like humor?
I just know. I'm.
You just said that he has a problem with free speech. Lol.
It's awesome.
You got it. Yeah, you got it. But I really let you interrupt there. Anyways,
You got me, man. You got me.
I don't care about any of this.
The more this conversation goes on, the more I agree with Connor's take that Elon Musk thinks he's brilliant, but he's actually deep down inside a very stupid man.
I'm not. Again, my dude. If you're supposed to be like very well informed, why do you keep making these insinuations?
My dude.
Can I not use this boat? That's fucking sucks.
The more Elon Musk feels, Adrian Dittman feels like he's in a panic corner, the more he just like hyper focuses on the game.
We're gonna get you a win, bro. Swear to God. Please, for the love of God, get me a fucking win.
I don't care if I do or do not.
Okay, evidence that this is not Elon Musk is the fact that and this chatter is correct.
No, I don't.
That Elon Musk would have had his feelings hurt a long time ago and left this interview. Whereas Adrian Dittman, if he is a grifter who loves the attention and loves making it seem as though he's Elon Musk, that's the reason why he's farming this interview as hard as he can.
Any particular dude, I'm not gonna do that
Are
either.
you like
Same shit.
4 years old?
Am I?
You tell me.
I don't know. You tell me. You're supposed to be the one who psychoanalyzes people.
I don't know. Mentally, I don't think I can even put you on a map. I don't think I can clock you anywhere, man. Like, I don't.
Which map specifically?
You don't live in the same reality, and that's you are an indictment of the entire structure of world that we live in. Is what you are. You are a complete. This should you. That's exactly what you are.
I don't understand. Is that supposed to be like meant as an insult? Because that's definitely a fun compliment.
That you're an indictment on the way the world is?
Yeah, coming from you, that's just like the max level compliment. I'm a
cool guy, bro.
Are they autistically shitting on one another? What's happening? Now I'm confused.
Do you tell that to yourself?
Justin Bieber?
Is this autistic flirting? Like, what's happening?
Your boyfriend by Justin Bieber? Swag. Oh, you heard that?
Nah.
Chilling by the fire while we eating fondue.
What is this?
You heard that.
What does this do?
I have noticed that he has a tendency to constantly pay attention, like a lot, close attention to the game anytime he feels like.
And then pick them off individually?
Yes. Now you're getting
we're playing it like the Dark Forest theory.
The Dark Forest theory?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you later.
No, I know what it is. It's about
they're
like alien life.
They're Jujutsu Kaisen autistic domaining right now. He opened up his domain, and then Connor opens up his domain is larger.
What was that supposed to mean? I think they should.
I think you got a lot of hate in your heart.
Elon posted 7 minutes ago,
No, I
first launch. I mean, this could be a.
think it
This
manifests
literally
in ways
could
that
be
you don't
handled by
comprehend or
his
digest.
social media
I think you got a lot of
account.
hate in your heart.
How's that?
But the
Because
fact that
you don't
he'd be
understand
playing
the world and the
Fortnite
world.
while there's a Tesla launch, I mean, a SpaceX launch happening is pretty low. So it also is more evidence that this is not Elon.
Nope.
Your justification for it is your wealth and what you've accrued.
I don't have any wealth. What do you mean?
True.
Who do you think I am, actually? You did.
I think you're Adrian Dittman is who I think you are, bro. Good, nice victory royale, dude. Yeah, good games today, Adrian. Good games. Thanks for playing, man. Yo, thanks for coming on the show. You know what? All the discourse aside, I genuinely do appreciate you having an open dialogue today.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought it was badass, and I think it's cool that you do that. Now, I do think, again, that I do think you are Elon Musk, and I do think that it's really embarrassing that you do
I'm
this.
definitely not. I'm definitely not. No, dude, one day, here's the thing. The way that the world works, one day, there will come a time where everybody will know exactly who I am. And the claims such as those will appear as
Are you the
remarkably
Antichrist?
stupid. What? The Antichrist.
That's Mr. Beast.
Okay, so that's a new one. Okay. Wait, what?
I'm just joking.
Cool. Who do you think I am?
Elon Musk.
Do you think I'm the Antichrist? Okay, cool. Yeah, sure. Why specifically Antichrist? What
How do you
about me
sleep?
makes me? How do I sleep? Like
do
everybody
you
else
think
does?
that
You
like
close
you're
your
gonna
eyes
be
and then
like you want your memory to be like good? Like I can tell that like you want to be go down in history books as like this guy got us to Mars, did all this. Like you're only gonna be remembered as like a negative stain.
I am not gonna be remembered as that. That's what Elon's gonna be remembered as.
That's what Elon's gonna be
no
remembered
matter
as.
how many people.
Right, is
Yep,
a
that's
negative stain.
Nope. That he's gonna be the person who brings people to Mars. Or he at least facilitates
That's what he
it, because
wants.
That's, exactly
what he wants, and
SpaceX
he's
is.
realized recently that it's not going to happen like that, and so he has to influence more than he was before. And now
What
he
are you
just
talking
keeps
about?
digging himself a hole.
Okay, hang on a second. What do you think SpaceX is? Define it for me.
Gay?
You think space exploration is gay? Is gay, really?
No, I said SpaceX was.
Because that's exactly what it is. Okay, so how is that? Okay, so hang on a second. You want to say that some things are misogynistic, but at the same time you're willing to do things that are definitely homophobic. What's wrong with being gay?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, then what is wrong with SpaceX being gay? Because you
There's
said
nothing
that
wrong with
SpaceX
it being
gay,
gay.
but
I
you're
just
saying
said it
as
was
if was
gay.
negative. Okay, what's wrong
I
with
didn't
that?
say it was a negative. You insinuated it was a negative.
No, I didn't. You did.
You did.
Because
You
you
did.
just simply said it was gay.
No,
Because
you
internet
did.
culture literally stipulates that if you say that something is gay,
No.
then you're referring to it in a sense
No, you
of
took it
something
that
being
way.
negative.
You took it that way. I didn't say that.
Nope.
I got
That's
you.
not
I
how that
turned it
works.
around on you, bro.
Nope, you did
You've
not.
gone woke.
I have gone woke?
Yep.
I thought, okay, so hang on a second. Isn't that a good thing then? Because you like woke, don't you?
No.
No, you said, you earlier you did say that woke is kind of badass.
Woke's, I mean, sometimes.
So then what's wrong with that? Am I becoming
I guess
better?
there's like.
Is that what you're trying to say?
I guess there's
what's
like
going on?
nuance
You're
to
saying
a
it
lot
like
of
a
things.
negative. What's wrong with it?
There's like nuance to so much in this world.
Okay,
that
so
you
hang on a
so-
second. Are you saying that there's parts of woke that's bad?
Yeah.
Which parts?
That like maybe you can be too woke sometimes and like alienate people from like learning about like how they can actually progress their view of the world and social systems around them.
Like DEI, for instance, that would be pretty bad, wouldn't it?
No, DEI was awesome. Twitter was so much better with DEI.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
A
There
lot
were
of
less
censorship.
bots.
A lot of censorship. Nope.
Yeah, sometimes
There
you need
was-
censorship though. So like Nazis don't like run the site.
No, Nazis run 4chan.
Yeah, the 4chan came
There's
to
no
X.
Nazis. There's no
because it was
there's no
free
Nazis
speech.
that run X. No, the good parts of 4chan came to X, and then a bunch of people who'd like to, of course, spread their
I thought
strange
you didn't know
views,
anything
such
about
as,
4chan.
people are Nazis. Again, you keep saying that, but it's not true. When did I say that?
You said you don't know anything about 4chan earlier.
I did not. When did I
They're
say that?
having
Point
an
me to it.
autism.
You
They're
got a
going
bunch of
ban
people
for
who
ban.
that can clip
We
your
do.
shit. When did
We
I say
do.
that?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, then find that moment for me. I'd
Okay.
like to.
Well, I'm sure that I'm trying to. I've got to end the show, bro. I got plans.
Gotcha.
You free next week? You free next week?
Perhaps. We'll see. Yeah.
I'll try Deadlock. Let me
you
know. It's the
Depends on
next
what
big
I'm gonna
thing.
do. Perhaps.
Like,
Yeah.
Can you name three
if
girls
also Adrian Dittman wasn't Elon Musk, though, I feel like Elon Musk would stamp it down. You know what I mean? Because he speaks for him, and enough people think he is
Talking
Elon.
about girls, or you're talking about women specifically? Because I
Either.
don't know any girls, but women specifically. I do.
Either. I don't know. I'm literally like it's not hard.
But why do you want to know it so bad? It's kind of
Because
funny.
it's weird that you can't name three girls.
Oh, I can definitely name them. I'm just not gonna. because it's funny, the way it makes you feel.
The way it makes you feel is funny. That you can't name 3 girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just funny entirely. I think this is funny.
I get it.
It's like, you just name him, just name him, just name him.
I get it. I'll name 3.
by
Grimes,
which,
Vivian, Ghislaine.
Huh?
Just name 3 girls.
Don't do the other. Don't do the other 2. No. You want me to name women specifically? That's not a problem for me. I can do it. I'm just like pushing you because I know that you're trying to push some sort of thing, and I would like to figure that out. And I just discovered it, I believe.
What'd you discover?
Don't worry about it.
Dick. All right. Well, hey, thanks for coming on the show. We appreciate you, bro.
One more thing I want to ask. Do you know Teapot? Do you know what Teapot is?
Oh, I don't know what that is. You talked about that earlier. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that you don't know what that is. It's literally called this part of Twitter, and it's like the tech side of things.
Oh.
You should look into it. It's pretty cool.
The tech side.
They won't like you too much.
Are there girls there?
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh,
Probably not.
he's so 53 years old, which is suspiciously how old Elon is.
One of them?
Wait,
You named one woman in the
hang on a
teapot?
second. Hang on a second. Are you not into chicks who do programming?
No, I am. I'm into all.
You don't think
kinds
that's
of
hot?
You heard the song "Girls" by The Dare? Look that up.
Is that your thing?
Look up "Girls" by The Dare.
Connor.
You'd fuck with this.
Huh?
Wait, he
Song.
said Twitter. He said this part of
that's
Twitter,
true,
not
for me,
T-Pox.
Listen to this.
I can barely hear it. Your noise canceling
The
kind of
point is,
isolates
it talks about the guy likes all kinds of girls. It's what it is, bro. I'm trying to end the show. Thank you for coming on the show, Adrian. Thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah, cool. All right, see you around.
Bye, dude. Thanks for coming on. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye. Sure.
That was crazy.
I don't even know what to say. I think there's a lot to process from that.
That was crazy.
I think it's him. I don't know. It could not be, which would be crazy. There's something about it, bro. I think it's him. I think his brain is so cooked. I think he is so obsessed with his own website and has no life. And he is just completely, he thinks so full of himself that he can create an alternate persona online and that people wouldn't.
I don't think it's him, dude.
Like,
He's
figure it
probably
out.
at the SpaceX
And now
launch.
he just keeps digging his hole.
That's the only thing I think. I mean, SpaceX launches a lot.
That's what I think.
Right? So he probably doesn't go to every, obviously he doesn't go to every launch. But
He tweeted while you were live? No, I know. But like, I think someone else can tweet for him. Or he can even, it's not like his tweets are like hard to like do. Like, he's just like concerning to like the fakest shit you've ever seen in your life. Anyways, thanks for tuning in to the stream, guys. If you're new here, welcome. I'm Connor Eats Pants. I play Marvel Rivals and Deadlock and Nintendo games and movie games on Monday and Fortnite on
don't you
Friday.
think the bigger the bigger indication is that he doesn't sound like Elon? He does. He just has a different by the way, shouts out to Connor Eats Pants. Go follow him. What a remarkable, incredible ongoing show. Big things are happening in the HasanAbi head universe.
What? You want to listen to Hasan? You want to listen to HasanAbi? Okay.
What the hell? That's crazy. I do have this impact on cats. He doesn't. There are clear differences. I know Elon just tweeted. I know. I saw. His plane took off from Florida like 10 minutes ago. That doesn't mean he's in it, chatter. Tweeting doesn't even necessarily indicate anything, really. He did noticeably start posting a lot more as the Fortnite games ended, so that's weird, but Also, Starlink is a thing he'd be playing on his PJ. That's no. No, he would not be able to uninterruptedly play video games, be on Discord. Like, he would have had to be in the PJ the entire time. This is like drones in Jersey people for more people that have more than 100 IQ. No, we're still very much less than 100 IQ for constantly having this back and forth about whether this is Elon Musk or not. We are also very stupid. Don't ever think we're smart for having this conversation. Algorithm tweet coming soon to promote more informational, entertaining content. We will post it. Oh my God, that's literally what he was just talking about. No! What? Okay, I'm losing my mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on, dude. They just talked about it. Dude. Stop. Algorithm tweet comes to promote more informational, entertaining content. We will publish changes to the X. Our goal is to maximize unregretted user seconds. Too much negativity is being pushed that technically grows user time, but unregretted user time. We're also working on easy ways for you to adjust the content feed dynamically so you can have what you want at any given moment. No, I still don't think it's him, but also at the same time, it's just like so frustrating. He's going to tweet about Sabrina Carpenter or something. As usual, Douglas K. Bro. He literally has started posting like crazy. He has started posting like crazy. What? He just started he was not posting that much for the past hour. 2 hours ago, worth doing. A couple retweets. And then now he's just back to his crazy posting. Oh my Lord. He's going to pretend it's an AI he made that's light years ahead of everyone, and it's just him and his brother, dude. I don't care about hearing his Twitter space. I don't care. Why are you in denial? I'm in denial because denial is the name of a river in Egypt. H-1B visas?
It does. I think with the kind of political stuff.
What MAGA is between you, it doesn't matter.
It does. I think with the kind of political stuff that has happened on the platform, especially stuff that I had to deal with personally, I think it matters very much.
Wait, what did you deal with personally?
What has happened over the last couple days?
I don't know.
Even leading up to that.
I'm confused. Elaborate.
Well, yeah, very simple. Because so for instance, you had this discussion around H-1B visas, right? And there was a lot of so fundamentally, I think
that was Elon that was talking about all that, right?
No, it was various other people as well. They were just kind of trolling him that he responded in various ways, but what the fuck is this? Who's this guy?
See, he does it every time. Every time he gets nervous, he just like turns around and he's like, what the fuck is this? No, this is fake, chat. Stop. This shit is fake. Okay? This is not a real post. Please, you're getting duped by 4chan. That's not proof. I don't believe that one. Anytime he gets like cooked on something, he turns around and he goes, what the fuck is this? Like he hyper focuses on the game. I swear to whatever is holy and dear to you, this is not Elon. I love it personally because this is one of those like low-level conspiracies where it really doesn't matter if it's Elon or not because both outcomes are equally fucking pathetic. obviously it's more pathetic if it's Elon. What is this? Autism Capital, Lil X playing with Elon, head like bongos. They're having the time of their lives. That's love. Hello, I hope this is in trouble, but could I kindly ask you to please take this down and refrain from posting images or videos of my children in the future? I'm asking with respect and love. I know it's an odd request, but I believe fame is doing something. Fame is something that should be consented to as an adult. Have tried contacting media sites privately and not gotten responses. Not you. So going to start gently poking people about this in hopes that a mother's request can be honored. I know his dad wants to bring him out and I can't control people filming. I just like to make the situation slightly safer for his brain environment in any small ways I can. I hope you understand. Happy New Year. I'm sorry, Grimes, but I don't think that's going to happen because Elon Musk is his father. Therefore, there is very little chance that he's going to grow up to be normal on that alone. Have you seen this?
Is basically not just a problem with the product, but it seems to be a problem with Elon and anything Elon like, given that I was literally the first thing she posted about. It's kind of obvious at this point that you have more of a problem with the person than you do with the product, which I think kind of invalidates any data point and position of.
I mean, he says I, but also he says person, which is the most German he's ever sounded. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think so. Person. The way he said person is very German. He uses I here too.
When I was like small on the internet, I would like make smaller accounts of myself and like be a fan of like myself and like make myself seem cooler than I actually am.
Oh my god.
That was like what I would do. I'd be like Connor Eats Pants Fan 32.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah. A little sad, but funny.
Yeah, I never did anything like that.
I didn't think you did. You smoke?
When Elon knows he's wrong, he responds with anger and defiance. When he believes he's right, he responds with derision. He definitely is not Adrian Dittman, but people should keep saying he is because it clearly annoys him to have to share attention with a random guy. I mean, look, I kind of take Evan's word for this because outside of Megaphonics, Evan is the #1 Elon tracker. You know what I mean? For the record, Fango Lives and I both think it's Elon. He's definitely cringe as hell. He is definitely cringe as hell. He's like cringe in the same way that Elon is. But I will say that he comes across as smarter than Elon Musk sometimes. And what I mean by that is that Elon Musk has like zero comprehension capabilities. He is very bad at communicating. Even like basic kinds of conversations, Elon has a hard time dealing with. Peter Thiel as well. Whereas Adrian Dittman, on the other hand, can keep a conversation uninterrupted with like relatively little stumbles. Nice catch on the curse word, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I am. That's a New Year's. That is a New Year's resolution. Now, we are going to get back to the Sean Ryan podcast. But before I get back to the Sean Ryan podcast, I'm going to do the New Year's predictions and New Year's resolutions. Okay? For 2025, it's time. It's officially time. I'm busting out the Notepad application and we're going into New Year resolutions and predictions, okay? It's finally time. We'll start off with goals. Okay, we'll start off with goals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Okay. It's time. 2025 goals. Okay. Now, I'm going to do subcategories for the goals. We have fitness goals. We have stream goals. And we have life goals. And for stream goals, I should just say actually content goals instead, not stream goals. Okay. Now, this one is really difficult. In terms of fitness goals, it's really difficult to have fitness goals this year because I nailed last year's goals. As you guys remember, perhaps if you were here, one of my fitness goals for last year was reaching 16% body fat, which I did, which I reached. So now I think it gets a lot harder from this point on. So I think midterm goals would probably be I think this year I'm probably gonna work on putting on more muscle mass, okay? But in the midterm, I would probably say maintain sub 15% body fat. How about that? And in the long term, put on more muscle mass. And under that umbrella of putting on more muscle mass, I'm planning on being able to, oops, wrong. That's greater than champ. Yeah. In the long term, put on more muscle mass. In terms of putting on more muscle mass, I'm planning on not compete. No, I'm planning on hitting hitting targets, right? Weight goals for different compound exercises. So what I mean by that is on the bench press, on the BP, hit PR, okay, which would be not even PR, but it would be my goals. I think realistically should be to be able to do 225 pounds 15 times. And I used to be able to do it 10 times, like even during my cut. 225 is 2 45-pound plates on each side, which would mean that I would probably, I don't know what the PR would look like if I could do 225 15 times. I've done 225 for 29 reps. What are you, an NFL linebacker? That's like an insane number for even you. You would have to be straight up the biggest roid head on the planet / one of the strongest athletes. That's like NFL combine. People can't do that. Someone said could just be an islander. Nah, I've done it. Okay, good luck. I would have to see that to believe it. Okay. For deadlifts, let's say 315 for this PR. One rep max. Okay. For deadlifts. For deadlifts, I'm gonna say 455 12 times. I could probably go higher. For deadlifts, I'm gonna be able to 1 rep max. I think I can go up to 500 or 5 plates. What would 5 plates be? 490 or something? No, 4 plates 405. 495. Yeah. 1 rep max 495, which is which is definitely easy. I think I can do that. So I don't know if I'm undershooting it. Because right now I can rip 405s. So maybe 5 plates and another 50 on the side, let's say. No, not trap bar, regular barbell. Regular barbell deadlift. Let's see. Yeah, 555. Be able to do 555 1 rep max. And then squatting, I think you can do 545 times 2. I don't know if I can do that. I don't think I can do that right now. For squatting, I want to be able to do 305, or I mean 315, sorry. 12 times. So like I said, my squat is not great, and neither is my bench press. Boy, if you don't bring a 450 squat, I can't. I want to increase my vert for basketball. I want to become more explosive. Dunk consistently / in a game. And also focus on recovery / strengthening knees, or strengthening lower body in general. Because I do have issues with like knees and ankles, things like that. I will not be doing a marathon. No, I'm not interested in that at all. Any chin-up goals this year? Not really. Knee stuff can get tough in your 30s, so good idea, yeah. Self-care 1 time a month. Actually, that's in the life goals category at that point. Take more time off. Lol. Other fitness goals I have. I'm a little all over the place because I've been so consistent. I've been so incredibly consistent with my fitness that it's difficult for me to figure out like where to take it at this point. Also, another thing I've realized is that my community is so primed towards political content, and I do want to change that. Because that definitely is a content goal. What I mean by that is like, even after the Connor Fortnite thing, like back in the day when I used to swap from like politics to, you know, reacts or whatever, we wouldn't have this much of a massive number of people that are like, oh, you're not doing politics? Like, I'm done. I'm tuning out. And that is not like, I'm not faulting anyone for that, but myself. I think that I do need to definitely focus on more fun content, more collabs, and reshape community to have more diverse fun tent enjoyers. Because right now we are so primed as a community. Like, look, when politics is happening, it's fantastic, right? Everyone is like locked in, dialed in. Everyone is invested. People come to me for politics. But back in the day, I used to be able to do politics and also other fun stuff. And people would just like come back in when we were doing fun stuff, right? I only suggest not to replace it with drama stuff because that's always where politics frogs want to do if it's not politics. I know. We need to bring back that balance. And I think we're about to hit 7 hours. People are man, stop. If I literally went from the Connor stream directly into this, everyone would have stayed. Okay, stop. I know I'm the professional here. Please trust my opinion on this. Okay, please, I beg of you. I know as a matter of fact that if I went directly back to news and commentary, people would have stayed. They wouldn't have been like, oh, fuck this guy. I don't give a shit about his New Year's predictions, which is fine. Like, I understand that. But this community used to have like, 30 to 40K people when we were doing fun stuff as well. Yeah, ever since Russia invaded Ukraine, it's been a minimum of 6 hours of politics. Most chatters since 2022 don't know HasanAbi as a variety streamer, but entirely the news streamer and nothing else. Exactly. MasterChef Reacts and like TV show Reacts was definitely bring back TV show React meta. And I don't think you guys understand, like, that creates a massive funnel. That creates a massive funnel for this community as well. That brings in new people, new eyeballs, people that aren't like immediately invested in politics, but then also get invested in politics as well as a consequence of that. And there was a point in my career where I used to do that and more people would come in. They were like, oh, hell yeah. Finally, it's time for like MasterChef Reacts or whatever. And now it's like, oh, if I know for a fact that if I swapped over from politics to MasterChef, people would be like, oh, dude, this sucks. I don't want this at all. I want politics. Get back politics. Bring back politics. Wouldn't you say that it's different because that was a platform-wide meta? Of course, you would have more people. The whole platform cared. Kind of. Yeah, see, it literally happened to me. You got me with reaction stuff, and now I know much more about politics than I had beforehand. Yeah, this is Chuck Dies. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. That is a huge aspect of this. I think that the more I do exclusively politics, the more people are shocked whenever I do collaborations with other people. Jubilee is a major turnoff. First of all, you're not wrong. But also, secondly, I do not care about your opinion as a 68-month subscriber. No disrespect to you. But you are exactly the type of person I'm referencing when I say, like, you've been here throughout the years and you've probably become a rugged politics hardliner in general. like, no disrespect to you, but you are the opposite of who I'm trying to target with this content shift in general. The content shift is exactly not you, but other people. No disrespect. Okay? Bro, you don't want us? No, it's not that. I love the community that I have. I love the community that I've cultivated. This is, something that I'm very open about. But also, we got to slowly but, confidently edge in the direction of like more lighthearted stuff in 2025. Because the exclusive political commentary very clearly has a negative impact one of those negative impacts is that the moment that I swap out, here's how Twitch works. Okay? When you have 30,000 viewers, you are more likely to get 40,000 viewers. What do I mean by this? Twitch is a very top-heavy platform. So when people immediately trickle out, when I swap over to variety content, I'm no longer a variety content streamer, and I'm no longer at the top of just chatting. So more random people don't tune in for variety content. I also don't churn out variety content on YouTube and all the other platforms where people clip stuff. And therefore, people don't know me as a guy who reacts to random things or a guy that has fun. People only know me as a guy that does politics. So the expectation from my audience is only politics. Now, that's normal and good. There's no issue with doing only politics. I love politics. I do it all the time. The only issue, on the other hand, is that exclusively sticking to politics ends up creating a community that exclusively wants politics, that leaves when there's no politics, and that has a tendency to whittle away at the audience. Fun shit, dumb shit, collabs, and the like cast a much wider net. But when you train your audience into only expecting political commentary from you, like I have done for quite some time, I, one, am very off-putting to most people that don't care about politics. And two, I end up losing people whenever I do something that is less political. And when I lose people, when I'm doing something less political, less people hear about it, and it might as well not exist. That's the unfortunate reality of content in this sphere, is that you could do something. There are probably streamers out there right now on this platform streaming absolute bangers to hundreds of people, just hundreds of people. And they're putting all of their effort, all their creativity into hundreds of people watching. But because of the way that Twitch works and because of the way that the directory works, it doesn't mean that their content isn't good. Oftentimes their content is infinitely better. Okay? They're smart, they're thoughtful, and they're doing their very best. But unfortunately, they don't have the broad audience backing, so people just don't hear about it. People just don't see it, and it might as well not exist. Okay? That's it. That's the reality. This platform is the exact opposite of TikTok in that regard. So for that reason, like I said, I think it's important to make sure that the expectations are set appropriately. The expectation is set appropriately that this community is not just about politics, but about variety as well, that we can have fun. And while initially a lot of people might leave at the first inclination that we're doing predictions, for example, or community building related things, I'm not discouraged by that, because it takes time and people will inevitably come back. And then all of the people that say, oh, he's not doing politics, I'm tuning out, will also come back because they see other people. It's like moths to a beam of light. We are social animals, and I think we react to things like that we don't want to miss out. So we react to things that other people are reacting to. Anyway, I hope I made myself clear. Even though I described it as to the best of my ability, I'm sure that 95% of people are going to misunderstand and think like, Hasan doesn't want to do politics anymore or something like that. Of course, that's not the case. Anyway, are you bringing back chair reacts? Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm bringing back. Yes. I'm just gonna place the chair here and let the video bang. Can I give some good faith constructive criticism? I recommended you to an IRL friend one time and he tuned out after watching you only 1 hour since you were talking about some D drama for a portion of the stream and he was just so confused. Obviously, you understandably got to bite back when getting flamed by DG and haters, but perhaps maybe you did give too much stream attention to them sometimes. Yeah, no, that is not good constructive criticism. That's bad constructive criticism because in the process of doing 8 to 10 hour streams, I think the coverage that I've done on that issue is like so marginal and so minimal. It might have been a, unlucky moment, I guess, for your friend. Some of your best political content isn't when you're covering politics 12 hours a day, and I wish some of the chatters who insta-leave would stick around to notice this. Yeah, it's fine. Bro, that's the most constructive shit. Okay, again, look. No disrespect, but for the 45-month subscribers, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking at you. I'm not talking about you. Okay? But the best thing to do would most likely be depending on their interest, of like if they're a gym bro, show the Bradley Martin conversation. Because the reality of the matter is, it's probably better if you want to show, as a first impression, if you want to show me to your friends, it's better if you're not in the room. Okay? No disrespect to any of you. You're all wonderful. I love this community. But it is probably better if you are not in the room, which means I'm just not talking to chat, but instead I'm talking to a random person. Okay? It's just true. Because many of you have probably recognized that when all of you are in the room in my ear, I am not at my very best. Okay? Do you feel me? You understand what I'm saying? But let's continue. My friend said you don't smile. It's true. I used to a lot more, which is, we're going to get back to that. Okay? Smile more. More travel content. Japan. Japanuary. It's happening already. China. Thailand. France. Vietnam, maybe. That could be sick. Korea. Maybe do an Asia tour. So that's a option. Bingo. You take relative news and can apply materials and make a political conversation based on theory about anything current. You make it digestible for Zoomers who can't read. Like everything can be dialectical materialism. Yeah. Hasan, will you maintain 50% body fat while you add muscle, or will you bulk and cut? I would potentially bulk and cut, or main gain and cut. I want to see more of this, Hasan.
Let it out the closet. After I make it through. Well, you're gonna yeah,
I'll be looking out for you guys.
I know. You gotta finally let it out the closet.
Absolutely, make it through. Well, you guys all right? Yeah, we got to do more. We got to do more stuff like this for sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. For sure. Be more in tune with viral things happening. TikTok. Yeah. Okay. Maras says throw a sick bachelor party. Okay. Take Kaya to experience snow for the first time. That's definitely going to happen this year. Kaya second. Well, I guess, would it be third? No. Second B-Day party. Yeah. I guess she was first when she was born. So it would be the second ever birthday party, but she would be... Wait, how does that work? Oh my God, I'm literally having a brain fart. Kaya was born... Yeah, she's going to be 2 years old. That's so stupid. Yes, Kaya's going to be 2 years old. Bro, her first birthday was at 1. She is going to be 2 years old. I need to take a break. Sorry. You know what? Canada as well. I'm gonna put Canada on that list. I've never been to Canada. Would you ever go to Russia? No. I would love to see, I might sound like a sweaty nerd, but I would love to see theory streams return. It's good to take some time to ground your content in Marxist theory. I like that the average chatter is in a permanent state of scaring the hoes. Like, they just can't stop. Your community hates you? No, they don't. It's okay. No, my community tries its best. Okay? My community is always trying its best. The problem is, if I were to listen to them when I had 35 viewers, I would have stayed at 35 viewers. If I listened to them at 300 viewers, I would have stayed at 300 viewers. If I listened to them at 3,000 viewers, I would have stayed at 3,000 viewers. This is something that has always been a back and forth with members of this community, some of the most outspoken members of this community. It's okay. There are competing interests here. I think some of the competing interests come from people that desperately want to be hipsters about this and like want this to remain like a tiny community that's more, you know, where they can be heard more, or other people that just genuinely think that this would be good content. I don't think it will, but it's okay. We are too alike. We need people who disagree with us. Exactly. Why I left the left? My chatters wanted a tiny community. Yeah, I know. Except throughout those years, as this community has grown, I don't think I've left the left. Oh yeah, DreamCon. more b-ball content. Fix shot with lethal shooter. Basketball coaching with other content creators. I'm not going to do a D&D stream. Cooking streams with Cutie. Yeah, that's another one. More NMP collabs? Oh, for sure. Travel stream with Nick. Palom. Okay. More community things. More community content. For real this time. It's not an election year. I have no excuse. Okay? Chad Vice. Monthly. P.O. Box. Dating profile reviews could be fun as well. Dating profile reviews. Yeah, no, YouTube content is up here. Focus on more fun content, more collabs, reshape community, have more diverse fun content. Life goals. Take more time off from streaming. Self-care 1 time a month. Lean into the clip farm meta. That's what I need to do as well. Lean into clip farming. Okay, buddy. Twice a month, at least. What else for content goals? Oh, cosplay with Emaru. Yes. That's easy. Kaya Beach Day? Sure. Kaya Beach Day. Why not? Also, dating games, scary games, more gaming. How about that? Return of leftovers? Yeah, no, that's probably not happening. Anyway. Finish Elden Ring DLC. Finish Elden Ring DLC. Get your best 5 against Ludwig in basketball for bragging rights. I mean, that's easy. That one is not even a... Hasan, you should do a tour where you hook up low-level subscriber channels with high-level subscriber channels. There's a really good gaming group that have been in the video gaming reviewing industry for a long time. They're called Easy Allies. They've been overlooked on Twitch since Twitch started. Very nice people that just need people to notice them. This chatter has only posted this in the chat nonstop. In between... Go to Catalonia, Spain, or Vienna, Austria. Can you give girl advice on dating? You're hot. Please don't ban me. Yeah, we usually have girl guests on as well. Genius idea for free San Diego Zoo return trip with Maya and Stav. Oh, that is a fantastic idea. Okay. Maya Zoo review plus Stavi. Bring back leftovers, but every week bring on a new guest co-host that your community dislikes. Maybe for the first week you could have Brett Cooper on. Okay, you said community dislikes, and then you mentioned Brett Cooper, and I feel like this community likes Brett Cooper more than me. So that would not backfire. Yeah. More Will Neff streams, am I right? Yes, you are right. But we're doing that already. What else? What else? We're doing that. We're doing that in Japanuary to begin with. Oh yeah, collab with Keizo as well. This should just be a collab list, honestly. And then this should be travel. Keizo. How about some dream guests for both the stream and the pod? Yeah. Also, overarching content stuff. More content on the second channel. Also rebrand the second channel. More TikToks. More TikTok exclusive content, unless it's banned. In parentheses, also in parentheses, it won't be banned. But yeah, collabs Jeff Nippert for sure. Squeezy. More shit like you and Will going to the Heart Attack Palace type shit, just hanging out will be fun. Yeah. Also, more fear and shared experiences. I think those always bang. I want you to put me back on your chair to the left on one time as a New Year's resolution. Wow, the Connor Eats Pants in here. The Connor Eats Pants, Mr. Fortnite Friday. That's crazy. What the heck is the Heart Attack Palace? Oh, it was Heart Attack Grill. Here, this is what they're talking about. I used to do so much fun stuff, man.
The Guinness Book of World Records awarded our quadruple bypass burger as the world's most caloric burger.
Yeah.
With 9,000.
Oh wait, I think. Wait, don't turn. Look at that.
Since that time, we've expanded our surgical offerings to even bigger burgers.
I don't know. We don't allow equity sharing of any of our larger burgers whatsoever.
When we went to Heart Attack Grill, that's also the worst possible. Epic idea, looky here. Get a wondrous idea, Gaming Trust. Play random Steam horror games you can play. 1 or 2 streams will be highly rewatchable as well. Yes. Meet Paramount leader Xi Jinping. Yeah, no. That's a stretch goal. It's not going to happen. Game demos and indies. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Oh my God. This one Turkish chatter constantly chirps at me for biting my nails. I'm not going to stop biting my nails. Okay, please, please stop. Please stop asking me to stop biting my nails. Yeah, look at this. Heart Attack Grill.
Open up on him. He's a big boy.
Yeah, we used to do fun stuff. Speed will meet G. Collab with Speed. Speed. You're more likely to... Wait, what? You're more likely to get a Presidential Medal of Freedom than get anywhere near CCP Politburo? I think CCP Politburo, yes. CPC Politburo, yes. But higher level CPC Politburo absolutely won't happen. It will never happen. I wish it could, but it will not. That would be amazing. Squeezy. Oh, I said it wrong. Squeezy. I also want to do more of like I want to do track racing again because that was a lot of fun. Yeah. This is already so much of a... This is a massive list already. Track racing. Take Austin to a straight bar. Learn to ride a motorcycle. How about that? Something crazy. Off-roading with Murat. I mean, that's so boring. Off-roading when you're in the car is not as fun. Like when you're in the car, it's fun, but like you're not going to get pleasure out of it when you're watching. This is a massive list. Anyway. Get at least one high profile. Get at least one high profile interview that seems insane. Luigi Mangione. Or the guy who shot Shinzo Abe. Something like that. Hideo Kojima. Interview Abu Muhammad Al Jalani. Okay, that's insane, and I don't want to do that. These are all more likely than Hasan finishing games is true, but not the finishing Elden Ring. I said I would do it, and I will do it. Visit the Italian Cultural Institute of Los Angeles to atone for your anti-Italian racism. Swim with fishes to defeat your fears. How about that? Okay, life goals. Let's get to life goals. We did so much content. There's so much content goals here. I mean, look at this. Look at this list here. Let's zoom out so that people can see it. We got the fitness goals, pretty basic stuff. No more injuries. Let's just say avoid injuries. How about that? And then for other fitness stuff, do combat sport on stream. Dancing lessons with other CCs also on stream. A lot of my life goals also happen to be, you know, things that I will stream because this is what I do. I stream a lot. Okay, life goals. Take more time off from streaming. Self-care. Once a month. Get less angry at chatters. No more cursing. That's a good one. No more cursing. Get less angry at chatters. Generate more positive vibes / have people be more charitable to you. Hire a PA. Get a new car. Bro, perhaps do a Hajj or Umrah stream. Go to Saudi Arabia and visit Niam at least. Yeah, no. Generate more positive vibes that people will be more charitable to you. PR year continues. Get less angry at chatters. Less focus on bait unless it's funny. You not cursing is going to be creepy. For the past couple of days, I've already been doing that. I don't know if you guys have noticed or not. I just didn't make a larger point of it. Leak a dick pic this year. You won't. Yes, I won't. It's almost never funny. Stop trying this shit in chat. It's not an invitation for you to debate. I know. I noticed it, and it caused me to examine how much I curse when I'm filling space, so I'm now trying not to. There you go. Why less cursing? I think I curse too much. That's it. I don't care about like boomers enjoying my content or anything. But that's it. Explore bisexuality? Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't think there's that much to explore there. So yeah. More debates for content? No. This is a bait, right? I assume it's bait. Did you see kids born this year are now generation beta? Now I'm definitely not having a kid. You underestimate the amount of drama perverts in here, Hasan? I think I do. Please make more content around feminism. Maybe it will make people realize that you are not sexist, please. Probably not. I will continue making content around feminism as I do. And I think people will still continue to say I'm a misogynist, which is fine. It's okay. You gotta get out of your rich socialist bubble and make a real wagey cage and stream from it for a month. Yeah, that'll certainly be viewed positively. Yeah, this rich champagne socialist LARPing. LARPing is a everyman. More goodbye kissies at the end of the stream, please. Sure. I think this is good. We've done enough. We have enough. Okay. And then I will do predictions tomorrow. I will do 2025 predictions tomorrow. One more day of not doing predictions. How about that? I don't think you realize except just how drama brain the majority of this community is. I hope that less politics includes a decisive move away from simply clicking on drama chatters in general. They need to be ignored more. I agree. I think a lot of people in this community are very drama brained. Just put predictions on the 2025 list, Lamau. That's cheating. You can't predict what's happening, lol. I mean, it's only been 4 days. There's still time. There's still time to make predictions. I'll watch the Sean Ryan stuff tomorrow. You're going to look so cool on a motorcycle. Yeah. Reinstall the embargo on Destiny Reacts. Yeah, I haven't been doing Destiny Reacts for quite some time. And I don't think I will do any time soon. But I do think that the limited amount that I have done have been important in terms of defending myself and also showcasing. Like I do need to, at certain points, especially when I'm relentlessly under attack, I do need to showcase my perspective. I think that that is good. I think that that's good to do. And I think it's been relatively successful. So glad we stopped reading a terrorist manifesto to watch a twink and an Elon impersonator argue on Fortnite. I don't know if you're saying fuck you. Wait, what? You're mad about that? Because that was actually banger content. It's actually so insane how their massive brigade stopped as soon as the election was done, almost like they wanted you banned for that specific event. I think that was part of it. I hope in 2025 you feel less forced to justify your content to every single chatter with a chip on their shoulder. Yeah. See, I'm already doing a bad thing by not ignoring this person. But you know, it lasted 2 minutes. It didn't last for that long. But hey, listen, I said I'm going to get better at it. It's going to take time. We'll outline what your schedule definitely needs to be this year. 11 to 3 p.m., read Capital in a monotone voice. 3 to 6 p.m., debate random Discord trolls. 6 to 9 p.m., scold people for enjoying things. I failed to see how this could be anything but beneficial for your growth, honestly. Yeah. That's what I should be focusing on. Scolding people for enjoying content, I think. This will surely yield success in fostering a much larger community. And it won't make me look like a gross, unapproachable weirdo. Leftist final boss. Yeah. And then 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., I will do a Purity Spiral stream where we basically do, Maoist cultural revolution style struggle sessions where we get together and we basically both self-flagellate and also whip chatters as well. I think that could be cool. Followed by Fed jacketing and inventing numerous new ways of engaging in wrecker behavior. Because no leftist movement is complete without sectarian infighting. Okay? We have to find new and unique ways of hammering in identitarian talking points into any sort of classist, into any sort of class analysis. And also, we must do it in a way where we accuse each other of not being sufficiently progressive. In a world where most people just either laugh at or openly and actively despise progressive politics, partially because of how unapproachable, boring, and also smarmy and self-entitled, self-aggrandizing it is. I think this would yield the most positive outcome for community building. This way we will do some real praxis for once, which is not when you go out and do things, engage in mutual aid, but instead endlessly critique others who are trying to do good things. I believe this will work. This is how we become max left. Marginal differences become the most consequential alienating factors that absolutely rip apart the last remains of class consciousness and solidarity in this community. That's what I'll be doing. Yeah. Kaya knows it's time for her. Yeah, she's already up in arms. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Anyway, on that note, it is time. Love you guys, and I will get back to predictions and more updates and the like tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.